Chapter 501, Basic Gap, 1. Clang. Clang. A phoenix cry sounded like metal clashing and a flute playing. An invisible sound wave instantly swept across Golden Origin Immortal City. In an instant, they passed through the air domain reinforced by the three nascent souls Dao domain Dharma treasures and scattered toward Golden Origin Immortal City. Seeing this, True Lord Golden Origin's expression changed drastically, but at this moment, he was helpless and could only watch everything happen. Buzz! The cry of the phoenix swept across the palaces and defensive formations of the Scarlet Flame Immortal Mansion. In an instant, these formations and palaces were all destroyed. With just a phoenix cry, the entire Scarlet Flame Immortal Mansion was destroyed. In the distance, Chen Daoxuan, who was facing the phoenix's attack, seemed to be fine. He stood in the sky and stared coldly at the Yuya Palace Lord. However, compared to just now, Chen Daoxuan had already put on the 4th-tier superior grade natal spiritual armor. He secretly activated the Stellar Sword Dao diagram. When the phoenix cry sound wave rushed toward him, it was dispersed by the power of the Stellar Sword Dao diagram. Seeing that her probing attack was ineffective, Yuya Palace Master's expression did not change. She waved her hand and the fire phoenix transformed from the illusionary spirit True Fire flapped its wings and charged straight at Chen Daoxuan. This time, the power of the fire phoenix was much stronger than the vermilion bird flame from before. Even though Chen Daoxuan was very far away from the Yuya Palace Lord, he still felt a trace of fear when he saw this divine bird that possessed a trace of the true fire phoenix's charm. At this moment, on the transparent Cheng Ying sword, an extremely powerful spiritual aura suddenly erupted. At the crucial moment, the Cheng Ying sword had actually successfully advanced. Level 5 high grade. Chen Daoxuan's face lit up. With the successful advancement of the Cheng Ying sword, his spatial law also advanced to a higher level. After the spatial sword intent advanced to spatial law, it would undergo 3 changes, namely spatial cage, spatial teleportation, and spatial strangulation. Compared to the first 2 transformations, the last one, spatial strangulation, was the most offensive of the 3 transformations. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan had an epiphany surging in his heart. He gradually understood how spatial laws could erupt with the strongest attack. These changes were completed in less than an instant. Although the phoenix was fast, it was still half the distance away from Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan didn't dare to delay. He immediately used the yin and yang sword formation and used the power of the formation again to fuse the 2 laws of space and water into one. In the next moment, an immortal sword with spatial laws as the main and water laws as the auxiliary appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan again. Spatial strangulation. Break! With a loud shout, the immortal sword rushed toward the phoenix at an even faster speed, as fast as a stream of light. In the next moment, the 2 earth-shattering attacks collided. Just as the phoenix and the immortal sword collided, the sky within a radius of several thousand miles darkened at first, and then a ray of light that was even more dazzling than the sun suddenly erupted. A bright little sun rose in the sky above Golden Origin Immortal City. About 3 breaths. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded. Sound waves, air waves, and all kinds of energy radiation exploded between Chen Daoxuan and Yuya Palace Master. The Golden Origin Immortal City, which ruled hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and some low-level cultivators who could not escape in time were completely vaporized by the aftershocks of the 2's attacks in an instant. Bang! 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 3 violent explosions rang out. It turned out that Chen Daoxuan and Yuya Palace Master's attacks were too fierce, destroying all the Dao domain magic tools used by the 3 mid-nascent soul cultivators to suppress the sky domain. Suffering the backlash from the destruction of their magic tools, the 3 nascent souls spat out blood and flew backward. When they stabilized themselves, they looked at Chen Daoxuan and Yuya Palace Master in shock. All right. So strong. At this moment, the hatred in True Lord Gold Origin's heart had long dissipated. Now, he only had fear for Chen Daoxuan and Yuya Palace Lord. Is this the strength of a top True Lord? The other 2 nascent soul perfected lords of the Qingwei sect thought to themselves. They looked down and saw that the Golden Origin Immortal City, which had originally stood there, had completely disappeared, leaving only a huge circular pit. This was the reason why the Qian Yuan sword sect rarely fought with the Xian Qing Dao League. Nascent soul cultivators were too powerful. Once a large-scale war broke out, even if one side won, it was very likely that they would only get scorched land, which was not in line with their interests. This was the scene of a battle between ordinary nascent soul cultivators, not to mention a top-notch perfected cultivator. Impressive. In the distance, Yuya Palace Lord looked at Chen Daoxuan with a complicated expression. Chen Daoxuan was panting heavily. The battle just now seemed to be a draw, but in reality, he had lost. In terms of the realm of the Great Dao, the immortal sword formed by the fusion of his air and water laws was definitely not inferior to the illusory spirit true fire displayed by the Yuya Palace Master. However, Chen Daoxuan's cultivation was too low. He was only at the early stage of the Golden Elixir realm. This undoubtedly greatly dragged him down. After all, cultivation was the foundation for cultivators. Without cultivation as a foundation, no matter how high one's Great Dao realm was, it would be difficult to unleash its power. This was because the difference in cultivation would directly lead to the difference in the quality and quantity of the magic power between the two sides. In terms of quantity, Chen Daoxuan had a level 4 high-grade White Lotus of Fate, so he might not be afraid of Yuya Palace Master. However, the difference in quality was not easy to resolve. As a result, the immortal sword formed from the fusion of his space and water laws was still weaker than Yuya Palace Master. Chapter 502, Basic Gap, 2. The reason why he could stand there unscathed was that he had activated the Stellar Sword Dao diagram at the last moment. With the power of the Stellar Sword Dao diagram, he forcefully destroyed the remaining power of Yuya Palace Master's Fire Phoenix. This was why, in the eyes of outsiders, Chen Daoxuan and Yuya Palace Lord were evenly matched. In reality, Chen Daoxuan had lost in the collision just now. Looking at Chen Daoxuan who was panting heavily, Yuya Palace Lord continued, however, even if you can endure my illusionary spirit true fire, how many times can you endure it? She looked at Chen Daoxuan and raised her right hand again. Suddenly, a fire phoenix similar to the one before circled around her and cried out. Your magic power is too weak. Chen Daoxuan, you will lose for sure. Phew. After calming himself down, Chen Daoxuan raised his head and smiled. That might not be the case. Hearing this, Palace Master Yuya immediately became alert. Although she believed that with Chen Daoxuan's magic power, he would definitely not be able to use an attack of that level a few times. However, Chen Daoxuan's performance was too amazing. He didn't look like a golden core cultivator at all, but a top perfected cultivator with relatively weak magic power. In the heart of Yuya Palace Lord, Chen Daoxuan was already in existence on the same level as her. How could she not be alarmed by the confident smile on his face? She had not forgotten that perfected Lord Ming Huang, a late nascent soul cultivator, had died at Chen Daoxuan's hands. Just when she thought Chen Daoxuan was going to use some secret technique, he took out a green spirit flag from his storage ring. This is... Palace Master Yuya's eyes narrowed, and her pretty face was slightly surprised. Suddenly, she remembered the origin of this magic tool. Dust Banner. Immediately after, the Yuya Palace Lord used her Dao domain to suppress Chen Daoxuan and his surroundings. She wanted to solidify this sky domain and make the Dust Banner lose its ability to teleport. Unfortunately, it was still too late. It was very difficult for a nascent soul cultivator's Dao domain to completely solidify a space without the support of a Dao domain Dharma treasure. Not to mention that Chen Daoxuan still had the Stellar Sword Doctrine in his body. Even if the Yuya Palace Master used a Doctrine Domain ritual implement, Chen Daoxuan could use the Stellar Sword Doctrine to break it instantly. It's too late. Before Chen Daoxuan could finish his words, he waved the spirit banner in his hand. In the next moment, his figure instantly disappeared from where he was. Upon seeing this scene, Yuya Palace Lord nearly went crazy. Especially after seeing that Golden Origin Immortal City had been completely destroyed, she was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. The Xianqing Dao Alliance lost an Immortal City and suffered such a huge loss, but the culprit actually escaped. This was something that the arrogant Yuya Palace Lord couldn't accept. On the side, True Monarch Gold Origin was so frightened that he didn't even dare to breathe loudly, afraid that he would be implicated. After a while, after Palace Master Yu calmed down, a nascent soul from the Qingui sect flew over and cupped his hands. Palace Lord, perhaps this subordinate can give it a try. Hearing this, Yuya Palace Master suddenly thought of something. She grabbed the other party's shoulder and said anxiously, "Try it." "Yes, sir." The nascent soul cultivator nodded and formed a mysterious seal. Immediately, a ball of aura was gathered in Chen Daoxuan's palm. Heaven and earth are boundless, and we can trace them for thousands of miles. Quick! The nascent soul had a solemn expression. As this spell called the 10,000-mile tracking technique was cast, mysterious spell Dao patterns appeared in the air. In the end, these spell Dao patterns all pointed in one direction southeast. Seeing this, Yuya Palace Lord was overjoyed. Chase! Yes! The three nascent soul cultivators followed closely behind and flew toward the southeast. Only the huge pit under their feet proved that a shocking battle had broken out here. 100,000 miles away. To the east of the Golden Origin Immortal City. A spatial fluctuation spread out. Then, a cultivator holding a green spirit banner and wearing green spirit armor appeared out of thin air. Cough, cough, cough. As soon as Chen Daoxuan appeared, he started coughing violently. Even though he had used all of his methods to clash with Yuya Palace Master, he was still able to resist. However, the Fire Phoenix was too close to him, and all his thoughts were focused on the immortal sword that had fused two laws. He still needed to gather his mind to use the Stellar Sword Dao diagram. This action had undoubtedly slowed down the speed at which he used the Stellar Sword Dao diagram. Just this slight delay had caused him to suffer the impact of some of the Fire Phoenix's remaining power. Just the impact of less than 1/100th of the remaining power was enough to make this 4th-tier high-grade power armor, which was comparable to a 5th-tier low-grade spiritual armor, unable to withstand it, causing Chen Daoxuan to be injured. Chen Daoxuan coughed twice. Suddenly, he thought of something and directly cast a spatial cage, wrapping his entire body within it. At this moment, about 70,000 miles away, the nascent soul who was using the 10,000-mile tracking technique suddenly stopped moving. What's wrong? Seeing him stop, Yuya Palace Master and the others quickly stopped and looked at him with a frown. Palace Master, Chen Daoxuan's aura has disappeared. What? Seeing that he was about to catch up to Chen Daoxuan, his subordinate actually said that the other party's aura had disappeared. How could Yuya Palace Lord accept this? Suddenly, she thought of something and her expression turned ugly. I've forgotten, I've learned the law of space, used the space cage to wrap myself up. Hearing this, the nascent soul who used the 10,000-mile tracking technique shook his head. Not necessarily. Perhaps he had used a series of spatial transmissions to escape the tracking range of my 10,000-mile tracking technique. Hearing this, Yuya Palace Lord's expression turned even uglier. This scene was undoubtedly the last thing she wanted to see. Cultivators who comprehended spatial laws, especially those who had reached the middle stage of the Law Realm, were the hardest to kill. Because the other party could teleport. If they couldn't beat the other party, they could run at any time. However, nascent soul cultivators who comprehended other spatial laws didn't have this benefit. Once they couldn't defeat a cultivator who had comprehended spatial laws, they usually couldn't even escape. Teleportation really is troublesome. If only one had reached the world level. Yuya Palace Lord said unwillingly. As she said that, she shook her head. If she had been a world-level cultivator, she might have been able to kill Chen Daoxuan in a single blow. There was no way she would have been able to stop him from fleeing. Thinking of this, she continued to say to everyone, although Chen Daoxuan might have teleported away many times, it's still possible that he only used a spatial cage to block his aura and make the 10,000-mile tracking technique ineffective. Therefore, we should continue to search for him in the southeast direction. Everyone, use your spiritual sense to carefully cover every place. Don't miss anything. Seeing Yuya Palace Lord's persistence, everyone looked at each other and cupped their hands. I will obey the Palace Lord's decree. Let's go. Yuya Palace Lord nodded. The four of them started searching again, but they had lost the tracking of the 10,000-mile tracking technique. This time, they were searching personally, and their flying speed was much slower. And all of this, Chen Daoxuan didn't know. He was just cautious and temporarily used the space cage to cut off his connection with the outside world. This was because he knew that there were many secret techniques in the cultivation world that could track the traces of enemies from afar. Now that his magic power was exhausted and his body was still injured, there was nothing wrong with being a little careful. He planned to use spatial teleportation to leave this place after he recovered his magic power. However, before that, there was still one more thing to do. Chen Daoxuan immediately took out a small pagoda. Instantly, 2 figures flew out of the pagoda. They were Jin Chanying, the grandson of Jin Yuanzhen, and his concubine, Zai Ling. At this moment, the 2 of them stood in front of Chen Daoxuan, their expressions very restrained. Just now, in Lil Pagoda's estate world magical treasure, Jin Chanying and Zai Ling had witnessed the entire process of Chen Daoxuan and Yuya Palace Master fighting. Especially Jin Chanying. As a Golden Core State Level 9 cultivator, his cultivation was above Chen Daoxuan. However, in terms of strength, Jin Chanying knew very well that this fellow Daoist Chen in front of him could probably kill him with a pinky finger. Zai Ling didn't have a strong concept of the difference between the strength of a Golden Core cultivator and a nascent soul cultivator. She only knew that Chen Daoxuan and Yu Palace Lord had fought head-on and destroyed Golden Origin Immortal City. One had to know that her family's residence was also in Golden Origin Immortal City. Chen Daoxuan actually helped her take revenge unknowingly. Chapter 503, Coincidentally Meeting an Old Friend, 1. Chen Daoxuan coldly looked at RHE2 of them and said although one used spatial teleportation to escape, the people from the Xianqing Dao Alliance will definitely chase after me. If you follow me, you will only be in danger, so our cooperation ends here. Please leave. 1. Hearing this, Jin Chanying and Zai Ling looked at each other helplessly. To tell the truth, Zai Ling was probably better off. In any case, she had taken revenge and escaped from True Lord Gold Origin's control. However, Jin Chanying was different. He had signed a blood slave contract with True Monarch Golden Origin, and as long as True Monarch Golden Origin didn't die, Jin Chanying wouldn't be able to live in peace. However, when he saw Chen Daoxuan's cold gaze, Jin Chanying swallowed his pleading words. He cupped his hands at Chen Daoxuan and said, "In that case, I'll take my leave now. Please take care, fellow Daoist." After saying that, he turned around and left. Chen Daoxuan opened the spatial cage. Jin Chanying turned into a beam of light and disappeared into RHE horizon in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Zai Ling also bowed to Chen Daoxuan and said Senior's great kindness, I have no way to repay it. One hope Senior will take care of me. As she spoke, Zai Ling bowed again. Chen Daoxuan's battle with Yuya Palace Master had already completely subdued this purple mansion fairy with RHE 9 Yen Mystic Mercury body. Chen Daoxuan nodded. Just as Zai Ling turned to leave, Chen Daoxuan suddenly thought of something and raised his hand. "Fairy, please wait." Hearing this, Zai Ling stopped in her tracks and frowned slightly. She turned around with a slightly puzzled expression and looked at Chen Daoxuan. "Senior, do you have any other instructions? Have you decided where you want to go?" Chen Daoxuan nodded slightly. Hearing this, Zai Ling hesitated. That's right. Although the celestial cloud continent was big, she was alone now. Where should she go? She definitely could not stay in the territory of the Xianqing Dao Alliance. It could be foreseen that she and Jin Chanying would definitely be wanted by the Xianqing Dao Alliance. Jin Chanying was still fine. No matter what, Jin Chanying was still a late-stage Golden Core cultivator. If a nascent soul did not personally take action, it would be difficult for ordinary Golden Core cultivators to take him down. Although her strength was not bad in the Zifu disciple realm, any Golden Core cultivator could easily take her down. Now that the Xianqing Dao League was in a war with the Qianyuan Sword Sect, it might be difficult to transfer nascent soul cultivators to capture Jin Chanying, but it was a piece of cake to transfer a few Golden Core cultivators to capture her. Even if True Monarch Gold Origin didn't leak the news that she possessed the 9 Yen Mercury physique, he would never let her go. Zai Ling hadn't forgotten that she still had the restriction that True Monarch Gold Origin had personally placed on her. Every time she thought of this, Zai Ling's heart would surge with despair. Golden Source True Monarch might not be anything in the eyes of Chen Daoxuan, but in the eyes of Zai Ling, he was a terrifying existence that could not be resisted. As for leaving the territory of the Xianqing Dao Alliance and heading to RHE territory of other sects, it was even more impossible. Although the land area of the Celestial Cloud Continent was much larger than that of the Infinite Star Sea, like the Infinite Star Sea, all the spiritual veins and treasure lands were occupied by various forces. It was not easy for Zai Ling to go to other places to find a place to settle down. Even if she was lucky enough to escape from the pursuit of the profound Pure Dao Alliance and True Monarch Gold Origin, it would be difficult for her to gain a foothold in other realms. Especially since she had the 9-yen demon beauty body, she was a fatally attractive person in the eyes of other male cultivators. Thinking of this, Zai Ling bit her rosy lips and looked at Chen Daoxuan with grievance. She bowed pitifully and said, "Really don't have a place to go right now, so one hope perfected Chen can take me in." After saying that, Zai Ling looked at Chen Daoxuan with affection in her eyes. She was able to cultivate to RHE Violet Mansion stage alone, so this method of winning the sympathy of men was completely at her fingertips. What was even more amazing was that she was able to maintain her virginity throughout the journey. It was simply a miracle. However, Chen Daoxuan was not interested in her at all. He nodded coldly. "Can take you in, but you have to promise me one thing." "What conditions?" Seeing that seduction was useless against Chen Daoxuan, Zai Ling simply put away her pitiful expression. "Well, talk about the conditions when we're safe. One need to recover my magic power now, so you can protect me one." After saying that, Chen Daoxuan ignored her and sat down cross-legged in front of her. He took out a jade bottle from his storage bag. Inside the jade bottle was the 10,000-year stalactite milk that Fairy Chi Yao had given him. Chen Daoxuan opened the jade bottle and drank a mouthful. An hour later, Chen Daoxuan opened his eyes in high spirits. About 10 feet away from him, Zai Ling was sitting on a piece of bluestone, waiting with her chin in her hands. Seeing Chen Daoxuan open his eyes, Zai Ling immediately stood up from the stone and said happily, "Your magic power has recovered." "Yes." Chen Daoxuan nodded. Hearing this, Zai Ling breathed a sigh of relief. Although an hour was not long, it made her anxious. Before Chen Daoxuan recovered his dharmic powers, he had said that the 4 nascent souls led by the Yuya Palace Lord had not given up on pursuing him. Zai Ling and Chen Daoxuan were standing still, and they could be caught up at any time. How could they not be afraid? A mere true monarch gold origin was enough to force her to submit to him for decades, let alone Yuya Palace Master, who was more than 10 times more terrifying than true monarch gold origin. Chapter 504, Coincidentally Meeting an Old Friend, 2. Zai Ling suspected that with Yuya Palace Master's fiery temper, if she found Chen Daoxuan again, she would definitely go all out and not give Chen Daoxuan any chance to breathe. Zai Ling couldn't figure out how Chen Daoxuan could still calmly sit there and recover his mana. Chen Daoxuan didn't know what Zai Ling was thinking. If he knew, he would at most smile. The Yuya Palace Lord was indeed stronger than Chen Daoxuan, but to say that he could not resist at all was complete nonsense. The fact that Chen Daoxuan was able to receive a move from a top true lord like Palace Master Yuya was proof of this. If the Yuya Palace Lord caught up to Chen Daoxuan again, he would definitely not fight head-on with him this time. Instead, he would choose to teleport away. The Stellar Sword Dao diagram opened a path and he teleported to escape. In Chen Daoxuan's opinion, unless it was a top-perfected cultivator who also grasped the law of space chasing after him, or someone had set up a high-level array to surround him in advance. Otherwise, it would have been a piece of cake for him to escape. The reason why the Yuya Palace Master was so persistent in chasing him was that he did not see Chen Daoxuan take out the Stellar Sword Dao diagram in his danshan. Otherwise, he would have given up on chasing him. This was because she knew that she would never be able to kill a top-notch perfected lord who could ignore the suppression of a Dao domain Dharma artifact and was proficient in spatial laws. However, Zai Ling was not clear about all of this. She only knew that Chen Daoxuan wasn't a match for the Yuya Palace Lord. If the other party caught up to him, it would be hard to predict his life and death. If Chen Daoxuan was killed, what good would happen to a small ant like her who was attached to Chen Daoxuan? "Let's go." Looking at Zai Ling who was still in a daze, Chen Daoxuan grabbed her arm with his right hand. In the next moment, their figures gradually blurred. When the two of them appeared again, they were already 2,300 miles away. Chen Daoxuan's spatial teleportation could only teleport to the range of his divine sense at most. His divine sense could only cover a radius of 2,300 kilometers, so the furthest distance he could teleport was only this far. Compared to the dust banner, which could teleport 100,000 kilometers in an instant, Chen Daoxuan's teleportation was still quite lacking. However, compared to the dust banner, his teleportation had an advantage, which was that he could use it continuously. The next second, his and Zai Ling's figures blurred again. He teleported a dozen times. Chen Daoxuan's current position had long deviated from the trajectory that Yuya Palace Lord and the others were looking for. Now, he was finally free from Yuya Palace Master's pursuit. Shua! Chen Daoxuan and Zi Ling appeared again. Chen Daoxuan didn't have any reaction, but Zi Ling, who was being held by his wrist, bent over and kept retching. Looking at Zi Ling's sorry state, Chen Daoxuan did not blame her. He knew that this was because Zi Ling's cultivation and Great Path Realm were too low, and she could not adapt to the dizziness caused by the spatial teleportation. After retching for a while, Zi Ling finally got used to it. She looked at the surrounding scenery and looked up at Chen Daoxuan, asking, "Where are we?" Hearing this, "I'm not sure either." Chen Daoxuan shook his head. He paused, then looked at Zi Ling and asked in surprise, "Aren't you the local tyrant of Golden Origin Immortal City? Don't you know anything about this place?" Hearing this, Zi Ling's pretty face revealed a trace of bitterness. "Don't know. In fact, this is the first time I've been out so far in my life." This time, Chen Daoxuan was completely shocked by Zi Ling's words. A dignified 9th level Zifu disciple had actually never left the region of 100,000 kilometers around Golden Origin Immortal City. This was as laughable as a late-stage Zifu disciple from the Azure continent never leaving Guang'an Prefecture. Seeing the confusion on Chen Daoxuan's face, Zi Ling wanted to say something but stopped. "This is your private matter. If you don't want to say it, one won't force you." Finished talking, Chen Daoxuan spread out his divine sense and began to carefully investigate the situation here. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's appearance, Zi Ling let down her guard. She bit her lips and said, "It's fine to tell you. My family found out that I have a special spiritual body like the 9-yin mystic demon body when I was young. In order to curry favor with Supreme Gold Origin, the family raised me like a canary. In order to save me, my parents were secretly killed by True Monarch Gold Origin and his family. Ever since I was young, the furthest I've left was the city walls of the Golden Origin Immortal City." As she spoke, Zi Ling gently unbuttoned her robe, revealing her white shoulders. There was an ugly blood-colored brand on her white shoulder. This blood-colored brand was connected to her back. Origin Blood Divine Seal. Chen Daoxuan frowned when he saw the red brand on her shoulder. "Perfected Chen, do you recognize this restriction?" Zi Ling's pretty face flashed with a faint blush. "Yes." Chen Daoxuan nodded. "The source blood divine restriction is extremely evil. It can only be used by extracting the blood of the person's closest kin. Moreover, it must be set up by a high-level cultivator personally. The restriction that True Monarch Golden Origin placed on you was this restriction, right?" "Yes." Zi Ling put on her clothes, feeling down. The Origin Blood Divine Seal is both a protection and a restriction. With True Lord Gold Origin's cultivation, he can accurately sense your location as long as he's within 10,000 kilometers of you. Hearing this, Zi Ling's face darkened even more. Seeing that Zi Ling was silent, Chen Daoxuan did not say anything to comfort her. The atmosphere between the two of them was a little heavy. About half a cup of tea's time. "Found it." Chen Daoxuan's face lit up. Hearing this, Zi Ling raised her head and looked at him in surprise. A 5th-tier spirit meridian with 3 golden cores occupying it. "Not bad, hey?" Chen Daoxuan said to himself. Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something interesting. It's actually him. What Chen Daoxuan discovered on this Tier 5 spirit vein was none other than Daoist Master Yanju, who had escaped from the southern mountains city. When perfected cultivator Ming Huang died, Master Yanju chose to hide it from his subordinates and run away alone. His behavior was not any better than Yewudeo's. However, Daoist Master Yanju did not have Yewudeo's background. The current him had long been on the wanted list of the Xianqing Dao League. Unexpectedly, Daoist Master Yanjing was hiding here with 2 Jindan rogue cultivators. Chen Daoxuan was very puzzled. With the reward offered by the Xianqing Dao Alliance, why didn't the 2 Golden Core itinerant cultivators report the other party to the Xianqing Dao Alliance? One had to know that harboring a wanted criminal in the territory of the Xianqing Dao Alliance was not a small crime. In terms of ruling power, the Xianqing Dao Alliance was not much weaker than the Qianyuan sword sect. In fact, because the Xianqing Dao Alliance had ruled the territory for a longer period of time, their rule over the territory was stronger and more deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. to the east of the Golden Origin Immortal City. Within a grade 5 spirit vein. Above the spirit vein, immortal palaces stood. This dojo was called Twin Saint Peak, and it was named after 2 golden cores. Golden core cultivators were high-level cultivators second only to nascent soul perfected lords. As long as they did not offend golden core perfected lord and a few other top forces, they could basically do whatever they wanted within the territory of Golden Origin Immortal City. This was especially true for the 2 golden core itinerant cultivators of Twin Saint Peak. Ordinary golden core families usually only had 1 or 2 golden core cultivators, so they were not willing to provoke the 2 of them. After all, the independent golden core cultivators on the dual Saint Peak were the kind of people who would eat their fill and not starve their entire family. As for the golden core cultivators in the golden core families, they had to consider the family behind them in addition to themselves. Therefore, he couldn't act as recklessly as the 2 on the Twin Saint Peaks. At this moment, in a magnificent palace on the Twin Saint Peaks, beautiful maidservants and dancers were dancing in front of the 3 golden core cultivators. On the high platform, 3 golden cores were toasting each other and drinking to their heart's content. "Brother Yinju, one really feel bad for you." "Brother," a rough-looking core formation stage cultivator with a beard and a golden robe said loudly, "you've been working for the Profound Pure Dao League for so many years, but you're wanted because you can't resist the attack of the barbarian cultivators in the Infinite Star Sea. TSK. As he spoke, the rough-looking golden core cultivator kept shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Daoistian Vulture's expression darkened. Clearly, he hadn't expected the sect and Dao alliance to be so heartless as to arrest him without any leeway. No matter what, he was still a 9th stage golden core cultivator and was only a step away from the nascent soul stage. To a certain extent, he had retreated back then to preserve some strength for the Xianqing Dao alliance. Chapter 505, Reverend Yin Vulture's Secret, 1. Seeing the unhappy expression on Daoist Master Yinju's face, another tail and thin golden core cultivator of the Twin Saint Peaks said, Come, let's not talk about these disheartening words. Let's drink. Let's drink. Haha, look at my mouth." The rough-looking golden core cultivator slapped his mouth, raised his cup, and cupped his hands. "Brother Yin Vulture, this cup of wine is my apology to you." After saying that, the rough-looking golden core cultivator raised his head and drank the wine in one gulp. Seeing the actions of the 2 of them, Daoistian Vulture's expression became much better. He sighed. "The sect and the Dao alliance may have treated me unjustly, but I can't be disloyal to the sect. I understand your intentions, but it's not a good idea to take advantage of a burning house." Hearing this, the rough-looking golden core cultivator immediately became anxious. "Brother Yinju, you can't say that." The rugged cultivator put down the wine cup in his hand. As one of the logistics immortal cities of the Xianqing Dao Alliance, the Golden Origin Immortal City sends a large amount of resources to the various immortal cities on the front line every year. Especially this time, Brother Yin Vulture can see that the war between the Qianyuan Sword Sect and the Xianqing Dao Alliance will not end peacefully. The resources to form the nascent soul might be available. Now that you're wanted by the Xianqing Dao Alliance, even if they can't catch you, where are you going to get the resources to break through to the nascent soul realm in the future? The rough cultivator's expression was vicious as he waved his hand. "Why don't we take advantage of this opportunity to make a huge profit? After this, we can just leave the territory of the Profound Pure Dao Union and head to the territory of the Thousand Trickeries Hall or the Heavenly Divination Sect. With our cultivation, as long as we break through to the nascent soul stage, we can form a sectless cultivator force. Even the Thousand Engineering Hall and the Heavenly Divination Sect won't dare to look down on us." Upon hearing this, Daoistian Vulture's heart stirred violently. Indeed, now that he was wanted by the Xianqing Dao Alliance, he indeed had to plan for the future. The 2 cultivators from the Twin Saint Peaks weren't that bad. After all, their cultivation hadn't reached Golden Core State Level 9 yet. However, he was different. His cultivation had already reached Golden Core State Level 9 and he was about to break through to Nascent Soul State. Originally, with his contribution to seizing the Southern Mountains City and the help of perfected Lord Ming Huang, he was very likely to be nurtured by the sect. Therefore, he did not need to worry about the resources needed to break through to the Nascent Soul stage. Now, not only had he lost the Southern Mountains City, but he had also abandoned the city at the critical moment and was wanted by the Xianqing Dao League. His identity had also changed from a high and mighty golden core of the Qingwei sect to a wanted criminal of the Xianqing Dao alliance. The most direct effect of a change in identity was the acquisition of resources. For any cultivator, cultivation required a large amount of resources. The higher the level of a cultivator, the more resources they needed to cultivate. In the past, as a disciple of the Qingwei sect, Daoist Master Yanzhu had never had to worry about resources. But now, after he became a rogue cultivator, he realized that cultivation was not easy. If it wasn't for the two from the Twin Saint Peaks, he wouldn't even have a foothold. Of course, Reverend Yin Vulture knew very well that the two from Twin Saint Peaks had taken him in not out of kindness, but because they saw that there was something to gain from him. To the two Golden Core cultivators of Dual Saint Peak, the greatest benefit to Daoist Master Yanzhu was that he knew the resource routes of Golden Origin Immortal City to the various immortal cities on the front line and the strength of the cultivators responsible for escorting them. If one wanted to rob the Xianqing Dao alliance of their resources, they had to have a foolproof plan. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a robbery, but a giveaway. The two Golden Core cultivators of the Twin Saint Peaks naturally understood this simple principle. Since they were going to rob, they would definitely rob valuable resources. The two Golden Core cultivators of the Twin Saint Peaks did not know which resources were the most valuable and which were the least valuable. If they were to rob a group of low-level cultivators of their resources, wouldn't they suffer a huge loss? This was because robbing resources was something that absolutely couldn't be done for too long. They had to run away before the Xianqing Dao alliance reacted. They had to escape from the Xianqing Dao alliance's territory. At that time, they would be free to fly. The reason why these two Golden Cores were willing to give up this place was to plunder a batch of resources and escape. He could tell that the Qianyuan sword sect was not friendly this time. As far as they knew, in less than 2 months after the war between the Xianqing Dao League and the Qianyuan sword sect, they had already lost 7 immortal cities and killed 11 nascent souls. One could imagine how tragic the battle at the front line was. Although Golden Origin Immortal City was at the back, compared to Profound Sun sect and Light Path sect, their Twin Saint Peaks were at the front line. Once the Qianyuan sword sect broke through the front line defense and marched straight in, their Twin Saint Peaks would bear the brunt. As itinerant cultivators, they did not have the intention of risking their lives for the Xianqing Dao alliance. For the time being, the foundation of the Twin Saint Peaks looked pretty good, but it was hard to say in the future. The two of them had to plan ahead. In reality, within the Golden Origin Immortal City, their Twin Saint Peak was not the only faction that was wavering. For example, those ancient cultivation clans had secretly communicated with the Qianyuan sword sect, fearing that the Qianyuan sword sect would take over the Yun nation in the future and extend a butcher knife to them. In comparison, the two of them were already very kind enough to just run away after snatching a batch of resources. After a while, the hesitant look on Adept Yanzhu's face gradually became firm. "All right, I promise you. After this, the three of us will leave the territory of the Xianqing Dao alliance together. From now on, I have nothing to do with the sect." Chapter 506, Reverend Yin Vulture's Secret, 2. After saying this, Daoist Yin Vulture had a complicated expression. In the end, the Qingwei sect was also the sect that he had cultivated for many years since he was young. It would be impossible to say that he didn't feel a little reluctant to leave just like that. However, for the sake of his Dao path, Daoist Master Yin Vulture knew how to choose. Hearing this, the two Golden Cores looked at each other and a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. "Brother Yanzhu, The two of them didn't finish their words. In front of them, 2 streaks of light flew directly into the hall and stood in the middle of it. All. Seeing these 2 figures suddenly appear, the beautiful maidservants who were dancing all cried out in surprise, and the scene became a little chaotic. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan frowned slightly. "Freeze!" he softly called out to her. In the next second, the servant girls who were originally screaming seemed to have been pressed on the pause button and stopped moving. Soul-setting divine light. With Chen Daoxuan's currency of divine light and the soul-setting divine light, even golden cores could be easily fixed, let alone this group of low-level female cultivators. This group of female cultivators was originally a group of cauldrons and concubines. They had cultivation but almost no strength. Chen Daoxuan personally attacking them was undoubtedly like shooting a mosquito with a cannon. Seeing a man and a woman suddenly barge into their immortal palace, the two golden core cultivators of the Twin Saint Peaks immediately stood up and questioned, "Who are you? Why did you barge into our training hall?" Unexpectedly, Chen Daoxuan seemed to have not heard what the two of them said. His gaze swept past the two of them and landed directly on Daoist Master Yin Vulture. "Chen, Chen." The moment Daoist Master Yin Ju saw Chen Daoxuan, he felt a chill rush up to his head, and his entire body trembled involuntarily. He had witnessed Chen Daoxuan's strength before, and he had even narrowly escaped death at the other party's hands once. However, this time, Daoist Master Yin Ju felt that he might not be so lucky. After all, there was no second perfected Lord Ming Huang here to save him. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan was ignoring them, the two golden core cultivators of the Twin Saint Peaks felt an evil fire burning in their hearts. However, Chen Daoxuan was a golden core cultivator after all. If there was no conflict of interest, the two of them were not willing to rashly start a conflict. Especially when they were preparing to do something big. But when the rough-looking golden core cultivator saw Ziling beside Chen Daoxuan, his breathing suddenly became rapid. He hurriedly transmitted his voice to his tall and thin companion, saying, "Senior brother, look at this woman." Hearing this, the tall and thin cultivator looked over and his expression changed. He looked at the boorish cultivator and sent a voice transmission, "9 Yin Mystic Mercury Body." Yes. The two of them looked at each other, and greed instantly accumulated in their eyes. If ordinary cauldrons could only be compared to spirit pills, then using a female cultivator with the 9 Yin Mystic Demon Body as a cauldron could even allow a golden core cultivator to break through to the nascent soul stage. It could be seen how precious this kind of spirit body was. True Monarch Gold Source had spent so much effort to imprison Ziling, and it was naturally not just because of her beauty. To True Monarch Golden Origin, he had seen all kinds of beautiful women before, so why would he spend so much effort on a mere woman? His true goal was to increase his cultivation and lifespan. Although the cultivation of the two from Twin Saint Peak was not as high as True Lord Gold Origin, their mentality was not much different from the other party. Cultivation and strength were the most important things for cultivators. Thinking of this, the two of them looked at each other. After making up their minds, they suddenly exploded. No. On the side, Daoist Yin Vulture was shocked when he saw the two of them attack Chen Daoxuan. The two of them did not know Chen Daoxuan, but Daoist Yin Vulture did. Unfortunately, Daoist Master Yin Vulture's warning was too late. Two sword lights pierced through the bodies of the two golden core cultivators at an unbelievable speed. The two of them lowered their heads in a daze and looked at the bowl-sized hole in their dantian. Then, their bodies completely collapsed and dissipated into nothingness. Using the power of laws to attack a body that was not even at the blood droplet realm was no different from using a hammer to smash porcelain. It shattered with a touch. When Daoist Master Yinju saw that the two cultivators of the same cultivation level who had been drinking and bragging with him had been killed in an instant, his knees went soft and he knelt down in front of Chen Daoxuan with a plop. "Senior, spare my life." As he spoke, he directly kowtowed to Chen Daoxuan. The Qingwei sect was located above the Taiyai celestial pond. A hazy mist covered more than 10 figures, making it hard to see them clearly. These dozen or so were all the nascent souls of the Qingwei Daoist sect. Suddenly, the feminine-looking man in the center opened his eyes. He looked at the dazzling light in the center of the Supreme One Immortal Pond and a trace of pain flashed in his eyes. Just now, news came back from the front line that the Qianyuan Sword sect has taken down 2 more immortal cities. In less than 2 months, our Xianqing Dao League has lost 9 immortal cities in a row, and more than half of the immortal cities at the front line have been lost. As he spoke, the feminine man closed his eyes. Sect Master. Even though Elder Yun could tell that the sect master was unhappy, he still reported, "Just now, Golden Origin Immortal City was destroyed." Hearing this, the feminine man suddenly opened his eyes and stared fixedly at Elder Yun. Golden Origin Immortal City has Yu personally leading 2 perfected lords of our sect. In addition to perfected Lord Golden Origin, there are a total of 4 nascent souls. Yu is a top-notch perfected lord. Suddenly, the feminine-looking man seemed to recall something. "Is Yu alright?" "Palace Master Yu is fine, it's just..." Elder Yun paused. The person who destroyed Golden Origin Immortal City was the Golden Core Cultivator who killed perfected Lord Ming Huang, Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan. The feminine man muttered. This was the second time he had heard of this name. A mere golden core cultivator could actually do this. Although he didn't want to believe it, he knew that with Yu Yu's personality, she would never lie. Elder Yun continued, Palace Master Yu Yu also said that she must kill Chen Daoxuan no matter what. He indeed deserves to be killed. The sect master of the Qingwei sect had a menacing expression on her face. He, who had always been calm in front of his subordinates, was now angered by Chen Daoxuan's repeated provocations. One had to know that Golden Origin Immortal City was less than 1,000,000 miles away from the Qingwei Daoist sect. It was definitely not something the immortal cities at the front lines could compare to. Chen Daoxuan's action was simply slapping the Xianqing Dao alliance's face crazily. Not only his Qingwei sect, Profound Sun sect would also react. He thought about it. The feminine man's face returned to normal. Since the Qianyuan sword sect doesn't follow the rules and sent people to my hinterland to cause trouble, we don't have to be polite with them. As he spoke, he looked at a nascent soul in the crowd. Elder He. Your subordinate is here. Elder He cupped his hands. Last time, I asked you to cause some trouble for the Qianyuan sword sect. This. Elder He's face turned ugly. The Qianyuan sword sect has won one victory after another. Our spies in the Qianyuan sword sect don't dare to act rashly. Humph, this bunch of fence-sitters. The feminine man's eyes flashed with a trace of resentment. One day, I will break through the myriad stars and settle these fence-sitters. Hearing this, Elder He lowered his head, not daring to reply. I remember correctly. Chen Daoxuan is a Kangzhou cultivator, right? It's a cultivator from the Azure continent. The sect master of the Qingwei sect nodded. However, with the cunning old fox of the Zhang family, he might not dare to take the risk. Hearing this, the sect master looked at Elder He and smiled mysteriously. Isn't the Zhang family short of money? This subordinate will do it now. After saying that, Elder He instantly disappeared. Clearly, this was a nascent soul who had comprehended spatial laws. Twin Saint Peak's Immortal Palace. Chen Daoxuan looked at Daoist Yanju, who was kowtowing in front of him, and was somewhat speechless. He couldn't understand how a late-stage Aurous core cultivator could have such a low bottom line. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan said indifferently, get up. Hearing this, Daoist Master Yanju stood up in fear. Chen Daoxuan looked at the quail-like Daoist Yanju in front of him and asked with interest, when we broke through the southern mountains city, I asked your subordinates that you ran away before you received the news of perfected Lord Ming Huang's defeat. So, how did you determine that perfected Lord Ming Huang would definitely lose to me? Upon hearing this, Adept Yin Vulture's eyes flickered. Chapter 507, Cicada Breathing Technique, 1. Reverend Yanju took a deep breath and cupped his hands. If one tells Senior this secret, I might be able to survive. As he spoke, he raised his head and stared at Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan looked at him without changing his expression and said indifferently, do you think you have the right to negotiate with me now? Hearing this, Daoist Yin Vulture's eyebrows twitched wildly. He stared at Chen Daoxuan and wanted to attack several times, but his mind warned him that doing so would only lead to death. Finally, Daoist Master Yanju lowered his hands weakly and said with his head lowered. Said. Chen Daoxuan smiled. After half a cup of tea, Chen Daoxuan played with a broken white jade talisman and frowned. Do you mean that you were able to escape from the southern mountains city in advance because of this jade talisman? That's right. Daoist Master Yanju nodded. However, this jade talisman seemed to have been seriously damaged, sometimes it worked and sometimes it didn't. However, as long as it sent me a warning, it would definitely affect my life and death. One have relied on it to escape death several times since one started cultivating. Oh! When Chen Daoxuan heard this, he played with the jade talisman with interest. According to Daoist Master Yin Vulture, this jade talisman was a strengthened version of a mental warning. It could predict danger in advance and avoid disaster. The only downside was that this thing seemed to be seriously damaged, and not all situations were effective. Just like this time, Daoist Yin Vulture was drinking and having fun here, so the jade talisman did not predict the danger ahead of time. This was clearly what Yanju had said, that it was an unreliable situation. After handing over the jade talisman, perfected Yin Vulture looked at Chen Daoxuan nervously. Seeing Daoist Yanju's expression, Chen Daoxuan flipped his palm and put the jade talisman into his storage ring. Yin Vulture Junior is here. Adept Yin Ju hurriedly bowed. Logically speaking, the ransom you gave should be enough to redeem you, but unfortunately. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. You have a blood feud with my Chen family. One have no choice but to kill you. Hearing this, Daoist Master Yin Ju's expression changed drastically. Senior, this junior has never had a grudge with your Chen family. I hope Senior can understand. You're so wise. With that, Adept Yin Vulture knelt down again. But this time, Chen Daoxuan was indifferent. Back then, you led the army to attack Zhenyi's Pass. More than 10 elders of my Chen family died in the hands of the army you led. Tell me, do you have any enmity with my Chen family? This. I led the army to attack the southern mountains city under the orders of the Dao Alliance. I didn't do it willingly. You can't blame me for this. Chen Daoxuan nodded. You attacked the southern mountains city on the orders of the Dao Alliance. One killed you to avenge my ancestors. Neither of us was wrong. After saying that, a dazzling sword light engulfed Daoist Yin Vulture. The power of spatial laws at the high stage of the Law realm erupted. Daoist Yin Vulture's blood droplet realm body was instantly melted, leaving only his head rolling on the ground. Before he died, Vulture's eyes widened, as if he was puzzled. If neither of them was wrong, then who was wrong? Unfortunately, he was destined to never know the answer. At the side, Zai Ling stared blankly at the scene in front of her. From the time she and Chen Daoxuan entered the door until now, in less than a cup of tea's time, the 3 golden cores were killed by Chen Daoxuan like cutting melons and vegetables. Zai Ling couldn't help but wonder if the person in front of her was really an early-stage golden core cultivator. As expected of an existence that could kill a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. After killing 3 golden cores in a row, Chen Daoxuan turned his head and looked at Zai Ling. This spirit vein is as high as grade 5, and can be considered a good place to cultivate. During this period of time, the 2 of us will temporarily stay here. Hearing this, Zai Ling pursed her lips and kept rubbing the corner of her clothes with her small hands. What's wrong? Zai Ling mustered up her courage. You haven't told me why you took me in. In fact, Zai Ling had a faint guess in her heart. Chen Daoxuan must have taken her in for the same reason as True Lord Gold Source. He wanted to use her as a furnace to improve his cultivation. Compared to elixirs, using a female cultivator with the 9 yin mystic demon body as a cauldron was many times more effective. To some extent, the 9 yin mystic demon body seemed to be even better than the essence qi that Chen Daoxuan had used before. Although the essence of vital qi could quickly increase one's cultivation level, it had a flaw. After a cultivator's cultivation level reached the purple prefecture realm, it would be very difficult for it to continue increasing a cultivator's cultivation level. This was because after a cultivator reached the Zifwa stage, their Great Dao realm was often lower than their own cultivation. If one's Great Dao realm was insufficient, it would be very difficult for the essence qi to continue forcefully raising one's cultivation. However, the cauldron of the 9 yin demon beauty body did not have this concern. Using it as a cauldron could not only increase one's cultivation quickly, but to a certain extent, it could even increase one's Great Dao realm. Although the way it improved the realm of the Great Path was not like the Stellar Sword Dao diagram, it was similar to drinking comprehension tea, which could allow a cultivator to enter a state of enlightenment and thus improve the realm of the Great Path of a cultivator. Even so, the cauldron of the 9 yin mystic demon body was still much more precious than the essence of Yuan Qi. Not to mention golden core cultivators, it was a treasure even for nascent souls. This was also the reason why Zai Ling did not dare to leave alone. This was because she knew that with her special constitution, once she left Chen Daoxuan's protection, she would only meet the next true Lord Gold origin. Call furnace. These 2 words hurt Zai Ling deeply. Zai Ling looked at Chen Daoxuan and her eyes gradually turned from nervousness to despair. Chapter 508, Hibernation Awakening Cicada Breathing Technique, 2. Since she couldn't resist true monarch gold origin, she naturally couldn't resist the stronger Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan didn't know what Zai Ling was thinking. He thought about it and said, I do have something to ask of you. Hearing this, Zai Ling's pretty face was filled with desolation, and tears streaked across her fair and tender face. She raised her head with a tear-stained face. I knew it. You people are all the same. You've all taken a fancy to my 9-yin demon body. Forget it, since you took me out of the Scarlet Flame deity mansion and helped me take revenge, you can do whatever you want next. As she spoke, Zai Ling quietly closed her eyes, but her eyelashes kept trembling. Chen Daoxuan saw that Zai Ling was so excited, and he was quite speechless. I just want to ask Fairy, can you teach me the secret method of concealing your consciousness and body? All. Hearing this, Fairy Zai Ling's eyes widened. Then, her face turned red, and her whole body turned red like a peach. You. Why didn't you say so earlier? After saying that, he turned around and flew away towards the palace. It was not until they flew out of the immortal palace that a sentence entered Chen Daoxuan's ears. Catch! The next moment, a jade slip flew toward Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan took the jade slip, feeling rather awkward. This was the first time he was treated as a lecher. The next day. Twin Saint Peak. In a cave abode. Chen Daoxuan sat cross-legged in the quiet room, sizing up the jade talisman he had obtained from Daoist Yin Vulture. Just as Daoist Master Yin Vulture had said, this jade talisman was severely damaged. He looked carefully. Chen Daoxuan found that there was a crack in the middle of the jade talisman that split it in half. It seemed that he could break the jade talisman apart with just a little force. After playing with it for a while, Chen Daoxuan put it into his storage ring. Although he didn't know the name of this jade talisman or its refining method, Chen Daoxuan still had a way to repair it. That was to use a large amount of power of creation to repair it. The power of creation was one of the most magical energies in the world. It could not only be used to upgrade magic tools, but it could also repair damaged magic tools. Many nascent souls would choose to use the power of creation to repair their magic tools after they were severely damaged. This was also the reason why the power of creation could become a hard currency in the hands of high-level cultivators. It's just. Why didn't Daoist Yinju repair it? Chen Daoxuan frowned. It can't be that it can't be repaired, right? As a third-tier upper-grade armament master, Chen Daoxuan could not tell the grade of this jade talisman in the slightest. However, it was obvious that this jade talisman was not a spiritual talisman, but a magic tool. Because there were unique Dharma Deo patterns on the spiritual talisman, it was very different from a magic tool. One could tell at a glance. After fusing with the array, the appearance of the magic tool did not look strange at all. Only by relying on the spiritual aura of the magic tool or activating the magic tool to make the magic tool appear array patterns could one determine the grade of the magic tool. However, when Chen Daoxuan poured mana into this jade talisman, it did not move at all. After fiddling with it for a while, Chen Daoxuan, who had gained nothing, could only put away the jade talisman. After putting away the jade talisman, Chen Daoxuan took out the second item. The jade slip he had obtained from Zai Ling. After immersing his divine sense into the jade slip, Chen Daoxuan quickly finished reading the secret technique to conceal his aura and divine sense. This secret technique was called the Hibernation Awakening Cicada Breathing Technique, and it was a technique that was as high as Tier 4. According to the description of this spell, Zai Ling had only just begun to cultivate it. Otherwise, she would never have been discovered by Chen Daoxuan when she secretly peeked at him. Although Chen Daoxuan's spiritual sense was not comparable to a nascent soul, it was much stronger than a golden core cultivator of the same level. Even so, Fairy Purple Water Chestnut, who was at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion, could hide from Chen Daoxuan's divine sense. It could be seen how powerful this secret technique that hid one's divine sense and aura was. The breath-holding skill that Chen Daoxuan had been practicing was something he had obtained from a female captive in Guang'an Prefecture when he was in the aura refining stage. All these years, he had been in the heart of the infinite star sea, and he had never thought of changing his breath-holding skill. In normal times, the effect of breath control was indeed not great. As the young patriarch of the Chen family, he held the largest family power in Kangzhou. He was not one of those cowardly itinerant cultivators. Why would he cultivate the breath-holding skill? Chen Daoxuan had practiced the art of qi concealing back then because his family and his own strength were relatively weak, and he had too many secrets in his hands, so he had to keep a low profile. However, as the Chen family grew stronger step by step, his strength increased step by step. The matter of concealing his aura was also getting further and further away from Chen Daoxuan. A true expert, which one of them would be cowardly? Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan shook his head. One didn't expect that after cultivating to this day, I would have to study another breath concealment technique. Although he was joking, he knew in his heart that he was in the heart of the Xianqing Dao Alliance and was in an extremely dangerous situation. Especially after the battle in Golden Origin Immortal City, his threat to the Xianqing Dao Alliance would definitely rise to another level. An existence whose strength was close to that of a top perfected lord was lurking in the hinterland of the Xianqing Dao League during the war between the Xianqing Dao League and the Qianyuan Sword Sect. Which faction could tolerate this? Chen Daoxuan was certain that the Xianqing Dao League would definitely hunt him down crazily. The next time he made a move, he might not encounter one top true lord, but several top true lords working together. Chen Daoxuan had almost lost to the Yu Palace Lord. Several top perfected lords, especially those who were proficient in spatial laws, might really fail him. Therefore, he had no choice. Chen Daoxuan had to do everything he could to increase his survivability. Chapter 509, Startling Cicada Breathing Technique, 3. If he wanted to increase his survivability, strengthening his own strength was definitely the best way. To Chen Daoxuan. Right now, there were two ways to increase one's strength. One was to increase one's cultivation, and the other was to increase one's great Dao realm. It was very difficult to raise one's cultivation in a short period of time. Even though Chen Daoxuan's great Dao realm was far ahead of his own cultivation, it had only been less than a year since he broke through to the golden core stage. It was already very good that he could stabilize his cultivation in such a short period of time. Unless he obtained a treasure similar to the essence of vital qi, he could directly increase his cultivation without having to painstakingly refine spiritual qi. Otherwise, if Chen Daoxuan wanted to raise his cultivation from the golden core stage to the nascent soul stage, he would need at least 100 years. Apart from qi refinement, body refinement was the same. Chen Daoxuan did not lack body tempering treasures. Be it blood crystals or blood marrow, or even the true meaning of indestructibility, he had a lot of them in stock. But at the same time, the improvement of body refinement cultivation was also an extremely time-consuming matter. Chen Daoxuan's body refining cultivation had only reached the early stage of the skull-shattering realm. He could be said to be at the bottom of all golden core cultivators. This was also the reason why Chen Daoxuan never engaged in close combat with nascent soul cultivators. Compared to his great Dao realm, his body was as fragile as a porcelain doll. Under the absolute difference in physical strength, no matter how strong his close combat skills were, it was useless. Raising one's cultivation was not advisable. There was only the second method, which was to increase the realm of the great Dao. This method could quickly increase Chen Daoxuan's strength. Before the trip to Golden Origin Immortal City, his spatial law was only at the middle stage law realm. After obtaining True Monarch Golden Origin's treasure, his spatial law advanced to the high stage law realm. After fusing with the water element laws, its power soared. As a result, his strength was close to that of a top perfected lord, and he was much stronger than when he fought against perfected Lord Ming Huang. If he could advance his water element laws to the high stage law realm, then his fusion of the air and water laws would reach 50%. Even among the top perfected lords, his strength was considered to be at the top. However, in order to reach this step, in addition to consuming the power of creation, Chen Daoxuan also had to increase his nomological fusion degree. When both laws reached the high stage law realm, the law fusion rate would definitely decrease. The higher the law realm, the greater the rejection. If a high stage and early stage law realm expert could have a 50% fusion rate, then two high stage law realm laws definitely wouldn't have a 50% fusion rate. If he wanted to reach another 50% degree of fusion, Chen Daoxuan would have to work hard on the Dao of array formations. This was because his nomological fusion was forcefully fused by borrowing the power of the formation and the will of the two immortal swords. This was completely different from other top perfected lords. The advantage of Chen Daoxuan doing this was that he could quickly increase his strength, but the disadvantage was that he knew the effect but did not know the reason. After all, forcefully fusing was still ignorant. The further one went, the greater the rejection of the laws they encountered. However, the advantage was that he did not need to painstakingly comprehend the mysteries of law fusion to directly fuse the two laws. It was like doing a question. The other top perfected lords fused their nomological laws and were thinking and solving problems step by step, while Chen Daoxuan was directly copying the answers. Although the answer was the same. However, the other top perfected cultivators knew the truth and also knew the reason. Although Chen Daoxuan had used the power of the array to forcefully fuse the nomological laws, he did not know the profundity contained in the fusion of the nomological laws. The further the law fusion progressed, the more difficult it would be. Chen Daoxuan's method, in the later stages, the resistance he encountered would also become greater and greater. However, in the early stages, his method of fusing nomological laws was undoubtedly much faster than other top-notch perfected lords who cultivated hard on their own. Chapter 510, Crazy Attack, 1. Without the power of creation, it's very difficult to increase the realm of the Great Dao in a short period of time. In this dangerous situation, the only way is to increase the ability to hide oneself. Chen Daoxuan thought to himself. He raised his head, especially when one sneak into the Qingwei sect in the future. Ever since Chen Daoxuan found out that the Qingwei sect possessed the Tei divine water, he had basically confirmed what the Sea Calming Hall Master's one-year promise meant. If his guess was correct, the Sea Suppressing Palace Hall Master would definitely launch a surprise attack on the Qingwei sect in 10 months. His goal was the Supreme Divine Water. From the perspective of the Qian Yuan Sword sect, even if they couldn't snatch the Tei divine water from the Qingwei sect, they had to destroy it as much as possible. They couldn't let the Qingwei sect get it. Destroying the enemy's treasure in the enemy's lair, how difficult it was, Chen Daoxuan found it hard to imagine. But for Chen Xianhe, he had to try. Chen Daoxuan knew that if he missed this opportunity, Chen Xianhe would have no chance of survival. That's right. He had already decided to help the Sea Calming Palace Lord. The Qian Yuan Sword sect launched a general attack on the Xianqing Dao League in order to attract the attention of the Xianqing Dao League, forcing the Xianqing Dao League, especially the Qingwei sect, to divide their forces to protect their respective territories. In this way, the pressure on the Sea Calming Hall Master to attack the Qingwei sect would definitely be much less. However, no matter how small the pressure was, the Hall Master of the Sea Hall was still facing the entire Qingwei sect. Putting aside the other members of the Qingwei sect, the sect master of the Qingwei sect was definitely in the sect. One had to know that the sect master of the Qingwei sect was known as the #1 expert of the Xianqing Dao Alliance. He was definitely more powerful than the Sea Suppressing Palace Lord, who had yet to break through to the world level. Not counting the other perfected cultivators, the Sea Calming Palace Hall Master would have a hard time dealing with this person alone. Not to mention, there must be at least a dozen perfected cultivators guarding the sect beside the sect master of the Qingwei sect. In addition, there was the sect protection array of the Qingwei sect. No matter how Chen Daoxuan looked at it, the Sea Suppressing Hall Master attacking the Qingwei sect alone was an act of courting death. Of course. Since the Qian Yuan Sword sect dared to let the Sea Calming Palace Master attack the enemy's nest, they would definitely be prepared. However, Chen Daoxuan couldn't figure out what kind of preparation could give the Qian Yuan Sword sect such confidence. The decision to accompany the Sea Calming Hall Master in the assault on the Qingwei sect was probably the riskiest decision Chen Daoxuan had ever made since he embarked on the path of cultivation. But there were some things that Chen Xian had to do. Otherwise, he would live his life without any regrets. Hibernation Awakening Cicada Breathing Technique. Chen Daoxuan looked through the contents of the breath-holding skill in the jade slip, and the expression on his face became more and more serious. According to the description of this technique, once this technique was mastered and used, ordinary golden core cultivators would not be able to find any flaws in the aura. Even if a golden core cultivator stood in front of Chen Daoxuan and used his spiritual sense to probe him, he would only feel that he was scanning a mass of air. If it was used with the invisibility spell, it was definitely the only way to sneak into the enemy's nest and cause damage. It has such a strong effect at the beginner level. After reaching perfection, it won't be difficult for even top-tier true lords to discover it. Chen Daoxuan continued to read the book. Sure enough, according to the description of this technique, if a nascent soul's divine sense did not reach more than 50,000 miles, it would be impossible to discover a cultivator who had used the perfected realm of the awakening cicada breathing technique. With the perfection realm of the hibernation awakening cicada breathing technique and the invisibility technique, I'll have a much higher chance of infiltrating the Qingwei sect in the future. Chen Daoxuan muttered. Compared to the breath-holding skill he had obtained from the foundation-building female captive in the refinement stage, this fourth-tier hibernation awakening cicada breath technique was undoubtedly much more profound. Even ordinary golden core cultivators would have to spend a lot of energy to enter the realm of enlightenment. It had to be said that Zi Ling, as a cultivator of the 9th level of the Purple Mansion, was actually able to cultivate this 4th-tier spell. It could be said that her talent was extraordinary. But no matter how extraordinary her talent was, compared to Chen Daoxuan, the gap was still too big. Especially now that Chen Daoxuan's primordial enlightenment scripture had reached the 3rd level, he could almost freely adjust his comprehension. Cultivating spells and sword scriptures was completely at his fingertips. As long as he had enough comprehension stars, comprehending the Great Dao laws might not be slower than directly improving the Great Dao laws with the power of creation. Moreover, there was another advantage of the stars of comprehension compared to the power of creation, which could not help the owner of the stars' sword Dao map to integrate the Great Path laws. And the stars could. It was difficult to raise the realm of Great Dao laws, but it was even more difficult to fuse Great Dao laws. However, the path of cultivation was like this. The further one went, the more difficult it was to imagine. Otherwise, why would the nascent souls and essence soul Dao lords of this world have tens of thousands of years of lifespan yet not a single one of them could transcend the tribulation to become immortals? The biggest reason was that the path of cultivation became more and more bumpy and rugged. In the quiet room, Chen Daoxuan sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. In his sea of consciousness, the comprehension star rotated slowly. His comprehension also began to soar. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, until it broke through 100 times. Chen Daoxuan's comprehension ability had broken through 100 times. His entire body trembled as if he had broken through some kind of boundary in his body. The originally obscure hibernation awakening cicada breathing technique was as simple as 1 + 1 in his eyes. In less than 3 breaths, the hibernation awakening cicada breathing technique was already at the beginner level. 10 breaths, the hibernation awakening cicada breathing technique was completed. After half a cup of tea's time, he had mastered the hibernation cicada breathing technique. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the hibernation awakening cicada breathing technique was perfected. It took a joss stick's time to cultivate an unfamiliar Tier 4 spell technique to perfection. Chapter 511, Insane Attack, 2. The only price he paid was that the comprehension star in his sea of consciousness had become smaller. He opened his eyes. Chen Daoxuan executed the hibernation awakening cicada breathing technique. In an instant, his aura became as misty as clouds and mist. Immediately after, the aura all over his body completely disappeared. Chen Daoxuan extended his divine sense and scanned everything within the Dual Saint Peak, but no one discovered him. Currently, the one with the highest cultivation level in the Twin Saint Peaks is Zi Ling, who is at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion. There is no reference value in testing the concealment of the divine sense. Chen Daoxuan thought for a moment, retracted his divine sense, and used the invisibility technique again. At this moment, his figure and aura completely disappeared. According to the hibernation awakening cicada breathing technique, even if a top perfected cultivator were to stand in front of him, he wouldn't be able to discover him if the other party didn't cultivate a high-level spirit eye secret technique and took the initiative to use it. This closed-door cultivation time was the shortest time since Chen Daoxuan cultivated. In less than an hour. It was not even as long as the time he spent cultivating every day when he was in the Lianqi stage. Chen Daoxuan, who was in the hinterland of the Xianqing Dao alliance, naturally did not have the mood to cultivate in peace. He had not forgotten the purpose of his trip, which was to create chaos for the Xianqing Dao alliance. It would be even better if he could rob the power of creation and improve his great Dao realm. Now, his mastery of the laws of space had already reached the high stage of the Law realm. If he didn't break through to the world level in the Great Dao, it would be impossible for him to advance further in the laws of space. Right now, the only thing Chen Daoxuan could improve was the water element laws at the initial stage of the Law realm, as well as the fusion of the air and water laws. Of course, it was also possible to comprehend new laws. However, this difficulty was clearly greater than increasing the water element laws and the fusion of the air and water laws. Raising the water element laws required the consumption of the power of creation. In order to increase the nomological laws of space and water, other than relying on his comprehension ability to slowly comprehend them, he could only take a shortcut and increase his array formation realm. He could use the power of the array formation and his thoughts to forcefully fuse the two nomological laws. Chen Daoxuan had taken this shortcut quite well. The fusion of the laws of space and water had barely reached 50%. From the point of view of the great Dao laws, Chen Daoxuan was no different from an ordinary top-perfected cultivator. The only flaw was that his cultivation was far inferior to a top true lord. Even if he relied on the stellar sword Dao diagram, he was still no match for Yuya Palace Master. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to increase the integration of the air and water laws. Chen Daoxuan frowned. The best method now was to continue robbing the Xianqing Alliance. Power of creation. The profound pure Dao Alliance probably did not have the world origin pearl. Even if they did, there were very few of them. Only the power of creation, the hard currency of high-level cultivators, should have been stored by the Xianqing Dao Alliance. The 3 bottles of power of creation he had obtained from robbing True Lord Gold Origin's treasure trove were a classic example. Although Chen Daoxuan did not kill True Monarch Gold Origin as planned during the trip to Gold Origin Immortal City, he was still able to kill True Monarch Gold Origin. However, he had taken the other party's treasure and destroyed Golden Origin Immortal City, causing quite a bit of trouble for the logistics of the Xianqing Dao Alliance's front lines. It was not like he had gained nothing. It was precisely because he had obtained 300 drops of creation power from Lord Gold Origin that his space law was able to advance from the middle stage of the Law Realm to the upper stage of the Law Realm. Now, his water element laws still needed to be advanced. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan not only had the hibernation awakening cicada breathing technique and the invisibility technique with him, but he also had a special warning jade talisman that he had obtained from Daoist Yenju. The hinterland of the Xianqing Dao League might be a dangerous place for other cultivators in the Infinite Star Sea, but it might be a treasure land for Chen Daoxuan. After all, with his current strength, as long as he was not targeted by a top-notch nascent soul who was proficient in spatial laws, there were basically not many people who could stop him. And in the entire Xianqing Dao Alliance, how many top-perfected lords were there? The front line of the Xianqing Dao League was still fighting with the Qianyuan sword sect. How many people could they send to hunt down Chen Daoxuan? Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan instantly became spirited. He took out a jade slip from True Monarchian Vulture's storage ring. According to his inspection, this jade slip recorded the logistics transportation route of the Xianqing Dao Alliance. Moreover, these transportation routes had to pass through Golden Origin Immortal City. Even though Golden Origin Immortal City was destroyed, the front lines would not stop because the war between the two sides was still raging. From the route map recorded in the jade slip, Chen Daoxuan determined that there were roughly 3 routes that the Xianqing Dao Alliance used to transport precious resources. Chen Daoxuan wasn't interested in normal resources. Even if he plundered, it would not hurt the rich and imposing Xianqing Dao Alliance. However, precious resources were different. The precious resources here referred to resources that were useful to cultivators above the Purple Prefecture realm. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan had a plan in mind. In the quiet room, Chen Daoxuan's figure instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already 2,300 miles away. Teleportation. After identifying the direction, Chen Daoxuan continued to teleport and disappeared. 5 days later, south of the Golden Origin Immortal City, Chen Daoxuan took a big detour and rushed from the southeast to the southwest of Golden Origin Immortal City. It spanned hundreds of thousands of miles. However, he could use spatial teleportation to travel, so he did not feel that it was too far. In the void, Chen Daoxuan used the terror cicada breathing technique and invisibility technique at the same time, hiding in the void. In the distance, a large-scale transportation spirit ship flew towards Chen Daoxuan. He swept the area with his divine sense. A mid-nascent soul cultivator is personally transporting them. It seems like these resources are quite precious. With the perfection realm, hibernation awakening cicada breathing technique, even if Chen Daoxuan used his spiritual sense to scan this mid-nascent soul cultivator, the other party wouldn't notice. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan finally felt the perverse side of the hibernation awakening cicada breathing technique. When this secret technique was cultivated to its extreme, it was simply the only way to ambush people. Chen Daoxuan spread out his divine sense and confirmed that there were no reinforcements from the Xianqing Dao Alliance within 2,300 miles. He immediately revealed himself. Chen Daoxuan stood in the air in white. In front of him, a transparent celestial sword and a light blue celestial sword were forcibly fused into one under the effect of the formation. This time, the moment Chen Daoxuan came up, he used his trump card. Apart from the stellar sword Dao diagram, which consumed a lot of energy, he had gone all out. After all, he didn't know the strength of the midnascent soul cultivator on this large spirit ship. Perhaps the other party was like the sea-suppressing hall master back then, and his great Dao realm far exceeded his cultivation? But in the end, the immortal sword fused with the laws of space and water directly pierced through the chest of this unknown perfected lord of the Xianqing Dao alliance. In the next moment, a terrifying power of laws erupted. It instantly destroyed this body that had fused with the true meaning of indestructibility. Who is it? A 2-inch-long nascent soul escaped from his destroyed body. His divine sense swept the void and finally found Chen Daoxuan standing in the air. As Chen Daoxuan deliberately controlled his beloved, the power of this attack was all concentrated on the nascent soul. Even the large spirit ship he was riding on was not damaged at all. In the eyes of other cultivators, his immediate superior seemed to have been hit by an invisible attack. Following that, his body began to collapse. A large amount of true meaning of indestructibility floated in the spirit ship, causing everyone to look at each other in dismay. In the next moment, they saw their boss's nascent soul leave his body and fly out of the spirit ship. All of this happened too quickly. With their cultivation and strength, they could not tell what had happened at all. Their nascent souls had already been destroyed. Your reaction is not bad. Chen Daoxuan nodded. With his current strength, he launched a sneak attack on a nascent soul true lord. At the last moment, he actually allowed the nascent soul to escape. The nascent soul's reaction was fast. But it also ended here. A nascent soul cultivator's physical body was destroyed. Although he would not die for the time being, at least 90% of his strength would be lost. This mid-nascent soul cultivator from the Xianqing Dao League was already far weaker than Chen Daoxuan. Now that he had less than 10% of his strength left, how could he fight Chen Daoxuan? The moment this mid-nascent soul cultivator discovered Chen Daoxuan, his nascent soul's toot little face immediately revealed a shocked expression. Chen Daoxuan. After saying that, he turned around and fled. Although nascent soul cultivators' nascent souls couldn't last long, they were much faster than flying with their bodies. If some nascent soul cultivators were willing to pay the price, they could even teleport for a short distance. However, when the nascent soul cultivator used short-distance teleportation, a terrifying white figure blocked in front of him. Instantly, a feeling of despair welled up in his heart. It was over. Chapter 512, The Headache-Inducing Xianqing Dao Alliance, 1. Chen Daoxuan slowly released his right hand. He looked coldly at the nascent soul that had been shredded into nothingness by the spatial laws. Even in death, he didn't know the name of this mid-nascent soul cultivator. Unknowingly, a mid-nascent soul cultivator couldn't even last one round against him. Even though he had taken advantage of the sneak attack this time, even if he did it openly, the other party would not be able to last more than 3 rounds. Chen Daoxuan knew that it wasn't that this mid-nascent soul cultivator was too weak, but that he was too strong. The legendary invincible Genren who could fight with nascent soul cultivators was a joke in front of Chen Daoxuan. Killing ordinary perfected cultivators was like slaughtering dogs. This was the current Chen Daoxuan. After fighting with nascent souls several times, Chen Daoxuan finally had a clearer understanding of his own strength. With his current strength, if he used all his trump cards, he should be in the first tier below the top perfected cultivators, and his strength should be infinitely close to the top perfected cultivators. The only difference between Chen Daoxuan and a true lord was his basic cultivation. In other words, his mana was too weak, so weak that even a supreme treasure like the stellar sword Dao map couldn't make up for it. However, the improvement of cultivation was not something that could happen overnight. Chen Daoxuan suddenly missed the essence of Yuan Qi. If he had a large amount of Pneuma essence now, he could directly push his cultivation to the late-stage Golden Core realm. At that time, with the help of the Star Sword Dao map, his strength would definitely be comparable to a top-perfected cultivator. He shook his head. Chen Daoxuan retracted his thoughts and turned to look at the large spirit ship in front of him. At this moment, after Chen Daoxuan killed the highest-ranking member of the Xianqing Dao Alliance's large-scale transport spirit ship, it crashed into a spatial barrier. Space cage. Chen Daoxuan cast a spatial cage and trapped the large spirit ship that was flying at high speed in the cage. It was not until they hit the spatial barrier that the cultivators on the spirit ship reacted. Sweeping his divine sense over, Chen Daoxuan saw many terrified faces on the spirit ship. He did not know the cultivators on the spirit ship, but this was war, and he could not be merciful. When the other cultivators saw Chen Daoxuan's cold expression, they also realized their fate. An unknown cultivator roared. "He won't let us off. Let's fight him to the death. Let's go all out. We have so many people. Even if we die, we can break one of his teeth. Kill." NN. The first cultivator controlled his flying sword and attacked Chen Daoxuan. In the next moment, spells followed closely behind and attacked Chen Daoxuan like a tide. For a moment, flying swords, fire and lightning flashed in the air, completely drowning Chen Daoxuan's tiny figure. However, just as these attacks were about to land on Chen Daoxuan, a water curtain blocked in front of him. All the flying swords, flames and lightning were blocked by this thin water curtain. Amongst the 5 elemental laws, other than the earth elemental laws, the water elemental laws were best at defense. Using the water element laws to block these flying swords and spells was simply a waste of talent. Seeing that everyone was focusing their fire but could not even break through the defense that Chen Daoxuan had casually set up, everyone was in despair. "Since you guys are done, it's my turn," Chen Daoxuan said coldly. After saying that, a transparent immortal sword passed through the chests of everyone on the large spirit ship at an unbelievable speed. In less than a breath, all the cultivators were shredded into nothingness by Chen Daoxuan's spatial laws. In front of the spatial strangulation of the high-stage law realm, even a physical body that had initially fused with the true meaning of indestructibility could not withstand Chen Daoxuan's attack. After killing the last cultivator, this large-scale transportation spirit ship floated quietly in the spatial cage like a ghost ship. Chen Daoxuan flashed and landed on the deck of the spirit ship. Sweeping with his dharmic powers, Chen Daoxuan stored all the resources, treasures, and storage rings of the spirit ship into the Grotto Heaven Dharma artifact that he carried with him. Then, he flew out of the spirit ship and completely destroyed this huge spirit ship with a sword. Finally, he teleported and disappeared on the spot. This battle. From the moment he destroyed the nascent souls of the Xianqing Dao Alliance to killing all the cultivators who transported the resources, to snatching all the resources and leaving. In total, it took less than the time to brew a cup of tea. It was extremely efficient. However, this was the threat of a top-notch true lord proficient in spatial laws ambushing the enemy from behind. Especially when the two sides were fighting at the front line. 3 months later, Chen Daoxuan looked at the large transport spirit ship that had crashed in front of him and disappeared on the spot expressionlessly. His figure appeared again. He was already tens of thousands of miles away. In these 3 months, Chen Daoxuan attacked crazily, constantly attacking the Xianqing Dao Alliance's transportation lines to support the front lines, giving the Xianqing Dao Alliance a headache. However, Chen Daoxuan's strength was extremely strong. Sending ordinary nascent souls to kill him was simply like beating a dog with meat buns. There was no return. By sending a top-perfected cultivator to encircle them, Chen Daoxuan seemed to have received the news in advance and could always escape early. In addition, top-perfected cultivators were not cabbages. There were not many top-perfected cultivators in the Xianqing Dao League. They were still at war with the Qianyuan sword sect, and the top-perfected cultivators were even more inferior. Therefore, he had no choice. To encircle and annihilate Chen Daoxuan, the Xianqing Dao Alliance could only send out 3 teams led by top-perfected cultivators who were proficient in spatial laws. This was because the Xianqing Dao Alliance knew that sending other top-perfected lords would not be able to kill Chen Daoxuan. The Yuya Palace Lord was a classic example. The Xianqing Dao Alliance naturally could not make the same mistake twice. Chapter 513, Xianqing Dao Alliance, 2. However, it was too difficult for 3 nascent soul-perfected lord teams led by top-perfected lords to capture Chen Daoxuan in the vast hinterland of the Xianqing Dao League. This was also the reason why the Qianyuan sword sect would not easily fall out with the Yuanying stage families in the Infinite Star Sea. Although the Qianyuan sword sect was powerful, if a nascent soul cultivator was shameless, the damage caused would be too great. The nascent soul stage cultivators had many tricks up their sleeves. It would be more difficult to catch them in the Infinite Star Sea, which was much wider. Qingwei sect. In the sect's meeting hall, The sect master of Qingwei sect, who was sitting at the head of the table, had a cold expression on his face as he said, "How many times is this? In just 3 months, 13 transportation routes were destroyed. And you haven't even touched the enemy's shadow." As he spoke, the feminine sect master looked at Elder He. "How does your shadowless palace do things? What use does the sect have for you people?" Elder He didn't even dare to raise his head after being scolded by his sect master. Phew! The sect master of the Qingwei sect reprimanded him and slowly heaved a sigh of relief. "How's the matter one asked you to do?" The Zhang family said they would consider it. Elder He cupped his hands. 2. LLMPH, consider. The sect master of the Qingwei sect sneered. "Tell him to take down the Chen family. I'll give him the remaining half of the treasure." Sect master. Hearing this, before Elder He could say anything, Elder Yun's expression changed drastically. "That treasure is extremely precious. It's of great use to the sect. It's not even inferior to the Tai Celestial Pond. Isn't it too?" Elder Yun, of course one know about this, but now that the Daoist Alliance is at a disadvantage in the battle with the Qian Yuan Sword Sect, those fence-sitters in the Infinite Star Sea don't dare to bet on us. Then, the sect master of Qingwei sect sighed again. "Fei Qingxiu is really a good woman. In just 400 years, she has cultivated such a large number of Yuanying stage cultivators who are loyal to the Qian Yuan Sword Sect. If it weren't for the Tai Divine Water that was produced by our Tai Celestial Pond, the Qian Yuan Sword Sect wouldn't have been able to wait any longer. If the Qian Yuan Sword Sect was given another few hundred years, the other party's strength would have completely surpassed our Xianqing Dao League." Hearing this, Elder Yun nodded and said, "The Qian Yuan Sword Sect's policy towards itinerant cultivators does have many merits. If the Dao Alliance survives this crisis, we must renegotiate with the Profound Sun Sect about our attitude towards itinerant cultivators." Hearing this, the sect master of the Qingwei sect waved his hand tiredly. "Let's discuss this matter again." After saying that, the avatar of the Qingwei sect's sect master instantly disappeared from the throne. Seeing that the sect master had left, the rest of the Qingwei sect's higher UPS either dispersed with their mana incarnations or left in a flash of light. Only Elder Yun was left sighing in silence. He knew very well that the sect master was unwilling to change the attitude of the Xianqing Dao Alliance towards itinerant cultivators. As a higher-up of the Xianqing Dao Alliance, Elder Yun knew very well that the rise of rogue cultivators would bring many problems. The first was the threat to the Xianqing Dao Alliance's ruling position. Secondly, there was also the encroachment on the interests of the higher UPS of the Xianqing Dao Alliance. Just like the Infinite Star Sea, the cultivation clans in the territory of the Xianqing Dao Alliance basically had the upper echelons of the Xianqing Dao Alliance standing behind them. This included Yun Kun. And the rise of itinerant cultivators would not only threaten the ruling position of the Xianqing Dao Alliance, but it would also encroach on the direct interests of the upper echelons of the Xianqing Dao Alliance. One could imagine how much resistance this policy would encounter once it was implemented. This was the biggest reason why Fei Qingxiu had always been opposed by the sect's higher UPS led by the third elder in the Qian Yuan Sword Sect. This was under the circumstances that Fei Qingxiu had opened up the Yun Nation battlefield and did not directly attack the interests of the higher UPS of the sect. If the Xianqing Dao League wanted to learn from the Qian Yuan Sword Sect, they would encounter even greater resistance. The sect master of the Qingwei sect was unwilling to do so. As the strongest cultivator in the Xianqing Dao League, other than being the leader of the Xianqing Dao League and the leader of the Qingwei Dao sect, he also had an extremely large cultivation family behind him. If he were to support wandering cultivators, the cultivation clan behind him would have to give up a large amount of benefits. How could he accept this? It was easy to cut other people's flesh, but how many people in the world could cut their own flesh? Even Chen Daoxuan would not agree if he was asked to cut off the flesh of the Chen family to support itinerant cultivators. This was also one of the reasons why Fairy Qi Yao had tried to recruit him on behalf of Fei Qingxiu but was rejected. This was because Chen Daoxuan was a typical cultivation clan. As for the sect leader of the Qian Yuan Sword Sect and his faction, they were actually representatives of the interests of the itinerant cultivators. Honestly speaking, Chen Daoxuan should belong to the third elder's side. Of course, Chen Daoxuan himself had a conflict of interest with third elder and the others. Kangzhou was originally the Ye family's private land, but now it was occupied by the Chen family. One could imagine how Ye Yin felt about Chen Daoxuan and the Chen family. At the front line of the Yun nation. Within the Scarlet Wyrm Immortal City. Perfected Lord Linwu sat at the head of the table while the other perfected lords sat beside him. Below. All the golden course stood and looked at true Lord Linwu who was sitting at the head of the hall. Ha ha ha, good. 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 Perfected Lord Linwu put down the communication talisman in his hand and beamed with joy. At the side. A late nascent soul cultivator smiled and cupped his hands. Senior Immortal, why are you so happy? Perfected Lord Linwu didn't keep him in suspense. He waved his hand and said, according to the news from the Shadow Palace, another logistics transportation line of the Xianqing-Dao Alliance has been destroyed. This is already the 13th transportation line of the Xianqing-Dao Alliance that has been destroyed so far. Hearing this, the late-stage nascent soul cultivator was also overjoyed. He lightly exchanged blows with his fist and said excitedly, in that case, wouldn't nearly a third of the Xianqing-Dao Alliance's logistics be destroyed? Indeed. Perfected Lord Linwu smiled and nodded. Chen Daoxuan has really made a great contribution this time. When one returned to the sect, one will personally ask the sect master for his merit. Oh, Senior Immortal wants to return to the sect. When the other nascent souls heard this, they also looked at true Lord Linwu in surprise. Perfected Lord Linwu had been guarding the front line of the Yun nation for hundreds of years, and he had become a legend in the Infinite Star Sea. This was the first time he had expressed his intention to return to the sect. It was a big deal for the Qian Yuan sword sect that a top perfected lord with both strength and reputation was going to return to the sect. In terms of the prestige of the sect, perfected Lord Linwu was much higher than the Seacoming Hall Master. To some extent, Fei Qingxiu, the sect master of the Qian Yuan sword sect, was not as prestigious as perfected Lord Linwu, who had been guarding the front line of the Yun nation for hundreds of years. The return of perfected Lord Linwu might change the power structure of the Qian Yuan sword sect. Hearing this, perfected Lord Linwu laughed. I'm a disciple of the Qian Yuan sword sect. Of course, I have to return to the sect. Besides, if we win this battle, the Xianqing-Dao League won't be able to make any more waves. Fei Qingxiu was worried that the Supreme Divine Water would create an Essence Soul Dao Lord for the Xianqing-Dao Alliance. Perfected Lord Linwu's idea was even more brutal. He wanted to kill all the late-stage nascent soul cultivators of the Xianqing-Dao Alliance before they had an Essence Soul Dao Lord. At that time, even if the Xianqing-Dao Alliance had the Supreme Divine Water, no one would be able to break through to the Essence Soul Dao Lord realm. What use would that be? Of course, this idea was even crazier than the Seacoming Hall Master attacking the Qingwei sect alone. There were at least hundreds of nascent soul cultivators in the Xianqing Alliance. Even if there were fewer late nascent soul cultivators, there were still dozens of them. As for the top perfected lords, the two sects of the Xianqing-Dao Alliance added up to exactly 20 people. No, true monarch Red Flood Dragon had died, so there were only 19 people now. These 19 were the top combat strength of the Xianqing-Dao Alliance. In comparison, the number of top perfected cultivators in the Qian Yuan sword sect was a little less than that of the Xianqing-Dao League, only 15. However, the Qian Yuan sword sect had even more Yuanying stage cultivators. In this battle, the Yuanying stage cultivators of the Heavenly Yuan sword faction almost scared the Xianqing Alliance silly. A rough estimate. More than 500 nascent soul cultivators of the Qian Yuan sword sect were exposed in this war. Although most of them were early-stage and mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. However, as long as these early-stage and mid-stage nascent soul cultivators didn't meet a top-notch perfected cultivator one-on-one, they could still fight with them. This was the true strength that the Qian Yuan sword sect had accumulated over the past 400 years. Among the more than 500 nascent souls, there were less than 200 nascent soul cultivators who truly belonged to the main sect of the Qian Yuan sword sect. More than 300 of them were nascent souls who were itinerant cultivators. Although none of the scattered cultivators had reached the level of a top-notch true lord, the number of more than 300 people was still enough to make all the forces in the Infinite Star Sea tremble. If the war between the Qian Yuan sword sect and the Xianqing-Dao League had not broken out, no one would have thought that Fei Qingxiu had secretly accumulated such a terrifying strength for more than 400 years. The outside world had always thought that there were at most 100 itinerant cultivators in the Infinite Star Sea, but it turned out that there were 3 times more than they had guessed. Chapter 514, Complete Repair, 1. Twin Saint Peak. A figure suddenly appeared in front of a cave abode on the dual Saint Peaks. In front of the cave abode, a fairy with a graceful figure stood there, looking around as she waited. You were looking for me. A familiar voice entered Zai Ling's ears, and she was immediately overjoyed. Brother Chen, you're back. Zai Ling took a step forward and looked at Chen Daoxuan carefully. Seeing that he was safe and sound, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chen Daoxuan removed the hibernation awakening cicada breathing technique and recovered his aura. He nodded and said, this time, the Xianqing Dao alliance is biting me very hard. One brought them in a circle, so I came back a little late. It's good that Brother Chen is fine. Zai Ling clutched her chest lightly, looking like she wanted to say something but hesitated. Fairy, if you have something to say, just say it. Hearing this, Zai Ling bit her lip lightly. One know that Brother Chen is eager to defeat the enemy, but you have repeatedly attacked the logistics transportation line of the Xianqing Dao alliance during this period of time. You will definitely be hunted down by the Xianqing Dao alliance. If this continues, I'm afraid that you'll be in danger, Brother Chen. After all, this is the hinterland of the Xianqing Dao alliance. No matter how much advantage the Qian Yuan sword sect has in the frontal battlefield, it will not affect this place, so. Chen Daoxuan smiled faintly and said, Fairy, you mean you want me to stop while I'm ahead? Zai Ling hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Exactly. He pondered for a moment. Chen Daoxuan frowned and said, Fairy, if you feel that it's not safe to follow me, you can leave at any time. One won't stop you. You are the owner of the game. Hearing this, Zai Ling's eyes turned red. Why do you think of me like that? Could it be that in your eyes, I'm such a cowardly person? Very good. Since Fairy and I aren't afraid of death, why should we be afraid of the pursuit of the Xianqing Dao alliance? Zai Ling was rendered speechless by Chen Daoxuan's words. Her chest heaved up and down. After a long time, she disappeared in front of Chen Daoxuan's cave abode in a flash. Seeing her leave, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but stroke his forehead and sigh, women are troublesome. Then, he waved his sleeves. Rumble. The door of the manor cave opened and Chen Daoxuan walked in. In a quiet room in the cave abode, Chen Daoxuan sat cross-legged and counted the loot from the Xianqing Dao alliance's transportation route. When he opened the Eden Dharmic artifact, a large amount of precious resources surged out of it and instantly covered the ground of the cultivation room. This was even a portion that Chen Daoxuan had chosen from the Xianqing Dao alliance's transport ship. The transportation spirit ships of the Xianqing Dao alliance were used to transport supplies to the immortal cities on the front line. The resources loaded inside were simply massive. Just Chen Daoxuan's Grotto Heaven Dharma artifact alone could not hold them at all. Helpless, Chen Daoxuan could only choose the most essential parts to take away. As for the other resources, he could only destroy them on the spot to avoid benefiting the Xianqing Dao alliance. Even so, Chen Daoxuan's cultivation room still couldn't hold all the looted resources. One could imagine how terrifying the resources that Chen Daoxuan had plundered were. It was no wonder that the Xianqing Dao League was hunting him down all over the world. Looking at the resources in front of him, Chen Daoxuan took out a jade bottle. This jade bottle contained 100 drops of power of creation. For other perfected cultivators, although these power of creation were rare, they were not the most precious. However, for Chen Daoxuan, these Lu drops of power of creation were definitely the most precious of all treasures. Unfortunately, among the resources that the Xianqing Dao alliance transported every time, there was not much power of creation. After plundering 13 times, one only managed to accumulate less than 500 drops of power of creation. Chen Daoxuan sighed and shook his head. In fact, this was very normal. The power of creation that the Xianqing Dao alliance sent to the front line was for nascent souls to repair their magical artifacts, not for the nascent souls on the front line to upgrade their magical artifacts. Therefore, the quota for each shipment was naturally not too high. In the Xianqing Dao alliance's transportation route, the real bulk of resources were the various spirit pills, magic tools, spirit talismans, and other resources used by low and middle-level cultivators. On the other hand, the resources used by high-level cultivators were relatively small. This was because there were too few high-level cultivators compared to the vast number of low-level cultivators. This war was hailed by other forces as the decisive battle between the Qianyuan sword sect and the Xianqing Dao alliance. It was not just high-level cultivators who were fighting desperately. In reality, as the Linwu Immortal City launched the first attack on the Xianqing Dao alliance, the Qianyuan sword sect gathered all the forces that could be gathered and rushed straight to the hinterland of the Xianqing Dao alliance. They launched the most intense attack on the Xianqing Dao alliance. In such a life-and-death battle, the casualty rate of the low-level cultivators was much higher than that of the high-level cultivators. In comparison, since the Kangzhou cultivators had recovered the southern mountains city and Chen Daoxuan was alone in the hinterland of the Xianqing Dao League, the Qianyuan sword sect did not order the southern mountain army to continue attacking. Instead, he ordered them to stay in the southern mountains city. Therefore, in this decisive battle, Kangzhou was the province with the least losses among the provinces. As for the other states in the Infinite Star Sea, they all sent cultivators to follow the Qianyuan sword sect and launched the fiercest attack on the Xianqing Dao League. Even the Zhang clan, who was flirting with the Xianqing Dao alliance, was no exception. The Zhang family also sent a large number of elites to Cloud Dream Pass to attack the nearest immortal pass of the Xianqing Dao League. Under such a background, the pressure on the logistics of the Xianqing Dao alliance could be imagined. At this time, an unruly cultivator like Chen Daoxuan appeared in the hinterland of the Xianqing Dao alliance. He crazily destroyed their logistics and transportation lines, causing the cultivators at the front line to often lack resources and suffer serious losses. Chapter 515, Completely Repaired, 2. Facing such a situation, the Xianqing Dao alliance naturally could not tolerate it. They sent a large number of perfected cultivators to hunt down Chen Daoxuan. However, the strange thing was that even though they used all kinds of methods to chase Chen Daoxuan, the other party could always predict their arrival in advance. After chasing for so long, the two sides had not met once. This was the closest time that the true lord of Xianqing League had been to Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan was captured by the divine sense of a top perfected lord, but after taking the other party in a big circle, he finally used the dust banner to escape 100,000 miles away. He made the other party stare helplessly on the spot. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan took out the jade talisman he had seized from Daoist Yenju. After examining it, he sighed with emotion. Didn't expect you to play such a big role this time. The jade talismans that Daoist Yen Vulture mentioned didn't work at times. Chen Daoxuan had robbed the Xianqing Dao alliance 13 times this time, and 4 of them were due to this jade talisman's early warning, which allowed him to avoid the ambush set by the enemy. It could be said that Chen Daoxuan was able to stand here safely because of this jade talisman. In order to capture Chen Daoxuan, the top perfected cultivators sent by the Xianqing Dao League were all proficient in spatial laws. Once they were stuck, Chen Daoxuan definitely wouldn't be able to escape so easily. Although teleportation was an escape technique, it was not absolutely invincible. Otherwise, all the cultivators in the cultivation world would definitely rack their brains to comprehend spatial laws. Under normal circumstances, a nascent soul could restrict the enemy's teleportation by holding a Dao domain Dharma treasure and using it to suppress the void. In addition, perfected lords who were proficient in spatial laws could even prevent perfected lords who also comprehended spatial laws from teleporting. As for supreme world-level true lords, they were completely capable of creating and destroying worlds with a single thought. In front of such a top true lord, teleportation was a joke. If Chen Daoxuan encountered a supreme true lord, his only option would be to use whatever means he had to shatter the world of the other party, then use teleportation to escape. However, the difficulty of shattering his world was no less than directly defeating a supreme world-level true monarch. It was impossible. In other words, if Chen Daoxuan were to encounter a supreme world-level true monarch, he wouldn't even be able to escape. He would definitely die. He knew this very well. In the Xianqing Dao alliance, other than the already dead true monarch Red Flood Dragon, there were still 19 top true monarchs. Not even the Qianyuan sword sect knew how many of these 19 supreme true lords had reached the world level, much less Chen Daoxuan. It was just like how the profound Pure Dao League didn't know that the Sea-Suppressing Hall Master had reached the world level. The strength of a top expert like the Sea-Suppressing Hall Master was the greatest secret of each faction. It concerned the survival of the sect and would not be revealed to the outside world at all. Even Chen Daoxuan, who had such strength and status, did not know how strong the Sea-Calming Palace Lord was. Not to mention the opposing Xianqing Dao alliance. For a long time, the Xianqing Dao League thought that they had done a good job in infiltrating the Qianyuan sword sect. However, this battle had clearly slapped the Xianqing Dao League in the face. They didn't even know the number of itinerant cultivators in the sect, let alone the information of the highest level in the sect. In this regard, Xianqing Dao Alliance could only say that Fei Qingxiu was too sinister. Such a terrifying strength, even far surpassing the strength of the third elder and the neutral faction of the sect, she had actually forcefully hidden it for hundreds of years. What was even more unbelievable was that in these 400 years, Fei Qingxiu had faced third elder's difficulties and aggressiveness more than once, but she had endured it and did not reveal the power she had secretly accumulated. It was only until this decisive battle with the Xianqing Dao alliance that they were caught off guard. Faced with such a grim situation, the Qingwei sect and Profound Sun sect had no choice but to frantically dispatch their nascent souls to the front lines of the Yun nation. Unknowingly, the number of perfected cultivators left behind by the Qingwei sect was less than 10. It could be said that this was the weakest defense Profound Sun sect and Qingwei sect had ever had. However, the Xianqing Dao League had no choice. The hidden strength of the Qianyuan sword sect was too terrifying. They had no choice but to fight desperately. If they did not fight, the Qianyuan sword sect would attack all the way to their nest. In the quiet room, Chen Daoxuan sat cross-legged on a warm jade futon. In front of him, a light blue immortal sword about 3 inches long floated quietly. In front of the praying mat, 5 jade bottles were arranged in a row. Chen Daoxuan was holding a jade talisman in his hand. He looked at the jade talisman and then at the immortal sword that was spinning around, thinking to himself. To Chen Daoxuan, using the power of creation to upgrade the flying snow sword was undoubtedly the fastest way to increase his strength. However, even if this method could increase his strength, it would at most increase his water element laws from the initial stage of the low realm to the upper stage of the low realm. After the water element laws were raised to the high stage low realm, the fusion rate of the air and water laws would definitely decrease. In this way, Chen Daoxuan's strongest attack might not be much stronger. His strength could at most be raised to a level comparable to Yu Palace Master. To be honest, Palace Master Yu was not weak, but it was not a big deal for her to participate in the Sea-Calming Palace Lord's surprise attack on the Qingwei sect. After all, the Qingwei sect was on the same level as the Qianyuan sword sect. Who knew what was hidden in the other party's nest? Even if the other sect did not have any hidden tricks, the sect master of the Qingwei sect and the perfected cultivators who stayed behind were all true top experts. With just him and the sea-suppressing hall master fighting on the opponent's home ground, even if they were to launch a sneak attack, it would be extremely difficult. Unless Chen Daoxuan's strength could suddenly rise to the same level as the sea-suppressing hall master. Otherwise, there wasn't much difference between being infinitely close to a peak true lord and a peak true lord in this ambush. However, using the power of creation in front of him to repair the jade talismans left behind by Reverend Yin Vulture was different. Chen Daoxuan had already personally experienced the effect of this jade talisman. One word, strong. He had relied on this jade talisman to warn them in advance when he escaped from the pursuit and ambush of the Xianqing Dao alliance several times. But at the same time, this jade talisman also had a flaw. It was sometimes effective and sometimes ineffective. Although Chen Daoxuan hadn't encountered a time when it didn't work, he couldn't place his fate on whether it worked or not. He had to make sure that this jade talisman would be effective when he and the Sea-Calming Hall Master attacked the Qingwei sect. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan immediately made a decision. Repair the jade talisman. Even though he wasn't sure if 497 drops of power of creation could completely repair this jade talisman, he was willing to take a gamble. Besides, after this repair, even if the jade talisman could not be completely restored, its warning effect would definitely be further enhanced. At that time, if he wanted the power of creation, he would go to the Xianqing Dao League to snatch it. With this damaged jade talisman, the Xianqing Dao League could not do anything to Chen Daoxuan, let alone after the jade talisman was repaired. Chen Daoxuan opened a jade bottle. Inside the bottle, drops of the power of creation rippled like jade. Chen Daoxuan picked up the jade talisman with his left hand and the jade bottle with his right hand. He slowly poured the jade bottle. Chi chi chi. Drops of the power of creation that looked like jade marrow dripped onto the jade talisman. Next, the crack in the middle of the jade talisman became smaller. It's effective. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan's face lit up. Chi. 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 As the power of creation continued to pour onto the jade talisman, Chen Daoxuan's heart ached. If this power of creation was used to raise the water element laws, his 2 laws would reach the high stage law realm. But very quickly, Chen Daoxuan threw this trace of reluctance to the back of his mind. Because Chen Daoxuan knew what was most important to him now. On the jade talisman, the small cracks on the edges were repaired one by one, except for the main crack in the middle, which was still stubbornly on the jade talisman. Soon, the power of creation in the 4th jade bottle was depleted. Looking at the jade bottle that only had 100 drops of power of creation left, Chen Daoxuan made up his mind and unsealed it, pouring it onto the jade talisman. Chi chi chi. The sound of hot water pouring into the oil pot rang out again. This time, the crack in the middle of the jade talisman finally changed. The largest crack was the same as the small cracks on the edge, slowly closing up. Just before the last drop of the power of creation fell, a dazzling light flashed on the jade talisman, and the crack completely disappeared. 2. It's a success. Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but exclaim in excitement when he saw that the jade talisman had finally been repaired after spending 496 drops of the power of creation. He gently rubbed the jade talisman in his hand. His divine sense once again probed the jade talisman. Unlike the damaged state of true Monarchian Vulture's hand, this time, the jade talisman that had been completely repaired showed all its information to Chen Daoxuan. Chapter 516, Tianji Talisman, 1. Heaven Secrets Talisman. From the information revealed by this jade talisman, Chen Daoxuan learned its true name. I didn't expect that this Heaven Secrets Talisman was actually a component of a 7th-ranked magic tool. Chen Daoxuan frowned. From low to high, magic tools were generally divided into grades 1 to 7. Above that was the Pure Yang Immortal Weapon. Pure Yang Immortal artifacts in the cultivation world were mostly used by sects and factions to suppress their karmic luck. Ordinary cultivators rarely had Pure Yang Immortal artifacts with them. This was true even for Essence Soul Dao Lords. Of course, the sects and forces that could control Pure Yang Immortal weapons were basically the first-rate forces in the Celestial Cloud continent. Second-rate forces like the Qian Yuan Sword sect that possessed Pure Yang Immortal weapons could be counted on one's fingers even in the entire Celestial Cloud continent. It could only be said that the ancestor of the Heaven Essence Sword sect was quite generous. Apart from Pure Yang Immortal weapons, level 7 celestial devices were the best celestial devices a cultivator could use. Even the magical equipment used by many tribulation transcending heavenly venerates was only at the 7th level. It could be seen how precious this kind of magical equipment was. In the immortal cultivation world, Pure Yang true immortals had not appeared for hundreds of thousands of years. The Duja stage was the true peak of the immortal cultivation world, and in order to transcend the tribulation and become an immortal, these heavenly venerates didn't care about the conflicts between the various powers. To them, transcending the tribulation and becoming an immortal was just a matter of time. If they crossed it, they would be able to live as long as the heavens. If he couldn't cross it, then tens of thousands of years of hard work would turn into dust. As long as one wasn't a fool, they would know what to choose. Unless the two-world abyss reignited the flames of war, heavenly venerate tribulation transcendence would never pay attention to these mundane things. Therefore, he had no choice. In the struggle for the sect's benefits, Essence Soul Dao Lords were the strongest combatants. Unless a force wanted to destroy the sect of the Heavenly Venerate Tribulation Transcendence, the Heavenly Venerate Tribulation Transcendence would not care. Just like the war between the Qian Yuan Sword Sect and the Xian Qing Dao League, the nascent soul cultivators of both sides would not attack at all during normal times. Only when this matter was related to the survival of the sect and the decisive battle, the Yuan Yang cultivators of both sides would not care about the attack together. In contrast, the conditions for heavenly venerates to take action were even harsher. This was because these heavenly venerates not only had to consider the consequences of attacking, but they also had to consider their own immortal path. Thus, in the Celestial Cloud continent, the most active sects were not ancient factions with heavenly venerates overseeing them, but sects with Essence Soul Dao Lords overseeing them. Those sects and factions with heavenly venerates overseeing the tribulation transcendence were all more low-key than the other. Usually, these ancient forces only operated within their own sphere of influence. They were too lazy to even go out and communicate with other forces, let alone fight with other forces for benefits. As for the other so-called first-rate forces, they did not dare to provoke these ancient forces. They knew that the reason why they were called a first-rate force was because the true experts had never spoken. Otherwise, how could an essence soul Dao Lord have the slightest chance of fighting back against a heavenly venerate tribulation transcendence? After receiving the information from the Heaven Secrets Talisman, Chen Daoxuan silently withdrew his divine sense. I didn't expect a mere jade talisman to have such a powerful background. Chen Daoxuan raised his head and relaxed his brows. Daoist Master Yin Vulture, you're lucky to have such a precious treasure in your hands without knowing it. That's right. Given your status, how could you gather 500 drops of power of creation to repair this treasure? One must know that a drop of the power of creation would require an early nascent soul cultivator to spend a year to extract it from a spirit stone. As the cultivation of nascent soul cultivators, especially the improvement of their divine souls, the speed of extracting the power of creation would also become faster. However, no matter how much he improved, it was already extremely rare for a late nascent soul cultivator to extract 100 drops of power of creation in a year. No matter how powerful a nascent soul cultivator's spirit was, it was the limit for his divine sense to cover a radius of 100,000 miles. If he wanted to break through this limit, he had to break through to the primordial soul stage. Or rather, his divine sense covered a radius of 100,000 miles, which was the threshold of the primordial soul stage. Such an existence could only extract 100 drops of the power of creation in a year. It could be seen how precious the power of creation was. 500 drops of creation energy meant that an ordinary primal Dao Lord would need 5 years to extract them. Daoist Master Yinju was merely a late-stage golden core cultivator. How could he have the face to ask the nascent soul cultivators in the sect to extract so much power of creation for him? However, this is a treasure belonging to the Celestial Cloud Continent's Grand Moon sect. Chen Daoxuan thought about it carefully. He had heard of the Sun Moon cult before. This sect was an ancient force in the Celestial Cloud Continent. The reason why Chen Daoxuan had seen this name before was that he had read about it in the historical dossier of the Qian Yuan Sword Sect's rescue of the Two-Realm Abyss. As for Sun Moon Sect's Heavenly Secrets Venerable's name, he really didn't know. But then, Chen Daoxuan felt relieved. He had only cultivated for a few years. It had been less than 50 years since he started cultivating on the Red Copper Mountain of Shuanghu Island. 50 years was not even a snap of a finger for a heavenly venerate like him. To these heavenly venerates, fame and fortune were like floating clouds. Transcending the heavenly tribulation and becoming a true immortal was the only goal of these heavenly venerates. Apart from that, they only had the responsibility of protecting their own orthodoxy from being destroyed by external forces. As for letting them expand the territory of the sect and fight for benefits, it was better to wash up and sleep. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan shook his head. Venerable Tianji, a tribulation transcending heavenly venerate, was too far away for him. His current cultivation was not even at the nascent soul stage, only at the early stage golden core stage. Chapter 517, The Apocalypse Talisman, 2. He was still 3 major realms away from the crossing calamity stage, and the gap between them was difficult to estimate. The only thing he was interested in was this repaired Heaven Secrets Talisman. This Heaven Secrets Talisman is one of the components of a Tier 7 magic tool, and it is a low-grade Tier 7 magic tool. Chen Daoxuan muttered, I didn't expect that the completely repaired Heaven Secrets Talisman could actually actively predict good or bad luck. It's really magical. Knowing the effect of the Heaven Secrets Talisman, Chen Daoxuan didn't hesitate and immediately used it to predict for himself. With a thought, Chen Daoxuan instilled the idea of his surprise attack on the Qingwei sect into the Heaven Secrets Talisman. In the next moment, the Heaven Secrets Talisman turned red as if it was bleeding. The Jade Talisman is like blood. It's extremely ominous. Chen Daoxuan's face was ashen. Even though he knew that this trip to the Qingwei Dao sect to obtain the Supreme One Divine Water was extremely dangerous, he didn't expect it to be this dangerous. One had to know that he had robbed the Xianqing Dao Alliance's logistics transportation route 13 times and had been chased by top perfected cultivators several times, but this Heaven Secrets Talisman had never had such a violent reaction. Only this time. Chen Daoxuan had only revealed the idea of attacking the Qingwei sect, and the Tianji talisman had such a big reaction. Seeing the ominous foreboding on the Heaven Secrets talisman, Chen Daoxuan fell silent. According to his nature, since he knew that this trip was a narrow one, he would definitely retreat temporarily and stabilize the situation first. In any case, with his luck and talent, he was almost 100% confident that he would become a tribulation transcendence heavenly venerate in the future. After reaching the crossing calamity stage, with the inheritance he had received in the infinite star sea, there might be a way for him to successfully cross the tribulation and live as long as the heavens. Becoming an immortal. This was almost impossible for countless cultivators, but Chen Daoxuan was very confident. Was he really going to risk his life for Chen Xianhe and give up the chance to become an immortal? Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan panted heavily. One was the temptation of becoming an immortal, and the other was 13th uncle, who treated him like a nephew and did not hold back. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan hesitated. Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but recall the first time he saw Chen Xianhe. This is the Red Copper Mountain. An old man with grey hair and beard was holding a 5-year-old child as he kindly said. Our Chen family's ancestors have all cultivated here. The old man smiled and turned his head. You will also cultivate here in the future. You are of the Dao generation. From today onwards, you will be called Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan. The child raised his head and looked at the tall old man. Daoxuan, what do you want to see here? Chen Xianhe took out a jade slip carefully. The 10-year-old Chen Daoxuan took the jade slip and looked at Chen Xianhe curiously. 13th uncle, this is our clan's most precious artifact refining inheritance. In order to obtain it, our clan has sacrificed too much. Chen Xianhe's expression was a little gloomy. Chen Daoxuan took the jade slip with his tender hands. As a 10-year-old child with an adult soul in his body, he understood the seriousness on Chen Xianhe's face. He knew that this small jade slip must have been obtained with great difficulty. 13th uncle, I will not disappoint you. Chen Daoxuan nodded solemnly. Hearing this, Chen Xianhe exchanged a glance with Chen Daoxuan. He saw something called hope in Chen Daoxuan's eyes. Tears welled up in Chen Xianhe's eyes. The Battle of the Corpse Tide in Kangzhou. Chen Xianhe brought the grim-faced Chen Daoxuan to tour the Red Copper Mountain again. Then, it's the Red Copper Mountain. Chen Xianhe pointed at a bare mountain and sighed. Everything that the Chen family has started from this spirit or mine. 13th uncle. Daoxuan. Chen Xianhe looked at him and said, I'm telling you this because I want to tell you that no matter what happens to our family in the future, I won't blame you, and neither will our family members. Because you've already done everything for the family. Daoxuan, you're worthy of any clansman. In the quiet room, Chen Daoxuan's face was filled with tears. Chen Xianhe's words were still ringing in her ears. Daoxuan, you're worthy of any clansman. Do you have no shame? Chen Daoxuan used his mana to dry his tears. No, I'm ashamed. I didn't repay 13th uncle for raising me, nor did I repay 13th uncle for attaining Dao. How could I dare to say that I'm worthy of any of my clansmen? Chen Daoxuan raised his head. His eyes were like the stars in the night sky, bright and determined. 13th uncle, wait for me. 111 definitely bring back the Supreme One divine water for you and help you successfully build your foundation. In the southwest sea area of the Infinite Star Sea, Shuanghu Island. In an exquisite courtyard, the sun shone on the fake mountains and flowers in the courtyard. In the courtyard, a hunchbacked old man was lying on a recliner made of warm jade. The old man's face was full of scars, and his skin was wrinkled. He looked like he was about to die. Chen Xianhe raised his hand slightly. Beside him, a Chen clan cultivator who was serving him bent down and whispered into Chen Xianhe's ear. Old patriarch, do you have any instructions? Chen Xianhe opened his murky eyes and saw a blurry figure. After a while, the blurry figure gradually became clearer, but he still could not see the appearance of the Chen family descendant in front of him. He only knew that the other party's name was Chen Zirui. Call. Dao Lian, come here. Chen Xianhe felt a little weak. Yes. Chen Zirui cupped his hands and flew out of the courtyard. In less than a moment, 2 streaks of light landed in the courtyard. They were Chen Zirui and Chen Daolan who had rushed over. When she saw Chen Xianhe, Chen Daolan quickly squatted down and whispered into his ear, "Old Patriarch, you were looking for me." "Dao Lian, I'm afraid one don't have much time left." Chen Xianhe smiled. Hearing this, Chen Daolian was shocked. Her hands trembled as she held Chen Xianhe's withered hands. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she shook her head. "No, the young clan leader will definitely have a way. You said that we still have to wait for the young clan leader to return. You haven't seen the young clan leader take revenge for the clan with your own eyes." On the side, the other members of the Chen clan's younger generation also began to sob softly. Chen Xianhe was not only in Chen Daoxuan's heart, but also in the hearts of the Chen family. All these years, Chen Xianhe had placed all the power in the family in Chen Daoxuan's hands, but he himself had nurtured generations of descendants for the Chen family. Until his energy was exhausted and he was old. Chen Xianhe smiled and consoled her, "Foolish child, there is no one who doesn't die. If you don't know the great Dao, it will all be in vain." Chen Daolian lowered her head and sobbed, unable to speak. "Dao Lian, I'm afraid one won't be able to wait until Dao Xian. There are some things I want you to tell him." Chen Daolan sobbed and nodded. "Help me tell him that the proudest thing in my life was bringing him back to the Red Copper Mountain from Changping County to cultivate." Chen Daolan whimpered. "And Chen Daolian seemed to have sensed something and raised his head with a vigilant expression. "Who dares to trespass into my Kang Prefecture's Chen family?" After saying that, Chen Daolan shielded Chen Xianhe behind her. "Interesting." An unfamiliar voice sounded in Chen Daolan's ears. Then, a figure suddenly appeared. Seeing this person in front of him, Chen Daolan's eyes revealed a trace of fear. "Zhang, Ancestor Zhang." Patriarch Zhang was dressed in a black Daoist robe. He was clearly just standing quietly in the courtyard, as if he was the center of everyone's attention. Chen Daolan's body trembled violently when she saw the Zhang family patriarch. After a while, only then did she suppress the fear in her heart and slowly said, "May I know why Ancestor Zhang suddenly visited my Chen family?" Old Ancestor Zhang didn't answer. Instead, he smiled and nodded. "Interesting. You're just a mere early Zifu disciple, and yet you're still so calm when you see me. Your Chen clan truly has many capable people." Hearing this, Chen Daolian suppressed his anger. No matter what, her Chen family was the #1 family in Azure Continent. As the acting clan leader of the Chen family, although her cultivation was not high, she still represented the Chen family's face. To be ambushed by the other party into the Chen family's hinterland and even teased, anyone would be furious. Looking at Chen Daolan's furious expression, old Ancestor Zhang shook his head and said, "Don't look at me like that. I don't have any ill intentions towards your Chen family." Then, he turned to Chen Xianhe. "I came here to invite Patriarch Chen to my extreme night city as a guest to discuss the matter of conquering the Xianqing Dao alliance. Patriarch Chen, what do you think?" Chapter 518, Leaving, 1. Old Patriarch. Old Patriarch. Amidst the exclamations, Chen Xianhe supported himself with the arm of the recliner and stood up shakily. He raised his head and looked at Patriarch Zhang, who was standing with his hands behind his back. He cupped his hands and said, "Please." Seeing Chen Xianhe's reaction, Elder Zhang couldn't help but laugh. "Interesting." As he spoke, he closed his eyes slightly. After a while, he opened his eyes and the corners of his mouth curled up. "Found it." Not long after, a young woman was pulled over by him. In midair, Luo Li's pretty face was filled with fear. She wanted to struggle, but she found that her entire body seemed to be imprisoned and she could not control her body at all. Seeing this scene, Chen Xianhe's expression finally changed. He stared at old Ancestor Zhang and said in a deep voice, "This old man alone is enough to be a guest in Extreme Night Immortal City." Ancestor Zhang shook his head and said, "The expedition against the Xianqing Dao alliance is a serious matter. It's more appropriate to invite the two clan leaders of the Chen family to attend together. Since young clan leader Chen is not here, it's only right to invite his Dao companion to attend on his behalf." On the field, Chen Daolian and the group of Chen clan's junior disciples all had red faces. They wanted to curse, but they realized that they could not even open their mouths to speak. They could only stand in front of Ancestor Zhang because he had shown mercy. Otherwise, with their cultivation base at the Purple Mansion stage, they would all kneel in front of old ancestor Zhang. Chen Daoxuan's eyes were wide open in anger, and blood was seeping out of his eyeballs. But no matter how angry she was, there was nothing she could do now. She could only watch everything happen. Chen Xianhe took a deep breath. He turned around and glanced at the Chen clan, then nodded at Luoli. Finally, he cast his gaze on Patriarch Zhang. Patriarch Zhang, you should be able to tell that one don't have much time left. Chen Xianhe's body trembled. Perhaps I can't stop you from taking us away, but I can decide whether you take me or my body. Hearing this, Patriarch Zhang, who was originally smiling, fell silent. He looked at the old man in front of him who could be blown away by a gust of wind and could not help but ponder. To be honest, the Zhang family didn't want to take sides too early in the battle between the Qianyuan sword sect and the Xianqing Dao League. However, the price offered by the Xianqing Dao League was something the Zhang family couldn't refuse. But at the same time, Chen Daoxuan's performance at the front line made Patriarch Zhang even more fearful. This was an enemy with terrifying strength and endless potential. Especially since this enemy was still alive. Although the Xianqing Dao alliance had said that they would definitely get rid of Chen Daoxuan and not let the Zhang family have any worries, if the Xianqing Dao alliance could really get rid of Chen Daoxuan, would they still pay such a huge price to invite the Zhang family to help? Since Chen Daoxuan was still alive, the Zhang family couldn't go too far. Otherwise, he would not have wasted so much time talking to the Chen family and even invited Chen Xianhe and Luoli under the pretense that they were going to attack the Xianqing Dao alliance. He had already abducted the two of them without saying a word. After all, there was not a single cultivator in the Chen family that was worthy of the Zhang family's attention. Currently, the most powerful people in the Chen clan were only a dozen or so Zifa stage sword Shu. Perhaps a golden core cultivator would pay some attention to this level of strength, but to a late nascent soul cultivator like Patriarch Zhang, he was not even qualified to take it seriously. Patriarch Zhang looked straight into Chen Xianhe's eyes, and Chen Xianhe met his gaze without backing down. A 9th Qi layer cultivator and a nascent soul advanced stage cultivator looked at each other. To outsiders, this scene was undoubtedly extremely sensational. However, for Chen Xianhe, who had no regard for life and death, even if a true immortal came personally, he wouldn't be able to take even half a step back. Patriarch Zhang waved his hand and sighed. Chen Xianhe, you win. Just as he finished speaking, the restraints on the Chen clan members had all disappeared, including Luo Li, who had regained control of her body. Just as the Chen clan members recovered, all the members of the Chen clan took out their magic tools at the same time, ready to attack Patriarch Zhang, as if they were going to die together. Stop! A furious roar stunned everyone. Old Patriarch! Tears of blood flowed out of Chen Daoxuan's eyes. Old Patriarch! Old Patriarch! The eyes of the Chen clan's juniors all turned red, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Humiliation! A great humiliation! The Chen family had been established on Shuanghu Island for hundreds of years. They had flourished and declined, but they had never been humiliated like today. A clan leader was kidnapped by outsiders in front of his clansmen. Chen Xianhe looked at the blood-red eyes of the crowd. His wrinkled face trembled as he said in a deep voice, compared to throwing your lives away with your courage, you should live well. Live until the day you see your enemies cry out in pain. Old Patriarch! Chen Daoxuan's nails pierced deep into his palm, and blood flowed out. Alive, only then will there be hope. After Chen Xianhe finished speaking, he turned to look at Patriarch Zhang and said, Patriarch Zhang, let's go. At this moment, old ancestor Jiang's expression was no longer relaxed. He looked deeply at the Chen clan members on the stage, whose eyes were red but were calm. He suddenly felt a little regretful. Why did the Zhang family provoke such a group of people? Ancestor Zhang realized that even without Chen Daoxuan, the Chen family would still rise in the future. Forget it, it's hard to have both sides in the world. With that, Patriarch Zhang waved his sleeve, and the two of them instantly disappeared in front of everyone. Chen Daoxuan watched as Patriarch Zhang took Chen Xianhe away. He wiped the tears of blood off his face and ordered, get the Deputy Minister of the Military Department to see me. Chapter 519, Leaving, 2. Yes, sir. A Ze cultivator flashed and disappeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. Immediately after, Chen Daoxuan turned to look at the others. Take my personal order and immediately order people to spread the news to the major forces in the Infinite Star Sea, especially the Qianyuan sword sect. The Zhang family has invited Chen Xianhe, the clan leader of the Chen family, to the Extreme Night Immortal City to discuss a plan to defeat the enemy. Yes, sir. Everyone agreed in unison. Watching the crowd leave, Chen Daoxuan was about to leave when Luoli stepped forward to stop her and said, "What can I do?" Chen Daoxuan looked at her and did not speak for a long time. "I'm Chen Daoxuan's Dao companion and also a member of the Chen family." "All right." Chen Daoxuan nodded. "Follow me to the front lines of the Yun nation." "Go to the front line?" "Yes." Chen Daoxuan nodded. "To the southern mountains city." "All right." 3 months later. Twin Saint Peak. In the cultivation room of the cave abode. Chen Daoxuan sat cross-legged on the warm jade futon, sizing up the light blue immortal sword in front of him. "In 3 months, we plundered 17 times, but only succeeded 7 times. Chen Daoxuan frowned. More importantly, he heard a piece of news during the looting process. His Chen clan leader, Chen Xianhe, had been captured by the Xianqing Dao alliance. When Chen Daoxuan heard this news, he simply scoffed. Chen Xianhe was on the Twin Lakes Island, in the heart of the Infinite Star Sea. If the Xianqing Dao League wanted to capture Chen Xianhe, they had to invade the Infinite Star Sea. At this moment, the Xianqing Dao League was in a precarious situation. Seeing that the Yun nation was about to fall, they still wanted to attack the Infinite Star Sea? Chen Daoxuan didn't believe it at all. As for the spies that the Xianqing Dao League had set up in the Infinite Star Sea, they might be able to do this. However, don't forget that these so-called spies were all fence-sitters. It was not a problem for these fence-sitters to add insult to injury, but to ask them to send charcoal in the snow? Did he really think that these fence-sitters were not afraid of death? Therefore, Chen Daoxuan did not believe the news that the Xianqing Dao alliance had revealed to the outside world. He would plunder as he pleased. Helpless. The Xianqing Dao alliance had no choice but to let the top perfected lords escort the supplies. However, the strength of the Yuanying stage of the Xianqing alliance was not enough. After Chen Daoxuan's constant struggle in the rear, the strength of the Yuanying stage became even more tense. It wasn't that the Xianqing Dao League hadn't thought of imitating Chen Daoxuan and causing trouble in the hinterland of the Infinite Star Sea. However, they had sent a nascent soul who was proficient in the law of space to enter the hinterland of the Infinite Star Sea through a detour. As a result, this nascent soul had just destroyed a logistics transportation line of the Qianyuan sword sect when the Void Abyss Toad clan brought the top perfected cultivators of the Qianyuan sword sect to find him and directly killed him. At this point, the Xianqing Dao alliance no longer dared to randomly send people. The Void Abyss Toad clan was famous for having a dog nose and was extremely proficient in spatial positioning. Back then, Daoist Master Shenzhou hid in the Shenzhou Immortal Abode in such a secretive manner, but he was still dug out by the clan leader of the Void Nether Toad clan. However, we can't go on like this. Chen Daoxuan thought. He could feel that the Xianqing Dao alliance was getting more and more impatient with him, and they were putting on a stance that they would not give up until they caught him. One had to know. The 2 sects of the Xianqing Dao League, in addition to the nascent soul families under the jurisdiction of these 2 sects, if they were to mobilize all of them, the number of nascent souls they could mobilize was no less than that of the Qianyuan sword sect. Although the Qianyuan sword sect had taken a lot of energy from the Xianqing Dao League, there was still a way for the Xianqing Dao League to capture Chen Daoxuan. Putting everything else aside, they only needed to send out hundreds of nascent souls and spread out their Dao domains to seal off the territory of Golden Origin Immortal City bit by bit. This way, Chen Daoxuan's teleportation was completely abolished. As he continued to plunder, Chen Daoxuan also realized that the probability of him encountering nascent souls of the Xianqing Dao alliance was increasing. This proved that the Xianqing Dao alliance was about to capture his foothold. This was not good news. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan put away the flying snow sword, which had already reached the mid-tier of level 5. He looked at the stellar sword Dao map that had been integrated with the third mind and prepared to leave the dual Saint Peak. During this period of time, other than repairing the Heaven Secrets talisman, Chen Daoxuan had also invested all the power of creation he had obtained into the flying snow sword, finally upgrading it to the middle grade 5th tier. His water element laws had also advanced to the middle stage law realm. Apart from that, he also separated another thought from the Sea of Divine Light and integrated it into the Stellar Sword Dao map. At this point, he could control Flying Snow, Cheng Ying, and the Stellar Sword Dao map at the same time. The last time he fought with Yuya Palace Lord Chen Daoxuan suffered a small loss in this aspect. Logically speaking, even if he was no match for Yuya Palace Master, he should be able to use the Stellar Sword Dao diagram to block the aftershock of her attack. But in the end, after he lost the fight, he was a step too slow to perform the Stellar Sword Dao diagram. This was because he had focused all his attention on controlling the two fusion nomological laws of air and water. When he was no match for the enemy, he would be a little too slow to use the Stellar Sword Dao diagram to block the enemy's attack. The problem here was that Chen Daoxuan couldn't control these three magic tools at the same time. Controlling three magic tools at the same time and making each of them unleash the greatest power Chen Daoxuan could unleash was not a simple matter. This was because as the grade of the magic tool increased, the difficulty of controlling the magic tool would also increase. This was also the reason why when a cultivator's cultivation level increased, they would not have 10 or 8 magic tools in their hands. The path of greed was the same for cultivators. Controlling many dharmic artifacts at the same time would not allow each dharmic artifact to unleash its full power. It was better to focus on controlling one. Therefore, he had no choice. Even for high-level cultivators, they would usually only prepare one of each type of magic tool. It was rare to see someone like Chen Daoxuan controlling two offensive magic tools at the same time. After all, Flying Snow Sword and Cheng Ying Sword were two separate magic tools, not a set of magic tools. And this was because the current cultivation world had popularized defensive magic tools like Ling Armor. Before the appearance of defensive Ling Armor, the defensive magic tools of cultivators were not Ling Armor, but shield-shaped magic tools that required the cultivator to personally control. In this way, the cultivator had to control both the defensive and offensive magic tools. Taking care of both at the same time, the result was that both sides could not unleash their greatest power. This had always been criticized by cultivators. When Ling Armor was invented, shield-type defensive magic tools were gradually eliminated. Cultivators did not need to focus on controlling defensive magic tools, they only needed to focus on attacking. As for the defensive Ling Armor, the cultivator only needed to divert a small portion of his thoughts and continuously inject magic power into it. For example, Chen Daoxuan's power spiritual armor didn't even need to consume this bit of mental energy. Its energy supply system was the 4th grade White Lotus of Fate embedded in the chest. There was no need for Chen Daoxuan to worry. This way, what Chen Daoxuan had to do was to keep attacking. Especially after he learned the C Division chapter, he had carved the word attack into his bones. The constant attacks were also compatible with the Sword Dao, allowing them to unleash the power of the immortal sword. This was also one of the reasons why Chen Daoxuan was able to fight with a top perfected lord. High stage spatial laws and middle stage water laws, but the fusion rate of the two has decreased. It's only about 40%. The offensive power isn't much different from before. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. This situation was exactly what he had expected. His nomological realm had increased, but the degree of fusion of the two laws had decreased as his nomological realm increased. This was normal for nascent soul cultivators. For cultivators above the nascent soul stage, not only did they have to put in effort on the comprehension of the laws, but they also had to spend effort on the fusion of the laws. This was because the fusion of laws was the key to reaching the 6th level of the Great Dao, the world level. Of the two laws, one had reached the high stage and the other had reached the early stage of the low realm. The fusion rate of the two had reached 50%, which was the minimum standard for a peak true monarch. All three laws had reached the high stage of the low realm, and their fusion rate had reached 50%. This was the prerequisite for breaking through to the world level. Cultivators like this were supreme true lords. From this, it could be seen how big the gap between peak true lords was. It's time to leave. Chen Daoxuan muttered. Chapter 520, Borrowing Money, 1. Twin Saint Peak. Zai Ling stood on a mountain and looked at the clouds in the sky. Shua. A white figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Seeing the figure in front of her, Zai Ling was slightly stunned and immediately said, "Are you leaving again?" Chen Daoxuan first nodded, then shook his head. "Yes, but this time, we're not going to rob the Xianqing Dao Alliance." He thought for a moment. One might be leaving for a long time this time. Fairy, you can wait here, or you can choose to leave on your own. Hearing this, Zai Ling's heart trembled slightly. She raised her head and said, Where can I go? This. Chen Daoxuan frowned and sighed. In that case, you can wait here. After saying that, Chen Daoxuan's figure disappeared, leaving behind a young woman who was filled with anxiety. She stood on the spirit peak in a daze. The border between the Cyan Phoenix Kingdom and the Yun Nation was a country in the southeast. At the same time, the Qingluan Kingdom was also the traditional sphere of influence of the Qingwei sect. In the early years when the Qianyuan sword sect controlled the Yun Nation, the Qingwei sect's sphere of influence was only limited to the Qingluan nation. Unlike now, where more than half of the Yun Nation's territory was divided between Profound Sun sect and Qingwei sect. Although the Cyan Phoenix nation was adjacent to the Yun nation, the two nations were extremely vast. Even though Chen Daoxuan had used spatial teleportation all the way, it took him several days to enter the hinterland of the Cyan Phoenix kingdom. Compared to the turbulent situation in the Yun nation, where the Qianyuan sword sect and the Xian Qingdao League were in full swing, the Cyan Phoenix nation was much more stable and peaceful. What Chen Daoxuan saw and heard along the way. Although the cultivators of the Qingluan kingdom were also very concerned about the war between the Qianyuan sword sect and the Xian Qingdao League, they did not seem to be worried that the Qianyuan sword sect could invade the territory of the Qingluan kingdom. This confidence surprised Chen Daoxuan. However, thinking about it carefully, thousands of years ago, the Sky and Earth sword sect was beaten by the Xian Qingdao League like a stray dog. They fled to the innumerable Star Sea, which was considered barren by the cultivators of the immortal Cloud continent, and became a barbarian cultivator. Now, even if they had accumulated enough strength to counterattack the Yun nation, the two sides had been in a stalemate for more than 400 years. In the eyes of the low-level cultivators of the Cyan Phoenix Kingdom, the so-called war launched by the Qianyuan sword sect was just a big thunder and a small rain. It could not shake the foundation of the rule of the Xian Qingdao League. Not to mention attacking the core of the Qingwei sect, the Qingluan kingdom. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan was helpless. After living in peace for so long, the brains of these cultivators of the Qingluan kingdom had turned into mush. In comparison, the Qianyuan sword sect's policy of sending cultivators from all over the country to the Yun nation's front line to fight against the Xian Qingdao alliance made the atmosphere in the Infinite Star Sea much more aggressive. In Chen Daoxuan's eyes, compared to the cultivators of the Infinite Star Sea, the cultivators of the Cyan Phoenix Kingdom were obviously less murderous and more extravagant. At the same time, Chen Daoxuan also noticed that the Cyan Phoenix Nation and the Yun Nation were much more resourceful than the Infinite Star Sea. No matter how many immortal islands there were in the Infinite Star Sea, it couldn't be compared with the immortal Cloud continent, which was a continent with abundant resources. On land, the number of spiritual mines and spiritual veins was much more than that of the Infinite Star Sea. A cultivation force wanted to develop. Its foundation was the population, because cultivators were born from ordinary people. The population base of ordinary people was the cornerstone of the group of cultivators. The soil suitable for ordinary people to survive was not the sea, but the land. In this regard, both the Yun Nation and the Cyan Phoenix Nation were much more advantageous than the Infinite Star Sea. However, Chen Daoxuan's purpose of this trip was not to tour the mountains and rivers, but to go to the Qingwei sect to obtain the Tei divine water. Otherwise, he really wanted to experience the unique local customs in the Cyan Phoenix Kingdom. Gilded Gold Immortal City. It was the most developed and wealthiest immortal city in the hinterland of the Cyan Phoenix country. At the same time, it was also an immortal city directly under the jurisdiction of the Qingwei sect. The Gilded Gold Immortal City was already very close to the Qingwei sect. According to Chen Daoxuan's information, this place was less than 10,000 miles away from the Qingwei sect. For a high-level cultivator, a distance of 10,000 miles could be reached in less than 5 minutes. It was almost no different from being under their eyelids. After entering the Gilded Gold Immortal City, Chen Daoxuan found that almost no one in the city was talking about the war between the Qianyuan sword sect and the Xian Qingdao League. It was as if the battle at the front line did not exist here at all. This strange scene made Chen Daoxuan extremely uncomfortable. In the front line of the Yun Nation, the Xian Qingdao League was defeated by the Qianyuan sword sect. In the hinterland of the Cyan Phoenix nation, especially in the largest immortal city under the feet of the Qingwei Daoist sect, no one cared about the frontline war. This magical scene made Chen Daoxuan feel extremely unreal. The hearts of the cultivators of the Cyan Phoenix kingdom are really strong. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. The meeting place that he had agreed upon with the Sea Suppression Palace Master was in this gilded gold immortal city. Chen Daoxuan had inquired along the way and finally arrived at this meeting place. However, Chen Daoxuan had arrived more than 6 months earlier than the Sea Calming Hall Master's appointment. The token that Hall Master Qin gave me still has no use. Chen Daoxuan walked on the flowery streets of the gilded gold immortal city. He held a black token in his hand and thought to himself. Suddenly, Chen Daoxuan turned around and narrowed his eyes. In front of him, a pot-bellied man dressed like a wealthy businessman walked towards Chen Daoxuan with a few attendants behind him. Nephew, nephew. When the merchant saw Chen Daoxuan, he was pleasantly surprised and waved at him from afar. Chapter 521, Borrowing Money, 2. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan frowned slightly. Only when he heard the voice transmission in his ear did he nod and smile. Nephew is ashamed. It's so far away, yet uncle came to pick me up personally. Ha ha ha. The merchant strode forward and patted Chen Daoxuan's shoulder. He laughed and said, with my friendship with your father, this is nothing. The fat merchant waved his hand and then pulled Chen Daoxuan's hand, saying affectionately, let's go. Your aunt and I have prepared a banquet at home. We're just waiting to welcome you. As he spoke, he pulled Chen Daoxuan towards a spirit beast carriage without any explanation. Chen Daoxuan didn't resist and allowed him to be pulled onto the spirit beast carriage. Inside the car, the fat businessman chatted loudly with Chen Daoxuan. Along the way, they talked about a lot of things. Chen Daoxuan also skillfully dealt with it. This fat merchant's cultivation was not high, only at the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. The few followers beside him had similar cultivation levels as him. They were all at the foundation establishment stage. In this gilded gold immortal city, a few foundation establishment cultivators wouldn't attract attention, but ordinary cultivators wouldn't take the initiative to provoke them. It was a good way to hide. The group of people drove the spirit beast carriage and sped along. They finally stopped in front of a manor. This manor was a place where only mid-tier powers and above could live. Chen Daoxuan tried to use his divine sense but found that his divine sense had been repelled by the manor's defensive formation. Seeing this, he didn't use his spiritual sense to break through the manor's defensive formation. Nephew, please. Uncle is too polite. Chen Daoxuan nodded and followed the fat businessman out of the car with a smile. When they entered the courtyard, the fat merchant sent his followers away. Then, he bowed to Chen Daoxuan and cupped his hands. Junior is a disciple of Shadow Hall stationed in the Gilded Gold Immortal City. Greetings, perfected Chen. At this moment, the greedy smile on the fat merchant's face disappeared completely and was replaced by a respectful and solemn expression. Please forgive me for overstepping my boundaries just now. It's fine. Just as he was about to ask something, a voice sounded in his sea of consciousness. Then, he waved his hand, you can leave first. Yes, perfected Chen. The fat merchant left respectfully. Chen Daoxuan followed the hint sent by the sea of consciousness, and with a flash of light, he flew toward the back of the courtyard. In the next moment, Chen Daoxuan met the Sea Calming Hall Master, who was also dressed in a white Daoist robe, in a foreign country. He saw the Sea Suppressing Hall Master sitting in front of a spiritual lake that was filled with spiritual energy. He held a bamboo pole in his hand and was fishing. You came earlier than one thought. Qin Zhan put down the fishing rod in his hand and turned to look at Chen Daoxuan. As he spoke, he pointed to the stone bench beside him and said, sit. Chen Daoxuan did not stand on ceremony either. He walked straight to Qin Zhan and sat on the stone bench. A year is too long. I can wait, but I'm afraid 13th uncle can't wait. Hearing this, Qin Zhan nodded in understanding. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and frowned. Received a piece of news that I've been wondering if I should tell you. As he spoke, Qin Zhan looked straight into Chen Daoxuan's eyes. Chen Daoxuan looked at him indifferently, without any intention of retreating. Seeing this, Qin Zhan sighed with emotion. How long has it been? That kid who didn't even dare to breathe loudly when he saw me back then can actually look me in the eye so calmly. As he spoke, Qin Zhan laughed. Chen Daoxuan seemed to recall the scene when the two of them first met, and a smile appeared on his lips. Forget it, I'll tell you. Otherwise, you might hate me in the future. Qin Zhan shook his head. According to the news from the Shadow Palace, old ancestor Zhang used the excuse of inviting your 13th uncle to discuss a strategy to defeat the enemy and kidnapped him to Extreme Night Immortal City. Boom! Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan suddenly stood up, and the stone bench beneath him exploded. Under the sweeping aura, the spiritual lake reversed. Billions of tons of lake water were stirred up by Chen Daoxuan's aura, and all of them floated in the air. At this moment, if there were any outsiders present, they would be able to see the fish struggling in the spirit lake. Chen Daoxuan's eyes were filled with anger. He looked straight at Qin Zhan and asked, "Are you going to let this matter go?" "I can't." Qin Zhan shook his head. "Firstly, old ancestor Zhang is inviting your 13th uncle to Extreme Night Immortal City in the name of discussing how to defeat the enemy. Secondly, the current infinite star sea cannot be in chaos, do you understand?" Qin Zhan turned to look at Chen Daoxuan. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's chest heaved up and down. His gaze was cold as he stared at Qin Zhan. "Lf the person who was kidnapped was your senior sister, what would you do?" Hearing this, Qin Zhan was slightly stunned. He immediately grinned and said, "Although old ancestor Zhang is a sly old fox, his strength is at most at the level of a top-notch true lord. If he wants to kidnap my senior sister, he'll have to cultivate for another 1,000 years." Looking at Chen Daoxuan's expression, Qin Zhan coughed lightly. "All right, I can promise you on behalf of the Qianyuan sword sect. After this matter is over, no matter how you deal with the Zhang family, we won't ask." Boom! Billions of tons of lake water instantly crashed into the lake. Immediately after, countless spiritual fish turned white and floated on the surface of the lake. Looking at the surface of the lake, Qin Zhan stroked his forehead. "My fish!" Seeing Chen Daoxuan's anger temporarily subside, Qin Zhan took out a table from his storage ring. On the table, there were all kinds of spiritual fruits and spiritual wine. He started drinking in front of Chen Daoxuan. "Get me a stool." "I'm not taking it." "Aren't you hot-tempered? You even blew up my stool." Qin Zhan stared. Chen Daoxuan ignored him and took out a stool made of warm jade from his storage ring. He sat down in front of the table and poured himself a drink. After a while, Chen Daoxuan drank a cup of spirit wine and asked, "Have you thought about how to obtain the supreme divine water?" "Sigh, this is difficult." Qin Zhan frowned. After a while, he suddenly reacted and looked at Chen Daoxuan in surprise. "How do you know that the Qingwei sect has the supreme divine water? One don't remember telling you that." "2. I killed perfected Lord Ming Huang. He told me this before he begged for mercy." Chen Daoxuan continued to drink another cup of spirit wine. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan sized up Chen Daoxuan and found that his cultivation was really only at the early stage golden core realm. He could not help but feel his teeth ache. "Brother Chen, tell me the truth. Which of the 3 treasures did you choose in front of the Heaven Ascension Tower? How could it be so powerful?" Qin Zhan had always attributed Chen Daoxuan's terrifying strength to the treasure he chose. In Qin Zhan's opinion, without the growth-type celestial artifact that he had obtained from the trial inheritance, Chen Daoxuan's strength would definitely not be so terrifying. An early-stage Aura's core expert killed a late-stage nascent soul expert. Ordinary cultivators would not even dare to dream about it, but Chen Daoxuan had done it. How unbelievable! "I chose the stellar sword Dao diagram. Did you choose the 2 family?" Qin Zhan muttered, "One chose the 6 paths reincarnation banner. This treasure specializes in the soul and can be considered a supreme treasure for soul attacks." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't reply. "Forget it, let's not think too much. Since we've come this far, I'm sure you're prepared to fight with me to the death." Seeing Chen Daoxuan nod, Qin Zhan continued, "Although your strength is a little weak, it's not completely useless. I can reveal a part of the plan to you. When the time comes, I might need your help." When Chen Daoxuan heard that Qin Zhan thought he was weak, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, but he did not say anything. When Qin Zhan saw Chen Daoxuan's deflated appearance, he immediately felt comfortable in his heart. "Little brat, how dare you pretend in front of me?" Just as Qin Zhan was about to tell him his plan, Chen Daoxuan asked, "When are you going to make your move? Didn't I tell you the exact time? You came early. In other words, we still have half a year to prepare." Chen Daoxuan continued to ask. "If you insist on saying so, it's not impossible." Qin Zhan nodded. "Understood." Chen Daoxuan extended his hand to Qin Zhan. "Do you have money? I want to borrow some money from you." Borrowing money? Qin Zhan could not believe his ears. Was there something wrong with his brain? Was he borrowing money at this time to burn it for himself? Chapter 522, Saint Origin Fruit, 1. What do you need spirit stones for at a time like this? Qin Zhan was speechless. "Who said I want to borrow my spiritual stones? What do you mean?" Qin Zhan was slightly stunned. "The power of creation." "Yes." Chen Daoxuan nodded. He realized that Chen Daoxuan might be trying to upgrade his life-bound magical treasure. Although this was a last-minute act, upgrading his life-bound magical treasure could at least increase his strength. Now, anything that could increase their chances of obtaining the supreme divine water was worth Qin Zhan's time. "No problem. How much do you want?" Qin Zhan nodded. "His." Chen Daoxuan looked at Qin Zhan in surprise, shocked by the other party's rich and imposing tone. One had to know that even after tormenting the Xian-Qing-Dao alliance so ruthlessly during this period of time, the power of creation he obtained was only about 500 to 600 drops. At this moment, seeing Qin Zhan put on an expression that did not put the power of creation in his eyes, he naturally felt a little uncomfortable. However, upon careful thought, the power of creation was not even as important to a top-perfected lord like Qin Zhan as it was to an Essence Soul Dao Lord. The Essence Soul Dao Lord might still have a bunch of level 6 magic tools that needed to be upgraded. For nascent souls, high-grade level 5 magic tools were generally enough. Even if they had enough strength to use magic tools that were of a higher level, they could at most upgrade 1 or 2 life-bound magic tools to level 6. As for changing all the magic tools on his body into level 6 or higher magic tools, it was simply impossible. This was because with the dharmic powers of a nascent soul, it was impossible for him to use so many level 6 magic tools. Chen Daoxuan was able to use his early-stage Golden Core magic power to activate a 5th-tier magic tool because of the help of the 4th-grade White Lotus of Fate. Even though he had the 4th-grade White Lotus of Fate, the pressure on his magic power was still extremely great when he used the Cheng Ying and Flying Snow Swords at the same time. Chen Daoxuan had felt more than once that his dharmic powers were already somewhat unable to support him using 2 intrinsic flying swords at the same time. After a while, Chen Daoxuan came back to his senses and said solemnly, "Want as much as you have." Puff. When Qin Zhan heard this, he immediately spat out the wine in his mouth. "A lion's appetite?" Qin Zhan raised his eyebrows. "Do you know how much power of creation one have? You dare to borrow it all?" "I don't know." Chen Daoxuan shook his head and his gaze turned serious. "But I want to borrow it all." Qin Zhan looked deeply at Chen Daoxuan before waving his hand. On the stone table, there was a pile of jade bottles. There were 23 bottles in total. There are 100 drops of power of creation in each bottle. There are 2,300 drops in total. This is all that's left. I used a lot of it to advance to my life source magic tool." Qin Zhan said indifferently. Chen Daoxuan suppressed the excitement in his heart. With a wave of his sleeve, he put all the power of creation on the stone table into his storage ring. Seeing this, Qin Zhan thought for a moment and took out a jade box from his storage ring. There were many restrictions on the jade box. "What's this?" Chen Daoxuan was puzzled. "This is the Saint Origin Fruit, which can quickly increase the cultivation of those below the original infant stage. Its effect is similar to the essence of Yuan Qi, but the Saint Origin Fruit can be preserved for a long time, so its value is much higher than the essence of Yuan Qi. For me. What do you think?" Qin Zhan said angrily. "I really don't know why your great Dao realm has improved so much, but your basic cultivation is already a serious burden on your strength. In the future, you can pay attention to some treasures that can quickly increase your cultivation." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan sincerely cupped his hands at Qin Zhan. Thank you, Hall Master Qin. Qin Zhan waved his hand. I was going to give this divine origin fruit to Qi Yao after refining the divine origin pill. Now, you're the one who's taking advantage of it. He paused for a moment. Although the effect of consuming the divine origin fruit directly is not as good as the divine origin pill, with your great Dao realm, it should not be a problem for you to advance from the early stage golden core realm to the late stage golden core realm after consuming it. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan was incomparably shocked. This was the second treasure that he had encountered that could rapidly improve one's cultivation. Compared to the essence of Yuan Qi, the saint origin fruit could be preserved for a long time, so its strategic value was many times higher. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan murmured, since it's a spiritual fruit, it must have a spiritual root. If the infinite star sea has this kind of spiritual root, then... What are you thinking? Qin Zhan laughed. The saint origin fruit tree is the top spiritual root in our fallen phoenix field. As far as I know, only the Sun Moon sect has a few saint origin fruit trees. The fruits on the saint origin fruit tree were divided into 3 types, 30-year-old, 300-year-old, and 3000-year-old. The saint origin fruits that were produced were green, red, and purple in color. As he spoke, Qin Zhan opened the restriction on the jade box. A green saint origin fruit lay quietly in the jade box. This is the fruit of the saint origin fruit tree after 30 years. Moreover, the saint origin fruit is not omnipotent. You should know that when a cultivator cultivates to the Aurus core stage, the improvement of their cultivation is more limited by their own great Dao realm. If one's great Dao realm was not high enough, the effects of the saint origin fruit would be limited. Take my martial nephew Qi Yao for example. With her current great Dao realm, she would be lucky if she could reach the mid-stage of the golden core realm after taking this fruit. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan could not help but heave a sigh of relief. If they directly consumed a spirit fruit, their cultivation would soar on the spot, and it would be a huge blow to those cultivators who cultivated hard. Then, he noticed that Qin Zhan had just mentioned the Sun Moon cult. He could not help but ask, Hall Master Qin, which top power in the celestial cloud continent is the Sun Moon cult? It's indeed a top-notch force, the Grand Moon cult, located in the fertile land of the central plains of the celestial cloud continent. It's countless tens of thousands of miles away from our overseas border. Qin Zhan shook his head. This saint origin fruit in my hand is one of the fruits that was awarded to the Qian Yuan sword sect thousands of years ago after we made great contributions in the two-realm gulf. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan was speechless. A 30-year-old spirit fruit could actually be preserved for thousands of years. The value of this saint origin fruit tree was much more terrifying than he had imagined. If a force had such a spirit root, as long as it did not seek death, it would not decline. The biggest significance of the saint origin fruit was to ensure that a force would not have a lack of high-level cultivators. According to the sea-suppressing hall master, there were 3 types of saint origin fruit. The lowest grade saint origin fruit could forcefully increase the cultivation of a golden core cultivator. Then, wouldn't the higher grade saint origin fruit directly increase the cultivation of a nascent soul cultivator and an essence soul Dao Lord? Thinking about it this way, the strategic significance of the saint origin fruit tree to a sect was obvious. Taking the jade box, Chen Daoxuan examined the green saint origin fruit inside. Compared to the other spirit fruits, the saint origin fruit didn't have any spiritual energy on its surface. However, when he scanned the fruit with his soul consciousness, he sensed a terrifying amount of spiritual qi surging inside. During this period of time, feel free to go into seclusion. I will protect you. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan stood up and bowed. Thank you, Hall Master Qin. Qin Zhangsu helped him up and smiled. You're welcome. The stronger you are, the more confident we will be in our next operation. Even though Qin Zhan felt that Chen Daoxuan would not be of much use in the battle for the supreme divine water, he still encouraged him. After all, Chen Daoxuan was his only teammate now. As for whether the hidden moves he had set up before would be effective, Qin Zhan was not sure. Even if the hidden trick he set up worked, who could guarantee that the Qingwei sect did not have any hidden tricks? One had to know that this was the nest of the Qingwei sect. The Qingwei sect had been operating in the Qingluan kingdom for countless years. Who would believe that the other party did not have any backup plans? Chapter 523, Both Advancement, 1. Gilded Gold Immortal City. In the Shadow Palace's secret manor, Chen Daoxuan chose a quiet room and went into seclusion for the last time before seizing the Tei divine water. In the quiet room, Chen Daoxuan sat cross-legged on the warm jade futon, his mind completely relaxed. During this period of time, although he had been constantly pillaging the Xianqing-Dao alliance, he was alone in the heart of the Xianqing-Dao alliance and was constantly being hunted down by a group of top perfected cultivators. Chen Daoxuan was actually facing a lot of pressure, and it was far from being as free and easy as he looked. If he wasn't proficient in spatial laws and had a celestial device like the Heaven Secrets talisman that could predict good or bad luck, he might have been chased by the profound pure Dao League like a stray dog. Even so, he had been on high alert all this time and did not dare to relax for a moment. Chen Daoxuan finally relaxed. He knew that there was a top expert in the infinite star sea guarding him outside the chamber. Chen Daoxuan did not know how powerful the sea-suppressing hall master was. However, the other party was definitely much stronger than what the outside world had guessed. The treasure that Qin Zhan had obtained in front of the Heaven Ascension Tower was called the Six Paths of Reincarnation Banner. According to Qin Zhan, it was a divine soul attack type magic weapon. If one really wanted to calculate, Chen Daoxuan's stellar sword doctrine was more like an auxiliary magical equipment. However, its auxiliary direction was somewhat special. It could not only help cultivators quickly advance to the great Dao lore realm, but it could also help cultivators increase the power of their Dao domain. It was equivalent to an enhanced version of a Dao domain Dharma treasure. But overall, the power of the stellar sword Dao diagram should not be comparable to the six-path reincarnation banner in Qin Zhan's hand. After all, the stellar sword diagram was already abnormal enough to help cultivators advance to the great path lore realm. If its attack power was stronger than the Six Paths Reincarnation Banner, then the difference between the three treasures in front of the heaven-reaching tower was too big. If Chen Daoxuan's guess was correct, the remaining unknown small pagoda should be a defensive magic artifact. He just didn't know if it was a physical defense or a divine soul defense. Or perhaps both. Qin Zhan's strength was already very shocking, far surpassing ordinary perfected cultivators. With the addition of the Six Paths of Reincarnation Banner, it could be said that Qin Zhan's strength was basically the ceiling among nascent soul cultivators. Unless it was a nascent soul cultivator with an extremely abnormal Great Dao realm, it was very difficult to meet a nascent soul perfected lord who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Qin Zhan. Even Yi Tiankai, the leader of the Xianqing Dao Alliance and the sect master of the Qingwei sect, who was known as the number one person in the Xianqing Dao Alliance, might not be Qin Zhan's match in a one-on-one battle. Therefore, Chen Daoxuan entering closed-door cultivation under Qin Zhan's protection could be said to be the most at ease he had ever gone into closed-door cultivation. Even if he was in the hinterland of the Xianqing Dao Alliance, under the eyes of the Qingwei Dao sect, in the Gilded Gold Immortal City. In front of Chen Daoxuan, there were treasures that were needed for seclusion. From left to right, there was a jade box containing the Green Saint Origin Fruit, a jade bottle filled with the power of creation, and a separate storage ring. The 30-year-old Green Saint Origin Fruit was naturally used to improve his cultivation. Chen Daoxuan looked at the jade box with a hint of regret. It had to be said that directly consuming the Divine Origin Fruit would cause a huge waste of its effect. If it was supplemented with other spiritual herbs, the effect would be increased by several times. But now, whether it was Qin Zhan or Chen Daoxuan himself, they were not good at alchemy. Moreover, in the heart of the Xianqing Dao Alliance, it was not suitable to gather supplementary spirit medicines in a big way to refine such high-grade spirit pills. It's fine if it's wasted. I can't care so much now. The most important thing is to quickly increase my cultivation and strength. Chen Daoxuan's heart was set. He immediately took out the Green Saint Origin Fruit from the jade box and Zhu Beiji swallowed it like he was eating a ginseng fruit. After he finished eating, he smacked his lips. It's a little astringent. Before Chen Daoxuan could savor the aftertaste, an extremely terrifying spiritual energy erupted from Chen Daoxuan's body in the next moment. The terrifying spiritual energy made Chen Daoxuan curse for a long time. Outside Chen Daoxuan's cultivation room, Qin Zhan suddenly opened his eyes. He looked in the direction where Chen Daoxuan was in seclusion and muttered, "Starting." As he said that, Qin Zhan waved his sleeve, and the terrifying spiritual energy fluctuation that erupted from the cultivation room was instantly concealed by him. In the quiet room, The situation Chen Daoxuan faced was far more difficult than Qin Zhan had expected. The green saint origin fruit contained more spiritual qi than Chen Daoxuan had imagined. As everyone knew, if a golden core cultivator wanted to improve their cultivation, they had to rely on refining spiritual energy day after day to polish the golden core in their danshan. However, at this moment, the accumulation and polishing that he usually did had turned into a concentrated cleansing of spiritual energy. Although this kind of concentrated spiritual energy washing saved the golden core cultivator countless hard work, it also had extremely high requirements for the golden core cultivator's physical body and Great Dao realm. Chen Daoxuan definitely met the requirements of the Great Dao realm. Not only did he meet the requirements, but his Great Dao realm could even make more than 90% of nascent souls psi. But Chen Daoxuan had a weakness, which was that his body was too weak. Generally speaking, most golden core cultivators had reached the realm of blood rebirth. There were even some extremely powerful ones who had begun to fuse the true meaning of indestructibility into their bodies. For example, when Chen Daoxuan had just broken through to the golden core stage, he killed Daoist Master Bloody Massacre, Ji Minghui, who was a golden core with an extremely powerful physical body. Chapter 524, Both Advance, 2. As for the nascent soul stage, the cultivator's physical body would be further strengthened. Basically, even the weakest nascent souls had begun to fuse with the true meaning of indestructibility. As for the true lords with strong bodies, they began to condense the indestructible true body, reaching the realm where their true body was indestructible and their bodies were indestructible. As for Chen Daoxuan, although he had caused a huge ruckus in the Xianqing Dao Alliance's territory along the way, many nascent souls had died in his hands. However, in reality, his physical cultivation had only reached the skull-shattering rebirth realm, and it was only at the initial stage of the skull-shattering realm. If word got out, it would probably cause eyeballs to explode. It was unbelievable that the body of a top-notch expert who had killed perfected Lord Ming Huang in a head-on battle was so weak. Under normal circumstances, because of the high realm of the Great Path, the weakness of his physical body could not conceal his strength, which was only slightly weaker than a top-perfected lord. The physical body was not a weakness at all. However, the weakness of his physical body in the process of raising his cultivation made Chen Daoxuan suffer. Chen Daoxuan discovered that the violent eruption of spiritual energy was frantically dissipating from his danshan to the outside of his body. What was even more despairing was that the crazily dissipating spiritual energy did not rush out of his body. Instead, it was restrained by a mysterious force within his body. This time, Chen Daoxuan's body became a container for this terrifying spiritual energy. Chen Daoxuan sensed that his body was melting bit by bit. Under the terrifying spiritual energy, his body in the Skull Crusher rebirth realm seemed to have lost all its ability to recover. He could not stop his body from melting at all. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan's heart sank. However, he did not panic too much. To him, there were at least two ways to solve his current predicament. First, he could use the Stellar Sword Doctrine. With the suppressive power of the Stellar Sword Doctrine, the so-called terrifying spiritual energy could not cause any waves at all. Secondly, he could use his superb nomological realm to forcefully suppress this terrifying spiritual energy. Chen Daoxuan chose the second option. In the next moment, he activated the laws of space and water. Under Chen Daoxuan's control, the high-level and mid-level nomological realms' spatial laws and water element laws were like two peerless experts standing in front of the tsunami of spiritual energy. A miniature spatial cage was formed in Chen Daoxuan's body. The crazily surging spiritual qi was isolated by the spatial cage that was like a bubble. The explosive spiritual energy was sealed by the spatial cage, and the remaining spiritual energy suddenly became quiet. Immediately after, he slowly guided it with the laws of water. Under the guidance of the water element law, the spiritual energy instantly became gentle. With the degree that Chen Daoxuan's physical body could withstand, it began to wash the golden core in his danshan. Under the washing of this special spiritual energy, the golden core began to rapidly transform. His cultivation also began to improve rapidly from the first stage of the golden core realm. Compared to when he was in the purple mansion stage, Chen Daoxuan's danshan purple mansion was much more imposing. It really had the aura of an immortal mansion. This was especially true when the golden core within the Zifu was shining with golden light, adding to the immortal aura of the Zifu. At this moment, the spiritual energy was still surging, but it was within Chen Daoxuan's acceptable range. Soon after, his cultivation broke through from Golden Core level 1 to level 2. When the spiritual energy calmed down, a spatial bubble condensed from the spatial cage instantly burst. A large amount of spiritual energy once again surged towards the Golden Core in the purple mansion in the Danshan. Days passed. In the blink of an eye. 3 months passed. During these 3 months, Chen Daoxuan had benefited from his superb Great Dao realm. He controlled the Golden Core to absorb the special spiritual energy from the Divine Origin fruit and finally raised his cultivation to Golden Core level 8. Moreover, he was only a step away from Golden Core state level 9. In just 3 months, he had advanced from Golden Core state level 1 to level 8. This was the terror of the Divine Origin fruit. Although Chen Daoxuan's realm of the Great Dao was extremely high, the effect of taking the Divine Origin fruit was far better than other Golden Core cultivators. But don't forget, Chen Daoxuan had directly consumed the Saint Origin fruit, not refined it into a pill. If other Golden Core cultivators refined it into a Divine Origin pill and consumed it, the effect would not be any worse than Chen Daoxuan. In the quiet room, Chen Daoxuan opened his eyes again. Instantly, the quiet room he was in was as bright as day. The empty room is white, and the sun shines 3 times. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan's face surged with joy. This was a phenomenon recorded in the Daoist scriptures when the cultivation of the inner core reached an extremely high realm. At this point, it could be called the profound Gold Core realm, which was also the realm of the late Gold Core realm. He had been in seclusion for 3 months. However, Chen Daoxuan was not tired at all. Instead, he was full of energy. After carefully feeling the dense and pure magic power in his Danshan, Chen Daoxuan's face revealed a trace of satisfaction. All along, the lack of basic cultivation had severely restricted Chen Daoxuan's true strength. If it wasn't for the fact that his basic magic power was too weak, he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state when he faced Yuya Palace Master last time. He was not even a match for Yuya Palace Master even when he used the Stellar Sword Dao diagram. If he had his current cultivation back then, it would be hard to say who would win. After all, his current Great Dao realm was a level higher than Yuya Palace Lord's. Coupled with the benefits of the ritual implement, Chen Daoxuan was very confident. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan looked at the 23 bottles of power of creation in front of him. This was what he had borrowed from the Sea-suppressing Hall Master. It was also the largest amount of power of creation that Chen Daoxuan had obtained. To others, the power of creation might only be used to promote various spiritual items. But to Chen Daoxuan, the power of creation combined with the Stellar Sword Dao diagram could directly advance to the Great Path Law. From this point of view, this thing was simply even more abnormal than his Primordial Dao Enlightenment scripture. Although the Primordial Dao Enlightenment scripture could theoretically increase one's comprehension ability without limit, it was actually limited by the comprehension stars and could not increase it without limit. Generally speaking, Chen Daoxuan would control his comprehension to a state where it just happened to break through 100 times. Because of this level of comprehension, stars of comprehension were the most useful. As for the higher 200 times or 300 times, the stars in his sea of consciousness would be exhausted soon. Therefore, he had no choice. Although it was much faster than other cultivators to use the method of increasing one's perception by using the stars to comprehend the Great Path Law, it was not as shocking as the power of creation directly advancing to the Great Path Law. Every time Chen Daoxuan saw his Great Dao nomological laws advancing along with the Flying Snow and Cheng Ying swords, he would be inexplicably shocked. What kind of terrifying power could create such a terrifying fairy weapon like the Stellar Sword Dr. Trine? What was even more exaggerated was that this was a standard immortal artifact. According to the white-robed Daoist, every seed that passed the screening would be able to obtain such a magic weapon. If the seed could not pass the final test, the ritual implement would be taken back after the seed died. If the seed could pass the final test, it could become an official disciple of the Force. Every time he thought of this, Chen Daoxuan's heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. This unknown upper realm force allowed him to see a broader world, and he yearned for it with incomparable heart. He took a deep breath. Chen Daoxuan suppressed the distracting thoughts in his heart and summoned the Flying Snow Sword. In the next moment, the light blue Flying Snow Sword appeared in front of him. Chen Daoxuan opened a jade bottle and poured the power of creation into the light blue Flying Snow Sword. He was already familiar with this kind of thing and was very familiar with it. Not long after, a bottle of 100 drops of power of creation was poured onto the light blue flying snow sword. Then, the second and third bottles. When the third bottle was not even halfway filled, the light blue flying snow sword spirit aura suddenly soared, directly rising from the 5th level middle grade to the 5th level upper grade. Following the advancement of the flying snow sword, Chen Daoxuan's water element laws also advanced to the high stage law realm. At this point, Chen Daoxuan's spatial laws and water laws had both reached high stage law realm. But he was still not satisfied. He took out a green ling armor from his danshan. This azure ling armor was Chen Daoxuan's natal ling armor, a 4th tier upper grade power ling armor. He immediately did the same thing and poured the power of creation into this power spiritual armor. Chapter 525, Breakthrough. Tier 6 Array Master. If Chen Daoxuan's actions were seen by other nascent souls, they would probably bleed from heartache. Other nascent soul cultivators would pour the power of creation drop by drop into their magic tools when they advanced. Usually, after pouring 10 or 20 drops of the power of creation, it would stop. After a period of time, the magic tool completely absorbed the power of creation and then continued to pour. This was the only way to maximize the use of the power of creation. Who would be like Chen Daoxuan, who poured out the power of creation so desperately, looking like a landlord and a rich old man? Chi chi chi. The power of creation kept dripping onto the green ling armor. Under the transformation of the power of creation, the spiritual aura of the green ling armor rapidly increased. When Chen Daoxuan finished pouring the bottle of power of creation, the aura of the green ling armor suddenly soared. Tier 5 lower grade spiritual armor. Chen Daoxuan's eyes lit up. It was much more difficult to upgrade a spiritual armor than a spiritual armor, not to mention that Chen Daoxuan's natal spiritual armor was a combination of a spiritual armor and the White Lotus of Fate. Advancing would only consume more power of creation. Fortunately, Chen Daoxuan had obtained enough power of creation from Qin Zhan and could squander it to his heart's content. After the natal spiritual armor was upgraded to low-grade 5th tier, Chen Daoxuan did not stop. He opened the jade bottles one after another and continued to pour the power of creation. 2 hours later, Chen Daoxuan looked at the spiritual armor in front of him and was extremely excited. Level 5 high-grade power spiritual armor. Chen Daoxuan stretched out his hand, and the green ling armor quickly flowed to his palm like water. Then, the green water flowed along Chen Daoxuan's right hand and wrapped around his entire body. From the outside, Chen Daoxuan's entire body was covered in green ling armor, without a single gap. However, Chen Daoxuan felt that he had nothing on him. He could even clearly sense the interaction between his skin and the air. It seems that after the natal spiritual armor has been upgraded to level 5 high grade, not only has its defensive power increased greatly, but its comfort has also increased by a large level. Chen Daoxuan said in satisfaction. Compared to the spirit armor of other nascent souls, Chen Daoxuan's natal spirit armor not only had stronger defense, but it was also a large magic power storage device. After sizing up the ling armor on his body, Chen Daoxuan began to stimulate the magic power in his danshan and continuously instilled it into the ling armor. The life spirit armor had been upgraded to level 5 high grade, which was a whole level higher than the original level 4 high grade. This meant that the White Lotus of Fate inside had also advanced from the 4th grade to the 5th grade. The ability of a 5th grade White Lotus of Fate to store magical energy was naturally not something that a 4th grade White Lotus of Fate could compare to. As soon as Chen Daoxuan's magic power was infused into the newly promoted 5th grade White Lotus of Fate, he felt that the White Lotus of Fate that was originally full of magic power was only left with a shallow layer of magic power. Moreover, this magic power was accumulated by Chen Daoxuan when he was in the early Aurous core stage. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan directly guided the magical power into his danshan. After being converted by the golden core in his danshan's purple mansion, it turned into a purer and denser late-stage golden core magical power, which was then instilled into the 5th grade White Lotus of Fate again. After an incense stick of time, Chen Daoxuan's face was slightly pale, and his danshan was empty. All of his magic power was injected into the 5th grade White Lotus of Fate. However, after sensing it carefully, Chen Daoxuan realized that after converting the magical power left in the original 4th grade White Lotus of Fate and all the magical power in his body, the 5th grade White Lotus of Fate was still far from being fully charged. In fact, the magical power in the 5th grade White Lotus was less than 1% of its full magical power. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan was overjoyed. Apart from his superior Great Dao realm, the 4th stage creation Whiteley also played a huge role in his ability to compete with nascent souls. This was because his cultivation was only at the early stage Golden Core realm. With the magic power of an early stage Golden Core cultivator, even if he wanted to use the high stage Great Dao laws of the Law realm, he would be powerless. However, Chen Daoxuan relied on the massive amount of mana accumulated by the Grade 4 White Lotus of Fate to forcefully display the spatial laws of the high stage Law realm and the water laws of the early stage Law realm with his early stage Golden Core cultivation. Although the quality of his magic power was far inferior to that of a nascent soul, the quantity of his magic power was definitely not inferior to a nascent soul cultivator's, or even superior. Now, Chen Daoxuan's cultivation had reached the late-stage Golden Elixir realm, and the quality of his magic power had increased again. More importantly, the White Lotus of Fate that was used to store mana had been upgraded from level 4 high grade to level 5 high grade, and its ability to store mana had increased by another level. It could be foreseen that when Chen Daoxuan had fully charged the 5th level superior grade White Lotus of Fate with magical power, the effect would not be inferior to any nascent soul of the same Great Dao realm. Even though Chen Daoxuan's cultivation base was at the advanced Aurous Core stage and the quality of his mana was not as good as that of a nascent soul cultivator, the quantity of his mana was much better than that of a nascent soul cultivator. It could completely make up for the lack of quality. The difference in basic cultivation was no longer Chen Daoxuan's shortcoming. Furthermore, Chen Daoxuan's endurance far exceeded that of ordinary nascent souls. Unless other nascent souls also had a treasure like the 10,000-year stalactite milk that could quickly recover their magic power, they would not be able to compete with Chen Daoxuan. In the quiet room, Chen Daoxuan raised his head and kept pouring the 10,000-year stalactite milk that Qi Yao gave him into his mouth. The mana in his dantian kept surging as Chen Daoxuan drank the 10,000-year stalactite milk. At the same time, Chen Daoxuan continued to infuse magical power into the 5th grade White Lotus of Fate. Just like that, Chen Daoxuan drank the 10,000-year stalactite milk while infusing magical power into the 5th grade White Lotus of Fate, treating himself as a machine for converting and infusing magical power. Chapter 526, Tier 6 Array Master, 2. The magic power in the 5th grade White Lotus of Fate was visibly accumulating. 10%, 20%, 30%, IOO%. 5 days passed. With the help of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, Chen Daoxuan had finally filled up the magic power in the 5th grade White Lotus of Fate once again. As the magic power in the 5th grade White Lotus of Fate was filled, the spirit light on the natal green Ling armor flickered continuously and finally calmed down. Chen Daoxuan knew that this was a sign that the power Ling armor had sufficient energy and its defense had increased greatly. At this point, Chen Daoxuan's seclusion to upgrade his magic tool had finally come to an end. He thought about it. Chen Daoxuan summoned Flying Snow and Cheng Ying swords. He activated the two elements sword formation and guided it with his mind to forcefully fuse the two laws of space and water again. However, this time, because his water elemental laws had advanced to the high stage Law realm, the repulsive force between the spatial and water elemental laws had also increased. Even though Chen Daoxuan worked very hard, he finally discovered that the fusion rate of the two laws had still decreased, only a mere 30%. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan's expression didn't look good. Although his Great Dao nomological realm had advanced, his nomological fusion degree had decreased. The power of the fusion of the two nomological laws of space and water did not increase much. Chen Daoxuan estimated that, including the increase in strength brought about by the advancement of his cultivation base, he had now probably stepped into the threshold of a top perfected lord. There was still a huge distance between him and an existence like Qin Zhan. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan sank his consciousness into his sea of consciousness. The most eye-catching thing in his sea of consciousness was the star of comprehension ability that was several hundred miles in diameter. This star of comprehension ability was one of Chen Daoxuan's greatest gains in the source world of true immortals. Today, under Chen Xian's constant consumption, this comprehension star had already shrunk by a size and was no longer as magnificent as before, with a diameter of 600 to 700 miles. In his perception, this massive comprehension star was only about 500 miles in diameter. There were about 3 months left before Qin Zhan's plan to launch a surprise attack on the Qinggui sect. Chen Daoxuan decided that in the last 3 months, he would completely drain this comprehension star of the Niadoi. Currently, there were 2 ways to use the comprehension stars to increase his strength. The first method was to use the primordial enlightenment scripture's ability to increase one's comprehension and comprehend a new sword intent. As for the type of sword intent, it should be fire or metal element sword intent. That was because Chen Daoxuan still had 2 tier 5 high-grade immortal swords in his hands. They were precisely of the fire and metal attributes. Comprehending the third type of sword essence was very difficult. However, under the premise of not considering the consumption of comprehension stars, this difficulty was nothing. However, even if Chen Daoxuan comprehended the third type of sword intent and used a high-grade tier 5 immortal sword to advance it to high-stage low realm, the increase in his strength was still limited. This was because Chen Daoxuan had already reached the high-stage low realm in 2 laws. Even if he added another one, it would only bring about a further decrease in his nomological fusion degree. With his array formation realm, the fusion degree of 3 nomological laws might be reduced to 20% or even 10%. 3 types of high-stage nomological laws, but the fusion rate was only 10%. In terms of strength, it might not even be comparable to a peak true monarch. This method won't work. Chen Daoxuan frowned. In that case, we can only choose the second method. The second method he mentioned was to increase the realm of array formations. Chen Daoxuan's array formation level was probably only around low-grade tier 4, slightly higher than his armament master grade. When one's array formation realm stepped into tier 4, wanting to improve further, the difficulty would increase exponentially. From a tier 4 array master to a tier 5 array master, who knew how many prodigy cultivators would be stumped? As far as Chen Daoxuan knew, Huianqi was the only one in the entire Infinite Star Sea who had broken through from the 5th rank to the 6th rank. Of course, breaking through the array formation was difficult for the cultivators of the other realms, but it was not necessarily the case for Chen Daoxuan, especially when he decided to use the stars of comprehension at all costs. Chen Daoxuan opened his eyes and looked at the storage ring in front of the futon. This storage ring contained all kinds of arrays that the Chen family had collected over the years. These formations ranged from high to low. There were low-grade level 1 formations, high-grade level 5 formations, and even level 6 formations. There were a few jade slips in this storage ring that recorded them. Formations were not like the inheritance of refining weapons or alchemy. In the cultivation world, the cultivators of the various forces were more relaxed about the inheritance of array formations. This was because learning array formations required a cultivator's talent to be too high. Not only that, even if a cultivator became a high-level array master, the value they could create was extremely limited. Unlike high-level alchemists and high-level blacksmiths, which were the foundation of a cultivation force. And besides being able to set up a protective formation, the usefulness of an array master was extremely limited. However, once a cultivation faction had set up a protective formation, it would usually not change for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. It was impossible for an array master to survive by setting up a protective array, right? This was especially so for the Heavenly Divination sect, a sect famous for array formations. After they invented something called an array disk, even cultivators who did not know anything about array formations could easily set up arrays with the help of the array disk. The role of an array master was further reduced. At this point, at the borders of the celestial cloud continent, other than the Heavenly Divination sect that had a large number of array masters, the number of array masters in the other sects could be counted on one's fingers. Not to mention the array masters among the itinerant cultivators. The array masters of the other sects were mostly like Huianqi, who was essentially a craftsman. After all, a high-grade craftsman had to be proficient in the Dao of arrays. Chapter 527, Tier 6 Array Master, 3. In the end, there were too many things that the two of them could learn from each other. He made a decision in his heart. Chen Daoxuan didn't delay any longer. With a thought, the stars of comprehension in his sea of consciousness started to rotate rapidly. A large amount of comprehension stars were consumed. As the stardust was consumed, Chen Daoxuan's comprehension ability was visibly increasing. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times. In the blink of an eye. His comprehension ability broke through the limit of 100 times and reached an unimaginable realm. As his comprehension increased, the various array formations in the jade slip flashed across his mind like meteors. Not a single shooting star had passed by, which meant that Chen Daoxuan had thoroughly understood a type of formation. With the Chen family's size, the array formations they had collected over the years were incomparably vast, filling up a storage ring. But now, Chen Daoxuan had seen through and chewed through these formations at an extremely exaggerated speed. As Chen Daoxuan thoroughly comprehended this array formation knowledge, his array formation realm also continuously rose. Tier 4 low-grade array master, Tier 5 low-grade array master, Tier 5 middle-grade array master. A low-grade Tier 6 array master. Chen Daoxuan and Qin Zhan did not know that while one of them was in closed-door cultivation and the other was guarding, the Qingwei sect had also undergone a considerable change. Qingwei sect. A majestic immortal palace towered over the clouds. In the palace, thrones stood in the majestic immortal palace. There were at least dozens of thrones. At this moment, those who were qualified to sit on the throne were at least nascent souls. 2 cultivators sat on the 2 thrones at the top. The one on the left was Yi Tiankai, the sect master of the Qingwei sect. If the sea-suppressing palace lord was present, he would probably exclaim. The person sitting next to Yi Tiankai was none other than Wu Sheng, the master of Profound Sun sect and Supreme Divine Fire. Compared to Yi Tiankai's feminine face, Wu Sheng's face was much rougher. Alliance Master, why did you summon us in such a hurry? Wu Sheng looked at Yi Tiankai and said after some consideration. Wu Sheng was indeed curious. After all, the Qianyuan sword sect was pressing on them step by step, and the entire Yun nation had lost 70% of its territory. Before long, the entire Yun nation would fall. At that time, it would be the turn of the Xianyang sect and the Qingwei sect. Wu Sheng was not naive enough to think that the Qianyuan sword sect would stop after taking down the Yun nation after launching such a violent attack. Junior brother Wu, please calm down. Yi Tiankai gave him a gentle look, then turned to the others. I know the war in the Yun nation is urgent, but one must have something more important than the Yun nation's front line. Something more important? What is it? Yi Tiankai's words made the people of Profound Sun sect discuss among themselves. As for the nascent souls of the Qingwei sect, they were at ease. Clearly, they already knew about the existence of the Supreme Divine Water. After a while, the discussions stopped. What do you think? Yi Tiankai asked. What do you think? Hearing this, everyone frowned. In this battle, the Qianyuan sword sect was unstoppable. The strength they displayed was far beyond the expectations of the Xianqing Dao League. All the higher UPS of the Xianqing Dao League did not expect that the strength of the Qianyuan sword sect had increased to such a level after more than 400 years of war. 400 years ago, the two sides were still in a stalemate in the Yun nation. The Qianyuan sword sect had taken over half of the Yun nation by surprise attack, but now, the Qianyuan sword sect and the Xianqing Dao League were competing in terms of military strength, and the Xianqing Dao League was not their match at all. This was really unexpected. Seeing everyone's solemn faces, Yi Tiankai continued, I'm sure everyone knows that this battle is extremely dangerous for our Xianqing Dao alliance. Even if the Qianyuan sword sect stopped after taking over the Yun nation, with the resources of the Yun nation, how could the Xianqing Dao League survive in the next few hundred years? Alliance Master, you are right. Yes, I am. Sigh. Everyone sighed when they heard this. But Yi Tiankai stood up from his throne and said, it's not like our Xianqing Dao League has no chance of winning. In fact, our chances of winning are much greater than the Qianyuan sword sects. Hearing this, Wu Sheng could no longer hold back his curiosity. He cupped his hands and said, may I know what the chances of victory Alliance Master is referring to? Supreme One Divine Water. Boom. What? In an instant, the hall was in chaos. Chapter 528, Rule of Law. Gilded Gold Immortal City. It was a spacious and elegantly decorated manor. The side door of the manor was wide open, and spirit beast carriages came in and out of the manor. Shopkeeper Zhao, our trading company has already finished shipping this batch of goods. This is the handover list. Please take a look. A foundation establishment cultivator dressed like a wealthy businessman stood in front of a fat cultivator named Zhao, who was also dressed like a wealthy businessman but was actually a disciple of the Shadow Palace. He smiled and cupped his hands. Sure, sure. The Shadow Palace disciple surnamed Zhao took the list from the wealthy businessman and checked it. After confirming that there was no mistake, he nodded and said, "Brother Yu, the bill is not bad. We have settled the payment in goods. I hope we will have the opportunity to work together again in the future." "Definitely, definitely." The wealthy merchant opposite him smiled and gave a thumbs up. "In this gilded gold immortal city, who doesn't know that you, shopkeeper Zhao, have unparalleled integrity when doing business? You're welcome." The Shadow Palace disciple surnamed Zhao waved his hands. "Shopkeeper Zhao, this little brother of the Jade Phoenix brothel will be the host tonight. Please do me the honor, shopkeeper Zhao." Hearing this, the Shadow Palace disciple surnamed Zhao waved his hands. "How can one let brother Yu spend money? This time, I must treat you. Brother Zhao, are you looking down on me?" The wealthy businessman Yu pretended to be angry. "This meal must be on me." Seeing the other party's determined tone, the Shadow Palace disciple surnamed Zhao smiled and cupped his hands. All right, brother Yu, please do as you wish. I'll definitely come on time tonight. Let's get drunk. All right, let's not stop until we're drunk." The wealthy businessman surnamed Yu looked at shopkeeper Zhao's group of workers who were busy with work and cupped his hands. "Then I won't disturb you any further. Brother Zhao, you go ahead." "All right, take care, brother Yu." Seeing the other party off, the Shadow Palace disciple surnamed Zhao heaved a sigh of relief. As the most important spy of Shadow Hall in the Gilded Gold Immortal City, in Zhao Cheng's memory, the impression of the Qian Yuan sword sect had gradually blurred. If it wasn't for the Shadow Palace's secret order to activate his spy, Zhao Cheng might hide in Gilded Gold Immortal City forever. But this time, the Shadow Palace had actually given him a secret order of the highest level, and had him completely obey the orders of the cultivators who had come to meet him. At the beginning, Zhao Cheng still did not know who it was that could make Highness Ying give such a high order. The moment he saw Qin Zhan, Zhao Cheng was almost scared silly. He was in the intelligence business, so he was more aware of the status of the Seacoming Palace Master in the Qian Yuan sword sect. It was no exaggeration to say that, according to the information Zhao Cheng had learned, Qin Zhan, the Palace Master of the Seacoming Palace, was one of the top 3 in the entire Infinite Star Sea. His status in the sect was only below that of the sect master of the Qian Yuan sword sect. In the sect, apart from perfected Lord Lin Wu, the Palace Master of the Weapon Refining Palace, Huiyan Qi, Third Elder Ye Yin, and a few others who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him, the other Palace Masters and Elders were all shorter than the Palace Master of the Sea-Calming Palace. This included their Shadow Palace Lord. Compared to the Sea-Suppressing Palace Lord Qin Zhan, his status was lower. For this big shot to personally come to the Gilded Gold Immortal City, Zhao Cheng realized that something big was about to happen in the Qingwei sect. Since the Sea Suppression Hall Master personally came, he naturally wouldn't do it just to deal with a small city like Gilded Gold Immortal City. His target was definitely the Qingwei sect, which was thousands of miles away from the Gilded Gold Immortal City. As for the Gilded Gold Immortal City, it was just a temporary foothold for the other party. It had to be said. Even though Zhao Cheng knew very little, the information he analyzed was very close to Qin Zhan's true purpose for coming here. If Qin Zhan knew about this, he would definitely give a thumbs up and praise him for being insightful. As soon as the cultivator surnamed Yu walked away, the disciple surnamed Zhao called out to a group of qi condensation workers, "Everyone, work harder." "Yes, shopkeeper." Everyone agreed. Just as the spirit beast carriage was busy going in and out, another group of people walked towards the side door of the manor. Sensing something, Zhao Cheng raised his head. When he saw what the passerby was wearing, his heart skipped a beat. A disciple of the Qingwei sect. Although he was shocked, Zhao Cheng still approached him with a flattering expression. Zhao Cheng walked in front of the disciples of the Qingwei sect and bowed. He cupped his hands and said, "I didn't know that the seniors of the Qingwei sect had arrived. I didn't welcome you. I hope that the seniors can forgive me." However, when the leading disciple of the Qingwei sect heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Then, he said in a relaxed tone, "Zhao Cheng, don't try to be. We're disciples of Yuya Palace." Hearing this, Zhao Cheng's heart tightened. As a disciple of the Shadow Hall of the Qian Yuan sword sect, he naturally knew about the Yuya Palace of the Qingwei sect. Different from the Qian Yuan sword sect, the Qingwei sect had 2 major intelligence agencies. One was the Yuya Palace, which specialized in internal affairs, and the other was the external intelligence agency established by the current sect master Yi Tiankai, the Shadowless Palace. Zhao Cheng knew very well that he had been exposed by the Yuya Palace disciples. Even though he knew that he had been exposed, Zhao Cheng's face still showed a look of bewilderment. Seniors of Yuya Palace, may first know what crime one have committed. Zhao Cheng, 54 years ago, you snuck into the Gilded Gold Immortal City. If I'm not wrong, you should be someone from Shadow Hall. The leader of the Yuya Palace disciples glared at Zhao Cheng and said coldly, you Shadow Palace disciples are too arrogant. You dare to sneak into our Qingwei sect? Do you really think we have no one? Beside him, another Yuya Palace disciple reminded him softly, Senior brother, don't forget our mission. Hearing this reminder, the Yuya Palace disciple finally calmed down. Chapter 529, The Third Law, 2. He took a deep breath and said, I'm here today to send an invitation to your Qian Yuan sword sect. Invitation. The expression on Zhao Cheng's face was slightly stunned. After receiving the invitation card from the Yuya Palace disciple, Zhao Cheng was even more dumbfounded. Yi Tiankai, the sect master of the Qingwei sect, signed the invitation. The sect master of the Qingwei sect had sent an invitation to the Qian Yuan sword sect. Those who did not know would definitely think that the Qingwei sect was up to something. After all, the Qian Yuan sword sect and the Xuan Qingdao League were fighting to the death at the front line of the Yun nation. Now that the two sides were enemies, they would not send each other an invitation. However, Yi Tiankai had decided to go down. This move really made Zhao Cheng somewhat confused. Also, the sect master asked me to tell you that the Xuan Qingdao League not only invited your Qian Yuan sword sect, but also the Spirit Insect Valley, the Heavenly Divination sect, and the Thousand Revolution Palace. After saying that, the Yuya Palace disciple turned and left. Wait! Zhao Cheng raised his hand. Seeing everyone turn around, Zhao Cheng said in a deep voice, how did you discover my identity? Humph! No comment. He watched as the people from Yuya Palace left. Zhao Cheng could no longer suppress his wildly beating heart. With a flash of light, he flew into the manor. In the manor, in front of a spiritual lake, Qin Zhan sized up the invitation in his hand. The expression on his face was very interesting. Interesting, interesting. Qin Zhan laughed. He actually invited us over directly. Zhao Cheng stood at the side. He didn't know if Qin Zhan was referring to the Spirit Insect Valley, Thousand Revolution Hall, and Heaven Divination Sect, or Chen Daoxuan whom he had received orders to bring over a few days ago. Zhao Cheng gulped and said carefully, Hall Master Qin, what should we do next? Qin Zhan sized up Zhao Cheng and realized that although the other party was nervous, he did not panic. He could not help but nod his head. This kid's temperament was not bad. One had to know that this was the headquarters of the Qingwei sect. It was not easy for him, a disciple of the Qian Yuan sword sect, to maintain such a calm attitude when his identity was discovered. Especially since the other party's cultivation was so low, only at the foundation establishment stage, this was even more rare. Thinking of this, Qin Zhan could not help but feel a sense of admiration for talent. He smiled and asked, Elo, do you think this should be handled? Qin Zhan's question immediately stumped Zhao Cheng. He frowned and after a while, he cupped his hands and said, I thought that since the Qingwei sect invited the Qian Yuan sword sect in front of the three sects, we must go. Otherwise, it would seem that our Qian Yuan sword sect is afraid of them. At this moment, Zhao Cheng seemed to have made a decision. However, Hall Master Qin, you have a high status and it is not easy for you to take risks personally. This disciple can do this on your behalf and see what the Qingwei sect is up to. Our sect will only lose a foundation establishment disciple, but the Qingwei sect's reputation in the northwestern border of the Celestial Cloud continent will suffer a great loss. In this way, our Qian Yuan sword sect still profited. Hearing this, the smile on Qin Zhan's face instantly disappeared. He looked at the foundation establishment disciple in front of him and said solemnly, No, you're wrong. No, number one, wonder what disciple said wrong. Zhao Cheng was a little nervous. Losing you and damaging the reputation of the Qingwei sect is the loss of the Qian Yuan sword sect. Upon hearing this, Zhao Cheng felt a lump in his throat, and he couldn't help but feel an urge to die for his friend. Seeing that Zhao Cheng's eyes were slightly red, Qin Zhan patted his shoulder and smiled. However, you are right about one thing. Since the Qingwei sect has invited us openly, we have to go. As he spoke, Qin Zhan paused. Zhao Cheng, disciple is here. From now on, I order you to return to the sect as soon as possible and pass this news to the section. This. Zhao Cheng hesitated. You want to disobey orders? Disciple, don't dare. Zhao Cheng quickly lowered his head. Seeing that Zhao Cheng was still unmoved, Qin Zhan glared and said, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go. Oh! Only then did Zhao Cheng come back to his senses. With a flash of light, he flew out of Gilded Gold City. Although the Gilded Gold City had a flight restriction array, it was clear that the Gilded Gold Immortal City had received a special order to lift the flight restriction on Zhao Cheng alone. Zhao Cheng didn't even turn his head as he quickly flew towards the outside of the Gilded Gold Immortal City. He watched Zhao Cheng leave. Qin Zhan picked up the invitation and smiled again. Interesting. You want me to turn a surprise attack into a strong attack? In reality, Qin Zhan vaguely understood that Yi Tiankai, the sect master of the Qingwei sect, had dared to openly invite the major sects when the Tei Divine Water was about to appear. It was obvious that they were prepared to attack the Qingwei sect. At this time when the Qianyuan Sword sect and the Xianqing Dao alliance were at war, the Qingwei sect still had this confidence. Yi Tiankai was more courageous than Qin Zhan had imagined. In fact, Qin Zhan could also apply for help from the Qianyuan Sword sect now. Since it was a forceful attack, he might as well get the sect to mobilize more than 100 nascent souls. Everyone would have an epic battle of nascent soul cultivators in the Qingwei sect. However, Qin Zhan did not intend to do so. This was because the Qianyuan Sword sect had the absolute advantage in the war against the Yun nation. If Qin Zhan sent a large number of nascent souls here, it would be of great help. The war situation in the Yun nation would definitely sink into a state of anxiety again. This was something Qin Zhan did not want to see. On the other hand, the Qianyuan Sword sect's aggressive behavior in the Qingwei sect would inevitably alert the other three sects. Before this, Qin Zhan did not tell Chen Daoxuan that his hidden hand was actually the three major sects of the Xianqing Dao alliance. These three great sects usually did not have a good relationship with the Xianqing Dao alliance. Now that the Qingwei sect had produced the Tei Divine Water, not only the enemy, the Qianyuan Sword sect, was nervous. The three major sects that were close to the Xianqing Dao alliance were also nervous. He asked. If the Xianqing Dao alliance gave birth to an Essence Soul Dao Lord, would they still be satisfied with their current territory? Definitely not. If that was the case, where would the new territory come from? Apart from attacking the Yun nation and the wilderness, the Xianqing Dao alliance was more concerned about the celestial cloud continent occupied by the Spirit Insect Valley, the Thousand Revolution Hall, and the Heaven Divination sect. This was a simple logic that the three sects could easily understand. Therefore, after Qin Zhan personally revealed this news to the three great sects, he was more than 90% confident that they would stand on the same front as him. This was because the birth of an Essence Soul Dao Lord from the Profound Pure Dao Alliance was a huge threat to everyone. Everyone had to work together to nip this threat in the bud. Although the Qianyuan Sword sect had a strong presence on the battlefield of the Yun nation, in the eyes of the public, the Qianyuan Sword sect did not have an Essence Soul Dao Lord. Even if the Qianyuan Sword sect had some advantage over them, they could not completely crush them. With this in mind, Qin Zhan could not apply for help from the sect. He had to show the weakness of the Qianyuan Sword sect and the strength of the Xianqing Dao League in front of the three major sects. Only in this way would the three major sects be on the same side as the Qianyuan Sword sect. However, at the same time, the Qianyuan Sword sect had to show a certain strength. Otherwise, the three major sects would not be willing to be the succor if they were to stand in the front alone. Qin Zhangyu felt that if he, a world-level true lord, and Chen Daoxuan, a supreme true lord, joined forces, they should be able to make the three great sects acknowledge the power of the Qianyuan Sword sect. However, Qin Zhan didn't know that the Qingwei sect had actually invited people from Profound Sun sect. In the quiet room, Chen Daoxuan knew nothing about the outside world. At this moment, he was completely immersed in the pleasure of his rapid increase in strength. In front of Chen Daoxuan, the flying snow and the Chengying swords had completely merged into one, no longer distinguishable from each other. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan's face was filled with surprise. Tier 6 array masters are indeed extraordinary. This newly created Tiangang sword array of mine actually allowed the fusion rate of space and water laws to directly soar to 100%. Moreover, the power of the Tiangang sword array had not been fully released. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan once again looked at the comprehension star in his sea of consciousness, which was less than 100 miles in diameter, and thought to himself, perhaps I can comprehend a third law. Chapter 530, Seclusion, 1. However, as for the third sword essence, should one choose the fire element sword essence or the metal element sword essence? Chen Daoxuan fell into deep thought. After a long time, he finally made the decision to choose the fire element sword intent. Although Chen Daoxuan had obtained 2 level 5 high-grade immortal swords from True Lord Gold Origin's treasure trove, one was of the metal element and the other was of the fire element. However, among the low-level sword scriptures that the Chen family had collected over the years, the water and fire attribute sword scriptures were the most. If Chen Daoxuan wanted to comprehend the third sword essence, he would definitely choose the fire element sword essence first. When Chen Daoxuan was comprehending the water element sword intent, he had suffered a loss. What he comprehended was not the complete water element sword intent, but a branch of the water element sword intent, the rain sword intent. When the rain sword intent was at the first or second level of the Great Dao realm, it was not too inferior to the water sword intent. However, as Chen Daoxuan's cultivation and Great Dao realm became higher and higher, the drawbacks of the Silk Rain sword intent began to show. The biggest problem with the Silk Rain sword intent was that it lacked potential. The limit of this sword intent was only at the 5th stage of the Great Dao realm, and that was the theoretical limit. In truth, very few cultivators who had gained insights into the Rain of Threads sword intent were able to reach the level of the laws, much less world-level cultivators. Chen Daoxuan had seen this clearly, which was why he didn't hesitate to spend a large amount of comprehension stars to forcefully reverse the Silk Rain sword intent that had gone astray. The other swordsmen could not imitate his method at all. However, after this battle, Chen Daoxuan also understood how important it was to not go astray at the beginning of comprehending sword essence. Chen Daoxuan's space sword intent was comprehended in the Infinite Star Sea Trial Inheritance. At that time, he had cultivated a large number of space attribute sword scriptures and cultivated them all to the perfection realm. That was why he had comprehended the complete space sword essence. Reality proved that if a cultivator wanted to comprehend the complete sword essence, it was not luck, but traces. After that, Chen Daoxuan ordered the Chen family to collect all kinds of low-level sword scriptures. In addition, he also used his battle merits to exchange for a large number of low-level sword scriptures in the Qian Yuan sword sect. Among them, the most common were the 2 sword techniques of the water and fire attributes. Chen Daoxuan had already grasped the water element sword intent and water element nomological laws. The best choice left was naturally the fire element sword intent. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan didn't delay, directly rummaging through the storage ring for the various fire-attributed Tier 1 sword techniques that the Chen clan had painstakingly collected. Scarlet Flame Sword Technique, Sun Incinerating Sword Technique, Blazing Sun Sword Technique. One by one, the fire attribute sword techniques entered Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness. Even without the help of the stars, he could still cultivate these sword techniques very quickly with his late Aurus core cultivation. Chen Daoxuan estimated that in at most a day's time, he could cultivate a Tier 1 sword scripture to the realm of perfection. Compared to the Qi refinement stage, where it took decades or even a lifetime to comprehend a first-tier sword technique to perfection, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. However, this was only under the circumstances of Chen Daoxuan's normal cultivation. Now, he obviously did not plan to cultivate normally. With the boost of 100 times comprehension ability, the Tier 1 sword techniques were like meteors that streaked across the night sky. As soon as they entered Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness, they were comprehended to the supreme perfection realm. Fire attribute sword scriptures were comprehended by him one by one. Chen Daoxuan's comprehension of the fire element sword intent was also getting deeper and deeper. In less than an hour, a total of 117 Tier 1 fire attribute sword techniques were comprehended by Chen Daoxuan to the perfection realm. His speed was terrifying to the point of making people speechless. Even so, Chen Daoxuan still hadn't comprehended the fire element sword essence. Logically speaking, if a cultivator was comprehending sword essence for the first time, perhaps he would be able to comprehend fire element sword essence after comprehending 4 or 5 first-grade fire element sword scriptures to perfection. However, this was not the first time Chen Daoxuan had comprehended sword essence. The fire element sword essence was the third sword essence he had comprehended. Repulse. Chen Daoxuan frowned. He finally understood what it meant when a cultivator's comprehended nomological laws rejected a new sword intent nomological law. If other cultivators were to encounter such a predicament, they would very likely feel discouraged. But Chen Daoxuan didn't. If 100 sword scriptures can't work, then 1,000, if 1,000 can't work, then 10,000. Chen Daoxuan was determined to comprehend the third sword essence. This was because once the third sword intent was successfully comprehended, Chen Daoxuan could directly advance it to the higher stage law realm with the help of the stellar sword Dao diagram. It would be comparable to the laws of air and water. Time slowly passed. More and more Tier 1 sword techniques were comprehended by him. 200, 300, 400. Just as Chen Daoxuan had reached the 872th gate, he suddenly stopped. It wasn't that his comprehension stars had been exhausted, but that Chen Daoxuan had discovered that he had learned all the first-tier fire attribute sword techniques that the Chen family had collected. However, he was still like a piece of paper, unable to comprehend the fire element sword essence. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan was completely ruthless. In his sea of consciousness, the comprehension star started to spin crazily. The consumption of the comprehension star suddenly increased by a level. At the same time, Chen Daoxuan's comprehension also soared. 100 times comprehension, 110 times comprehension, 120 times comprehension, 200 times comprehension. As his comprehension increased, Chen Daoxuan's thoughts became more and more active. Everything in the world suddenly became traceable in his eyes. He even suspected that if he continued to maintain this state, he might directly ascend to become an immortal on the spot. However, it was clear that the stars of comprehension could not withstand such a crazy consumption. Chapter 531, Seclusion, 2. Chen Daoxuan's comprehension ability, which was increased by 200 times, was so high that even a Mahayana true immortal could only admit defeat. With the enhancement of 200 times comprehension, the original window paper was broken through in the blink of an eye. An invisible wave swept across his danshan in his sea of qi. Then, a new flame lit up on the stellar sword Dao diagram. It was the fire element sword intent. With 200 times comprehension ability, not only did Chen Daoxuan comprehend the fire-type sword intent, but he also rushed to the second level of the astral transformation realm. Before Chen Daoxuan could be happy, he felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness. Chen Daoxuan's consciousness sank into the sea of consciousness and found that the perception star that was originally suspended above the sea of divine light had only a small star core left, which was constantly rotating around the golden scripture. At this point, the comprehension stars that Chen Daoxuan had accumulated in the source world of true immortals had all been used up. The stinging sensation that came from his sea of consciousness was the golden scripture reminding Chen Daoxuan that if he continued to consume his comprehension stars, he would fall to the second level of the primordial enlightenment scripture. Chen Daoxuan had cultivated until now, and it was not easy for him to raise the primordial enlightenment scripture to the third level. Naturally, he could not let it fall. Thus, he quickly stopped consuming his comprehension stars. Enduring the stinging pain in his sea of consciousness, Chen Daoxuan recited the primordial enlightenment scripture silently. After an incense stick of time, a comprehension stardust floated to the star core that was chosen to revolve around the golden scripture. After the star core accepted this comprehension stardust, it lit up slightly. It seemed as if there were no changes and continued to revolve around the golden scripture. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan knew that if he wanted to restore the star core to its original appearance, it was impossible to rely on the accumulation of comprehension stardust every day. He could only rely on the chaos chi in the world origin pearl. Shaking his head, Chen Daoxuan cast away the distracting thoughts in his mind. He recited the primordial enlightenment scripture silently, not to accumulate the stardust of comprehension, but to eliminate the stinging sensation in his sea of consciousness. As expected, after he recited the primordial enlightenment scripture, the stabbing pain in his sea of consciousness completely disappeared, and his divine consciousness returned to its active and full state. Now, not only had he successfully comprehended the fire sword essence, but he had also directly reached the second level of the star transformation realm. What Chen Daoxuan needed to do next was to fuse it with the Fire Immortal Sword. Then, with the help of a high-grade level 5 Fire Attribute Immortal Sword, he could advance it to the high-stage Law Realm in one go, and from there, he could achieve the leap to the heavens in one step. Chen Daoxuan summoned the sword art of the Stellar Sword, and then took out an immortal sword with green flames. It was the 5th tier superior grade fire attributed flying sword that he had obtained from True Lord Golden Origin. From the Stellar Sword doctrine, a flame flew out and slowly merged into the immortal sword that was glowing with green flames. Very quickly, the orange flame fused with the immortal sword that was suffused with green flames. Similar to the Flying Snow and Chengying dual swords, this celestial sword with green flames started to fade after being infused with the fire sword essence. Finally, it rushed into the Stellar Sword principal illustration. When Chen Daoxuan looked at the Stellar Sword Dao diagram again, a huge celestial body emitting green flames appeared beside the light blue star and the diamond-like star. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan knew that the fire-type sword intent had directly advanced to the Law Realm, and it was continuously advancing. Law Realm Primary Stage, Law Realm Middle Stage, Law Realm Upper Stage. An hour later, the Fire Element Sword intent, driven by the 5th tier superior grade Fire Attribute Flying Sword, directly advanced to High Stage Law Realm, becoming the 3rd High Stage Law Realm law that Chen Daoxuan comprehended. Out! Chen Daoxuan called out softly. In the next moment, the transparent Chengying sword, the light blue flying snow sword, and the green unnamed flying sword all flew out of the Stellar Sword Dao diagram and appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan looked at them one by one, and finally cast his gaze on the green unnamed flying sword. You keep flashing with green flames, so I'll call you Qing Yan. Qing Yan seemed to understand Chen Daoxuan's words. The sword trembled slightly and let out a crisp sound. Chen Daoxuan did not forget the last step of naming the immortal sword that was formed by the fire elemental nomological laws. He separated the 4th piece of his mind and fused it into the green flame sword. Because only in this way could Chen Daoxuan borrow the power of the Tiangang sword array formation to forcefully fuse the 3 laws of air, water, and fire together. It was just that Chen Daoxuan did not know to what extent the Tiangang sword array, which he had created with his low-grade Tier 6 array formation attainments, could fuse the 3 high-stage Law Realm Great Dao laws of air, water, and fire. Generally speaking, after fusing 50% of 3 high-stage laws, one would be able to choose to break through to the 6th level of the Great Dao realm, the world level. He wanted to break through to the world level. The first step was for the cultivator to fuse 3 high-stage nomological laws together, and the degree of fusion had to exceed 50%. In the second step, the cultivator would use the fused nomological laws as the foundation and fuse them into the cultivator's Dao domain. At this point, the Dao domain would become a world, and the fused nomological laws would be the foundation of this world. From now on, cultivators could create and destroy worlds with a single thought. Only then could they be called world-level cultivators. After cultivators reached the world level, as their world expanded, the great Dao laws that they could infuse into their world were no longer limited to the high stage of the nomological realm. They could continue to improve. Of course, no matter how much the nomological laws of the Great Path improved, cultivators had to remember that the nomological law fusion must not be less than 50%. Otherwise, this world would collapse. No matter how big the world was, it was the same. Thus, after cultivators broke through to the world level, it was very important for them to improve in their laws of the Great Dao. However, it was even more important for them to maintain a fusion rate of at least 50%. Chapter 532, Exliscience, 3. A month later, Chen Daoxuan carefully controlled his diamond-like mind and slowly fused it into the green flame sword. After fusing with his thoughts, Chen Daoxuan could feel that the green flame sword seemed to have become his new body, and it was no longer separate from him. Of course, this was not the main point. The reason why Chen Daoxuan wanted to integrate his thoughts was to use the Tiangang sword array and forcefully integrate the 3 laws of space, water, and fire. Before this, Chen Daoxuan had tried. Under the support of the Tiangang sword array's power and mind, the 2 laws of space and water could already be 100% fused into one. However, Chen Daoxuan could clearly feel that the power of the Tiangang sword formation was far more than that. Therefore, he had forcefully comprehended the 3rd sword essence without caring about the consumption of his comprehension stars. Now, it seemed that everything was going very smoothly. His newly comprehended third fire-type sword intent had not only reached the low realm, but it had also reached the high-stage low realm, just like the laws of space and water. The only thing Chen Daoxuan was looking forward to was how far these three laws could be fused. Thinking of this, he summoned Flying Snow and Cheng Ying swords again. In front of him, the Cheng Ying sword was in the middle while Fei Shui and Qing Yan were floating beside the transparent Cheng Ying sword. In the next moment, Chen Daoxuan cast the Tiangang sword array. Under the link of his mind, the power of the Tiangang sword array completely exploded. The light blue Flying Snow sword and the green flame sword revolved around the Cheng Ying sword. The Cheng Ying sword itself was also spinning. At this moment, the three immortal swords slowly approached each other like spinning tops. The moment the three immortal swords joined together, the expected explosion did not occur. The three immortal swords fused together at an unimaginable speed. The moment the three immortal swords fused together, a huge golden sword appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. Green, light blue, and transparent lights flashed on the golden sword from time to time. It looked extremely unstable. Chen Daoxuan tried his best to maintain the Tiangang sword array. The magic power in his body was almost exhausted in an instant. He had no choice but to use the backup magic power of the 5th grade White Lotus of Fate. As the Tiangang sword array's array formation power completely erupted, the fusion degree of the three laws of space, water, and fire also continuously increased. 30%, 40%, 50%. This was reflected in the huge golden sword, which was becoming more and more stable, and the various lights and shadows on the sword became fainter. In the end, the giant golden sword was like a real immortal sword and not an unstable nomological manifestation. 70%. Chen Daoxuan's face was pale as he suddenly dispersed the Tiangang sword formation. In the next moment, the three immortal swords lost the suppression of the Tiangang sword formation and instantly scattered. Chen Daoxuan used his perception and found that in less than 3 breaths, the magic power of the 5th grade White Lotus had been consumed by nearly 10%. This kind of ultimate move is too terrifying in terms of magic power consumption. Chen Daoxuan muttered, with my own dharmic powers, I couldn't even last a breath. Even if I used the 5th grade White Lotus of Fate, I could only last 30 breaths at most. Chen Daoxuan frowned. He knew that a fierce battle was waiting for him when he headed to the Qingwei sect. The problem of insufficient magic power was once again placed in front of Chen Daoxuan. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan steeled his heart. He took out the level 5 high-grade power spiritual armor while taking out the remaining 19 bottles of power of creation. Then, he poured all his power of creation onto the green spiritual armor. Being washed by such a huge amount of power of creation, the green Ling armor began to tremble crazily. The spirituality on its body also increased at a visible speed. In just a few months, Chen Daoxuan had upgraded his natal spiritual armor twice. He had to admit that the power of creation that he had invested in this life spirit armor was more than the power of creation on all the immortal swords combined. But Chen Daoxuan knew that this investment was worth it. Otherwise, no matter how high his great Dao realm was, without enough dharmic powers to support it, it would still be in vain. 19 bottles of power of creation were poured out. Chen Daoxuan's superior grade level 5 power armor had jumped to superior grade level 6. Even an essence soul Dao Lord would be tempted to see a spirit armor of this grade. But now, it appeared in the hands of a golden core cultivator. In the following days, Chen Daoxuan repeated his previous actions. With the help of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, he crazily poured magic power into the 6th grade White Lotus of Fate. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. Chen Daoxuan had poured his magic power into the 6th grade White Lotus of Fate for 2 months before he had only managed to pour it to 90%. Just as Chen Daoxuan wanted to continue pouring, he discovered that the 10,000-year stalactite milk in the jade bottle was already completely consumed by him. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan took a deep breath and closed his eyes to recite the primordial enlightenment scripture. Then, he opened his eyes again in high spirits. It's time to come out of seclusion. Qingwei sect, here I come. Chapter 533, Killing, 1. Rumble. As the heavy stone door of the seclusion chamber opened, a white figure slowly walked out of the quiet room. Outside the cultivation room, a similarly white figure stood with his hands behind his back, waiting quietly. You've come out of seclusion. Qin Zhan sized up Chen Daoxuan and nodded, not bad, your cultivation has advanced from Golden Core State Level 1 to Level 8, breaking through 2 small realms in a row. The Saint Origin fruit is indeed worthy of its reputation. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan immediately cupped his hands and bowed to the other party. Many thanks to Hall Master Qin for giving me this treasure. Hearing this, Qin Zhan waved his hand. The increase in your cultivation and strength will also be helpful for our next operation. I'm not just helping you. Even though he said so, Chen Daoxuan knew that he truly owed Qin Zhan a huge favor. Whether it was the 2,300 drops of power of creation or the Saint Origin fruit that could rapidly improve the cultivation of a golden core cultivator, they were both rare treasures. However, Qin Zhan gave it to him just like that without any additional conditions. Chen Daoxuan could not help but remember such kindness. Although those 2,300 drops of power of creation were borrowed by Chen Daoxuan, he could tell that Qin Zhan had no intention of making Chen Daoxuan repay it at all. Perhaps Qin Zhan felt that he owed Chen Daoxuan a huge favor when he obtained the Great Dao Stone tablet containing spatial laws from Chen Daoxuan during his trip to the source world of true immortals. These 2,300 drops of the power of the Saint Origin fruit and the 2,300 drops of the power of the Saint Origin were his way of repaying Chen Daoxuan's favor. As for Qin Zhan's promise to repay Chen Daoxuan's favor with the holy water of the Grand Supreme, in the end, this matter was still uncertain. Even Qin Zhan himself did not have any confidence that he would be able to obtain the supreme divine water from the Qingwei sect. In Qin Zhan's opinion, the best outcome was to destroy the Supreme One Divine Water and the Supreme One Celestial Pond of the Qingwei sect. In the end, no one would be able to obtain this supreme treasure. Not only him, even Spirit Insect Valley, Heavenly Divination Sect, and Thousand Trickeries Hall had the same thoughts. It was much more difficult to snatch the Supreme One Divine Water from the Qingwei sect than to destroy the Supreme One Divine Water when they were unprepared. Qin Zhan naturally understood this simple logic. In reality, his senior sister gave him an order to destroy the Tei Divine Water and Tei Immortal Pool, but not to snatch it. Fei Jingxiu had even prepared the celestial artifact that destroyed the Supreme Divine Water, Emperor Yu's Bell, for Qin Zhan. Emperor Yu's Bell was not a growing fairy weapon like the Stellar Sword Chart or the Six Paths of Reincarnation banner. It was the cornerstone fairy weapon of the Qian Yuan Sword sect. Its power was far greater than the Stellar Sword Chart and the Six Paths of Reincarnation banner in Qin Zhan's hands. Normally, given Qin Zhan's late nascent soul stage cultivation base, he wouldn't be able to use this immortal artifact at all, not even if he had reached the world level of the Great Dao. However, Emperor Yu's Bell had been refined by Fei Jingxiu for hundreds of years. Even the previous sect master of the Qian Yuan Sword sect had refined it for countless years. After so many years of sacrificial refining, it was barely enough for a cultivator to ignore their cultivation and forcefully use Emperor Yu's Bell once. And this was Qin Zhangqing's greatest trump card for his trip to the minor Dao sect. Qin Zhan sized up Chen Daoxuan and nodded in his heart. Chen Daoxuan had fought with a top perfected lord before. Although he was no match for the palace lord of Yuya Palace, Qin Zhan felt that he was infinitely close to the level of a top perfected lord. Chen Daoxuan was only at the early stage Golden Core realm, but his strength was infinitely close to that of a top-notch perfected cultivator. Now that he had broken through from early stage Golden Core to late stage Golden Core, his strength would definitely go up another level and completely enter the level of a top-notch perfected lord. Although a top perfected lord wouldn't be able to change the overall situation, it was still a great help to Qin Zhan, who was alone. Take 10,000 steps back. Even if Chen Daoxuan couldn't play much of a role in the battle between the two sides, at least he could bring him away after he exhausted the magic power of Emperor Yu's Bell. Qin Zhan knew that Chen Daoxuan was not only proficient in spatial laws, but he also grasped a treasure like the Dust Banner. His escaping ability was absolutely first-rate. When Chen Daoxuan saw Qin Zhan looking at him, he also nodded slightly at him. He did not know that Qin Zhan had already regarded him as a trump card to escape. Chen Daoxuan was still thinking of joining forces with Qin Zhan to kill everyone in the Qingwei sect and snatch the supreme divine water for Chen Xianhe to build his foundation. This is. Chen Daoxuan took the invitation from Qin Zhan and frowned slightly. An invitation from Yi Tiankai, the sect master of the Qingwei sect. Yes. Qin Zhan nodded. Yi Tiankai didn't just invite us. He also invited Spirit Insect Valley, Qianji Palace, and Heaven Divination Sect. These three sects are all the neighboring sects of Xian Qingdao League. Their strength is not weaker than the Xian Qingdao Alliance and my Qian Yuan Sword Sect. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan had a vague idea of what the Xian Qingdao Alliance was thinking. In the eyes of the Qingwei sect, rather than waiting for the big sects to attack them, it was better to send invitations to the big sects openly. As a result, the various sects might not join forces. After all, the five major forces mentioned above did not have a very friendly relationship with each other. Especially the Qian Yuan Sword Sect and the Qianji Palace. The Qian Yuan Sword Sect and the Xian Qingdao League had been at war for more than 400 years in the Yun Nation, and the Qinji Palace had sold the puppet beasts behind the Xian Qingdao League for more than 400 years. Speaking of which, the Qinji Palace was definitely half an enemy of the Qian Yuan Sword Sect. However, the Qinji Palace didn't admit this. In their eyes, it was just a normal business transaction for them to sell the puppet beasts to the profound Pure Dao League. They didn't intend to be enemies with the Qian Yuan Sword Sect. In fact, the Qianji Palace even revealed to the Qian Yuan Sword Sect that they wanted to sell the puppet monsters to the Qian Yuan Sword Sect. Chapter 534, Killing with Flattery, 2. However, this shameless idea was rejected by the sect master of the Qian Yuan Sword Sect, Qingxiu. This also caused the relationship between the two sides to reach a freezing point. As for the Heavenly Divination Sect, they had a closer relationship with the Qian Yuan Sword Sect. Huiyan Qi, the palace master of the artifact refining palace of the Qian Yuan Sword Sect, not only had a close personal relationship with the sect master of the Heavenly Divination Sect, but both parties had also cooperated in many ways in the field of artifact refining arrays. Many of the new magical artifacts created by the Qian Yuan Sword Sect's weapon refining palace were supported by the array techniques of the Heavenly Divination Sect. As for Spirit Insect Valley, Chen Daoxuan didn't know much about it. According to Shadow Temple's information, Spirit Insect Valley was very similar to those ancient sects with heavenly venerates. Generally speaking, Spirit Insect Valley cultivators rarely moved outside their sphere of influence. Actually, when Qin Zhan had gone to the Spirit Insect Valley, he had not been confident that the other party would come to the Qingwei Dao sect. He had only wanted to give it a try. Even though the Micro Dao sect had sent an invitation to Spirit Insect Valley, based on Qin Zhan's understanding of Spirit Insect Valley, it was very likely that they would not get involved. In other words, only the Qian Yuan Sword Sect, Qianji Palace, and Heavenly Divination Sect would be able to come to the Qingwei sect. It was hard to say if Spirit Insect Valley would send people over. After pondering for a while, Chen Daoxuan raised his head and said, "Attend the Qingwei sect's banquet, we will be able to see clearly whether they are friends or foes." That's true. Qin Zhan nodded. Several days later, the Qingwei sect was thousands of miles away from the Gilded Immortal City. On this day, the protective array formation of the Qingwei sect was fully opened. All the disciples of the Qingwei sect who were at the foundation establishment stage and above were in the air. They were waiting for the arrival of the various sects. "Senior brother, do you think the sect is going to welcome such a big shot? Could it be that he was going to welcome a certain Essence Soul Dao Lord?" In the eyes of the disciples of the Qingwei sect, they were a famous faction on the border of the Celestial Cloud continent. Unless an Essence Soul Dao Lord came personally, ordinary cultivators were not worthy of such a huge formation. The senior brother beside him shook his head and said, "Warden said that there will be a lot of big shots coming this time. We just have to do our part. As for the other matters, the sect master and the elders will naturally worry about them. I'm not sure, but the senior brother is right." The disciple hurriedly lowered his head. The two of them had just finished speaking. In the horizon, a five-colored phoenix pulled a carriage and flew over. The five-colored phoenix didn't seem to be flapping its wings very fast, but in the blink of an eye, it flew from the horizon to the Qingwei sect. At this moment, a singing voice echoed in the sky. "Welcome to the center. Spirit Insect Valley Saintess has arrived." Not long after the Spirit Insect Valley people arrived, another chorus followed. "Welcome to the center. The master of the Qianji Palace has arrived with his disciples. Welcome to the center. The Heavenly Divination Sect's sect master has arrived with the sect's disciples." In the end, the chorus revealed a murderous aura. The golden core cultivator in charge of the chorus stared at the two cultivators who were flying over quickly. Welcome to the center. The hall master of the sea-suppressing hall of the Qianyuan sword sect and perfected Chen have arrived. Although this golden core cultivator hated the Qianyuan sword sect, he did not lose the face of the Qingwei sect and the Xianqing Dao alliance in front of the other sects. Chen Daoxuan and Qin Zhan walked side by side. The disciples of the Qingwei sect stopped in front of the perfected cultivators of the Xianqing Dao League led by Yi Tiankai. Qin Zhan's face had been sour ever since he saw Yi Tiankai. This was because he discovered that the sect master of Profound Sun sect, Supreme Divine Fire Wu Sheng, was standing beside Yi Tiankai, the sect master of Qingwei sect. One had to know. Both the Xianqing Dao alliance and the Qingwei Dao sect had gathered their forces to fight on the front lines of the Yun nation. At this moment, the sect master of Profound Sun sect was neither in the Profound Sun sect nor the front lines of the Yun nation. Instead, he appeared in the Qingwei sect. What did this mean? It meant that the Qingwei sect was ready to give up on the Yun nation completely. Do you want to choose to protect the supreme divine water and make a final gamble? Qin Zhan stared at the feminine Yi Tiankai. Seeing Qin Zhan staring at him, Yi Tiankai smiled and nodded at Qin Zhan. You are the sea-suppressing hall master, Qin Zhan. Yes, I am. It is rumored that Hall Master Qin is the most talented cultivator in the history of the Qianyuan sword sect. He had never imagined that at such a young age, Hall Master Qin would be able to reach the 6th level of the Great Dao. What? World-level cultivators. Hearing this, not only the perfected cultivators of the Qingwei sect, but also the nascent soul cultivators of the Spirit Insect Valley, Heavenly Divination sect, and Thousand Engineering Palace all looked at Qin Zhan in disbelief. Although the difference between the Law realm and the World realm was only one realm, the difference between the two was unimaginable. Generally speaking, although there was a huge difference in strength between top perfected lords, it was easy for a top perfected lord to defeat another top perfected lord, but it was difficult to kill the other party. Because most of the top perfected cultivators had condensed their indestructible true bodies, coupled with the fact that they all had level 5 superior grade spirit armor to protect their bodies, with the support of various methods, the defense of the top perfected cultivators had reached an unbelievable level. Even if this top true lord was much stronger than the other, he could only suppress and defeat them, but not kill them. In order to kill a true lord at the peak, one had to not only break the enemy's nomological attacks with their nomological attacks, but also use the remaining power to break through the defenses of the 5th level high-grade spirit armor and the indestructible true body. In this way, even if it was a peak perfected cultivator with 2 high-level laws and a 100% fusion rate, facing a peak perfected cultivator with 1 high-level law and 1 low-level law and only a 50% fusion rate, he couldn't kill them completely. At most, he could crush them, but it was very difficult to kill them. Unless this top perfected lord was looking for death and took off his level 5 superior grade spiritual armor to fight the enemy head-on. Otherwise, he would definitely not die. However, this didn't include supreme world level true lords. If a nascent soul reached the world level in the Dao, then they wouldn't just be able to defeat their opponent, they would be able to kill an ordinary supreme true lord. In theory, a low-level true lord like Yuya Palace Master would definitely die if he encountered Qin Zhan in a one-on-one fight. Although there was only a single level of difference between the world level and the law level, the two were worlds apart. As expected, when the people of the Qingwei sect heard their sect master mention Qin Zhan's great Dao realm, they all subconsciously took a step back and looked at Qin Zhan with vigilant eyes. Only the sect master of Qingwei sect, Yi Tiankai, stood in front of Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan glanced at the nascent souls of the pure Dao sect and snorted coldly. Hasn't sect Lord Yi also reached the world level? It's different. Yi Tiankai shook his head and sighed, I have cultivated for more than 2,500 years, and you years. Boom. If I'm not wrong, you've only cultivated for less than 500. This sentence completely blew up everyone's emotions. 500 years. A late-stage nascent soul cultivator who was less than 500 years old. Not only that, but this nascent soul cultivator had also reached the 6th level of the Great Dao. At this moment, everyone felt that their cultivation of 1 to 2,000 years had been wasted on dogs. An indignant feeling instantly brewed in everyone's hearts. At this moment, the nascent souls of the other 3 sects also looked at Qin Zhan strangely. a cultivator who had reached the late nascent soul stage in less than 500 years and had reached the world level in the Great Dao. Just how far would he go in the future? Primordial soul stage? This was inevitable. None of the cultivators present doubted that a cultivator who could reach the late nascent soul stage in 500 years and had reached the world level of the Great Dao would be unable to break through to the primal stage. But was the primordial soul stage Qin Zhan's limit in the future? Perhaps not. For some reason, everyone had a terrifying answer in their hearts: heavenly venerate tribulation transcendence. There was actually a seed of a tribulation transcendence heavenly venerate hidden at the border of the celestial cloud continent. Just as everyone was agitated and could not calm down for a long time, Yi Tiankai turned to Chen Daoxuan, who was next to Qin Zhan. You are Chen Daoxuan? That's right. Chen Daoxuan's expression was indifferent. Yi Tiankai nodded. If Hall Master Qin's talent only surprises me, then your talent terrifies me. Am I right, fellow Daoist Chen? Yi Tiankai stared at Chen Daoxuan. Chapter 535, Instant Kill, 1. What? This? Yi Tiankai's fear caused an uproar. The spirit insect Valley Saintess was wearing a pure white gauze dress. Her pretty face was covered by a layer of magical equipment that looked like clouds, making it hard for others to see her clearly. When she heard that Yi Tiankai was afraid of Chen Daoxuan's talent, she couldn't help but look at him with a thoughtful look. As for the sect masters of the Qinji Hall and the Heavenly Divination sect, they frowned with a puzzled expression. They had never heard of Chen Daoxuan before. In RHE past, they only knew a few top experts in the Infinite Star Sea, such as Qin Zhan, Fei Qingxiu, Huiyan Qi, and perfected Lord Lin Yu. He had never heard of someone like Chen Daoxuan in the Qianyuan sword sect. It wasn't until the war between the Qianyuan sword sect and the Xianqing Dao League that Chen Daoxuan's name gradually became known to outsiders. He killed a late nascent soul cultivator with his golden core cultivation. Chen Daoxuan's battle record nearly scared the nascent souls who knew the inside story silly. Crossing one major realm and two minor realms to kill a nascent soul perfected lord. Not to mention the border of the celestial cloud continent, even those ancient sects with heavenly venerates passing tribulations might not have such a peerless prodigy. The eyes of the master of Thousand Engineering Palace flickered. In that case, this Chen Daoxuan was indeed talented. But that was all. No matter how talented a golden core cultivator WTAS, they could not move the sect masters of the three major sects. Even if Chen Daoxuan could kill a nascent soul cultivator, it was the same. This was even more so for a supreme true monarch like Yi Tiankai, who had reached the world level of the Great Dao. In Yi Tiankai I's eyes, he didn't even care about ordinary top perfected cultivators. In his eyes, only top-notch perfected lords who had also reached the 6th level of the Great Dao realm, as well as Essence Soul Dao lords who were one level higher than him, were worthy of his attention. As for Chen Daoxuan, at most, he was just a genius who surprised him, but Yi Tiankai didn't have the chance to kill him himself. Yi Tiankai hadn't done anything when Chen Daoxuan attacked the logistics transportation line of the Xianqing Dao League. The Tei Divine Water was about to be born, and Chen Daoxuan wasn't worthy of Yi Tiankai's help. But according to Yi Tiankai, that wasn't the reason. Hearing everyone's discussion, the Yuya Palace Lord's face darkened. Others might doubt Chen Daoxuan's strength because of hearsay, but as a top perfected cultivator who had fought him personally, the palace master of Yuya Palace knew that Yi Tiankai wasn't exaggerating. If this child was not eliminated, he would definitely become a huge threat to the Xianqing Dao Alliance and even the surrounding large sects. However, she knew that if she said this now, she would definitely be laughed at. How could a mere golden core cultivator who was comparable to a nascent soul perfected lord threaten the various sects? Which sect present didn't have hundreds of nascent souls? Why would they be afraid of a mere golden core? This kind of joke was really a little funny. Seeing the disapproval on everyone's faces, Yi Tiankai smiled and said, do you really think that I'm only afraid of fellow Daoist Chen because of his golden core battle with a nascent soul? Isn't that so? On the side, Qianji Palace's sect leader raised his eyebrows, crossed his arms, and said with interest, Sect leader Yi, if you invited us here just to show us the threat of the Qianyuan sword sect and sow discord between the sects, you can stop. 1. Seeing the sect master of the Thousand Trickeries Palace being so straightforward, Yi Tiankai smiled and said, Brother Qian, please calm down. Yes, I am indeed telling you about the threat of the Qianyuan sword sect, however, I am not trying to sow discord between you. It is because the Qianyuan sword sect has such strength. As he spoke, he paused. Brother Qian and everyone here have witnessed Hall Master Qian's talent and strength. In time, let alone the primordial soul stage, even the tribulation transcending heavenly venerate stage might not be impossible for Hall Master Qian. As for fellow deist Chen, his talent is even more shocking. According to my investigation, fellow deist Chen has probably cultivated for less than 50 years, right? Nonsense. Before the Qinji Palace Master could speak, the Heavenly Divination Sect Master, who had a good relationship with the Qianyuan Sword Sect, could nor help but stand up and say, he can kill a large-stage nascent soul cultivator in less than 50 years of cultivation. Do you think fellow deist Chen is the reincarnation of a true immortal, or do you think we are 3-year-old children who can be deceived by the Xuanqing Dao Alliance? Ha ha ha. When the Thousand Engineering Hall Master saw that the Sky Divination Sect Master was furious, he immediately clapped his hands and laughed. Looks like this Xuanqing Dao Alliance was indeed at their wits' end. To actually sow discord between the various large sects, they did not hesitate to tell such a lie that could be exposed with a poke. Chen Daoxuan was indeed not famous before this, and everyone was not interested in a nameless cultivator. However, this time, Chen Daoxuan had killed a late nascent soul cultivator with his golden core cultivation. He had long been on the focus list of the major sects. In a few years, detailed information about Chen Daoxuan would appear in from of the senior executives of the major sects. The Xuanqing Dao Alliance's clumsy lies would indeed give people the feeling that they were desperate for help. Seeing that everyone was laughing at him, Tian Kai did not defend himself. He looked at Chen Daoxuan and said with a smile, fellow deist Chen, they don't believe in your Dao. Can you explain yourself? Humph. Chen Daoxuan sneered. Just as sect leader Qian said, as the sect leader of the Xuanqing Dao Alliance, isn't it a little despicable for alliance leader Yi to sow discord on this trip? Chapter 536, Instant Kill, 2. Yi Tiankai spread out his hands. It's your fault for not being satisfied with the overwhelming power of the Qianyuan sword sect in the Yun nation. You even had the idea of getting the Tei divine water from the Qingwei sect. As he spoke, he changed the topic. Our sect has a secret technique that can determine a cultivator's Dao. Would fellow deist Chen mind letting me test it? Hearing this, Sect Master Yi, no matter what happens today, you won't be able to keep the Tei divine water of your Qingwei sect. I don't think any of you here would wish for an Essence Soul Dao Lord's neighbor to appear near your sect, right? Chen Daoxuan's words instantly struck a chord in everyone's hearts. This was what everyone was most worried about. Compared to the Qianyuan sword sect, which was unstoppable in the Yun nation, they were obviously more worried about the appearance of an Essence Soul Dao Lord in the Xuanqing Dao Alliance, because this would completely break the balance of power between the various sects. When that time came, they would probably be powerless against the Xuanqing Dao Alliance, which had an Essence Soul Dao Lord. However, Yi Tiankai didn't say anything. He made a hand seal and a strange light shone toward Chen Daoxuan's head. Yi Tiankai was fast, and the two were very close. Chen Daoxuan only had time to call out his natal spiritual armor before the light hit him. The moment dodge arrived, Chen Daoxuan's bone age was instantly exposed in front of everyone. 67. When everyone saw Chen Daoxuan's bone age, they were all dumbfounded. They didn't expect Yi Tiankai to be telling the truth. You are the owner of the game. Chen Daoxuan only felt a burst of anger in his heart because he discovered that the gazes of the people from the three great sects looking at him and Qin Zhan were already faintly a little off. A golden core cultivator had killed a nascent soul. It was completely different from a 67-year-old golden core cultivator fighting a nascent soul. Didn't you see how astonishing it was for Qin Zhan to become a world-level nascent soul at the age of 500? Compared to Qin Zhan, Chen Daoxuan stepping into the upper stages of the Law realm at the age of 67 seemed even more unbelievable. Finally, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Everyone focused their attention on the Qianyuan sword sect. Yi Tiankai felt the change in everyone's mood, and he relaxed a little. Everyone, please listen to me. Qin Zhan could also tell that there was something wrong with the way everyone looked at him and Chen Daoxuan. He cupped his hands and said, no matter how talented Brother Chen and I are, we don't know when we will break through to the primordial soul stage. Especially Brother Chen. He is talented, but he is only in the late Aurous core stage and not even in the nascent soul stage. How much threat can he pose to you? It's him, Yi Tiankai. Qin Zhan pointed at the other party. The great Dao realm of the sect Master Yi had already reached the 6th level of the world realm. The true body of the extinguisher had already been condensed. Only the last level of the divine soul was left, and he could completely step into the primordial spirit realm. Everyone, no matter how talented Brother Chen and I are, we will only be a threat to you in the future. Once Sect Master Yi obtains the Tei divine water, the sects will be destroyed in an instant. I hope everyone will think deeply about which one is more important. Qin Zhan's words came from the bottom of his heart, and everyone was moved when they heard it. Indeed, Chen Daoxuan and Qin Zhan's talent was more abnormal than the other, but talent did not equal cultivation, much less strength. Just as Qin Zhan said. The threat of Chen Daoxuan and Qin Zhan was only in the future. Once the Qingwei sect obtained the Tei divine water, they would immediately pose a threat to everyone. They could still tell which was more important. Humph! Heresy! Yi Tiankai shouted as soon as Qin Zhan finished speaking. Everyone, the Qianyuan sword sect first sent a large number of troops to invade the Yun nation of our Xianqing Dao alliance, and then lobbied the various sects to snatch our sect's supreme holy water. Only such an aggressive sect would want to expand their territory after giving birth to an essence soul Dao lord. On the other hand, our Xianqing Dao alliance has never invaded the borders of other sects for thousands of years. Even if our Xianqing Dao alliance really does produce an essence soul Dao lord, we will only take back the Outcloud nation that originally belonged to our Xianqing Dao alliance. How can we invade the various sects? Qin Zhan was furious when he heard Yi Tiankai's shameless words. You dog, you really know how to twist black and white. When did the Yun nation become the territory of your Xianqing Dao alliance? Back then, your Xianqing Dao alliance took advantage of the fact that my Qianyuan sword sect was rushing to the two-realm abyss and invaded our sect when our strength was weak. This is something that all the sects have witnessed. Do you still want to go back on your word? The more Qin Zhan spoke, the angrier he became. He glared at him and said, "Stop talking nonsense, you dog. Let's see what's going on." Yi Tiankai's face darkened when he heard Qin Zhan calling him a dog. Well, since Hall Master Qin wants to fight with me, I will accompany you. I also want to see what you, the most talented cultivator in the history of the Qianyuan sword sect, are like. Dog. Come. Qin Zhan had just finished speaking. With a wave of his hand, a pitch-black flag appeared in Qin Zhan's hand. Chen Daoxuan stood not far from Qin Zhan. When he saw this flag, he immediately recognized it. This was one of the 3 treasures he had seen in front of the Heaven Ascension Tower, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation flag. The moment Chen Daoxuan saw this flag, he felt that his divine soul had been absorbed by this flag, and he felt dizzy. But in the next moment, the golden scripture in his sea of consciousness shook slightly, and Chen Daoxuan's dizziness instantly disappeared. What a terrifying divine soul attack type immortal artifact! Chen Daoxuan was shocked. Sure enough, the Star Sword art map was more inclined to assist in the process. The 6 Paths Reincarnation banner was a pure offensive immortal tool, and it was also a divine soul attack immortal tool. Chapter 537, Instant Kill, 3. In the distance, Yi Tiankai saw the black 6-path reincarnation banner in Qin Zhan's hand and was shocked. Pure Yang immortal weapon. No, that's not right. Then, Yi Tiankai realized something was wrong. A pure Yang immortal weapon couldn't possibly be so weak. That's right. In Yi Tiankai's eyes, although the black flag in front of him exuded a faint pure Yang aura, the spiritual fluctuation it emitted was only at the level of a 6th-level celestial device. This was definitely not a celestial artifact. In other words, this was not a complete celestial artifact. Yi Tiankai was relieved, but then he realized that even if it was a real pure Yang fairy weapon, it wouldn't matter. Even if Qin Zhan really had a pure Yang immortal weapon, how could he possibly activate it with his late nascent soul cultivation? That being said, the cautious Yi Tiankai ordered Elder He, go and try out the magic tool in his hand. As the head of Shadowless Palace, Yi Tiankai had personally promoted Elder He. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was Yi Tiankai's most trusted aide. Even so, after hearing this order, Elder He still had some complaints in his heart. Putting aside the fact that Qin Zhan had the 6 Dao's reincarnation banner, Elder He wasn't a match for a world-level cultivator of the Great Dao. However, he didn't dare to disobey Yi Tiankai. Moreover, his strength was much stronger than the Palace Lord of the Yuya Palace. It was easy for Qin Zhan to defeat him, but it was almost impossible for Qin Zhan to kill him in front of the sect master. Thinking of this, Elder He mustered up his courage and stood out. Do you think you have the qualifications to make our sect master attack? Let this old man fight you. After saying that, Elder He did not give Qin Zhan a chance to defend himself and directly summoned a pair of golden wheels. On the golden wheel, the laws of metal suddenly erupted. However, before Elder He could make a move, Qin Zhan suddenly waved the 6 paths of reincarnation banner at Elder He. In the next moment, the energetic Elder He leaned back and fell to the ground. Elder He! Elder He! The people of the Qingwei sect cried out in surprise. Yi Tiankai reached out and pulled Elder He over. This. When everyone saw Elder He's appearance, they all felt a chill in their hearts. Elder He had his eyes closed peacefully, and his body wasn't hurt at all. Yi Tiankai sent his soul consciousness into Elder He's danshan. He discovered that Elder He's nascent soul was in his danshan, and the other party's nascent soul was the same as his physical body, with its eyes closed peacefully. The only similarity was that both of them had no aura fluctuations. His soul dissipated. Elder He was dead. He was instantly killed by Qin Zhan. When everyone saw this scene, they were instantly scared out of their wits. World-level nascent souls were powerful, but they definitely weren't powerful enough to instantly kill a supreme true lord. In particular, Elder He was not an ordinary top perfected lord. He was one of the top perfected lords in the Xianqing Dao alliance. Such a powerful top true lord was actually killed by Qin Zhan in one strike. Retreat! All of you retreat! Yi Tiankai stared at Qin Zhan and shouted, those whose souls aren't strong enough, get behind me. Upon hearing this, most of the dozens of nascent souls of the Qingwei sect shrank behind Yi Tiankai. The rest of the people who stood in front of everyone were either boasting of their powerful souls or had mastered soul-protecting magical artifacts. Chapter 538, Besieged, 1. Elder He is dead. This is the top perfected cultivator who led Shadowless Palace. He's a famous existence even in the Xianqing Dao alliance, but he actually died just like that. World-level true lords are simply too terrifying. That's not right. Qin Zhan didn't rely on his great Dao realm to kill the Palace Lord of Shadowless Palace. It was the black flag in his hand. The leader of the 1000 Engineering Palace said solemnly as he looked at the 6 Paths reincarnation banner in Qin Zhan's hand. Hearing this, everyone's eyes focused on the 6 Paths of reincarnation banner in Qin Zhan's hand. At this moment, the entire place was dead silent. The perfected lords of the Xianqing Dao League looked at Qin Zhan with anger and fear. Beside Qin Zhan, Chen Daoxuan also looked at Qin Zhan in surprise. However, Chen Daoxuan immediately thought that the 6 Paths of Reincarnation banner was abnormally strong. As a treasure of the same level as the Stellar Sword Dao diagram, although it could also kill a late-stage nascent soul cultivator in an instant, the price to pay was huge. In other words, the price Qin Zhan paid to kill the Palace Lord of Shadowless Palace was far greater than what he seemed to have paid on the surface. Don't look at me like that. Qin Zhan's voice sounded in Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness. It will let others discover our flaws. As expected. Chen Daoxuan shivered slightly and said, are you alright? I'm fine. Qin Zhan paused. It's just that the 6 Paths reincarnation banner consumes too much of my divine soul. I can't use it for the time being. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan asked, what should we do next? There are a total of 34 nascent souls on the Xianqing Dao Alliance's side. There are only 2 of us. Don't be anxious. There are quite a number of people from the 3 great sections. As he spoke, Qin Zhan turned his head and smiled at the leaders of the Qianji Palace, Heavenly Divination Sect, and Spirit Insect Valley. When everyone saw Qin Zhan's smile, they all nodded at him in greeting. Such a powerful lord was worthy of their attention. Qin Zhan's ability to kill a top-perfected lord like the Palace Master of Shadowless Palace was probably even stronger than the Sect Master of Qingwei Sect, Yi Tiankai. How could such an expert not be admired by everyone? Seeing everyone nod at him, Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, "Everyone, the time to destroy the supreme immortal pond is now." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and nodded. Good. Humph. Yi Tiankai shouted, "Don't even think about it." After saying that, Yi Tiankai and Qin Che disappeared in front of everyone. This is. A nascent soul from Spirit Insect Valley seemed to have thought of something and wasn't sure. Beside him, the Spirit Insect Valley Saintess explained softly, "It's the world." The world. Yes, the world. The Spirit Insect Valley Saintess nodded. World-level experts can create worlds with a single thought, but this doesn't mean that they can create a world with a single thought. In truth, the world of a world-level expert was very similar to the origin world of a realm demon. The only difference was that the origin world of a realm demon was an internal world, while the world of a world-level expert was a companion world. In other words, it was a personal world that they had created. Upon hearing this, the nascent soul beside him fell into deep thought. He was still far from reaching the world level in the Dao, so he simply couldn't understand what the Holy Maiden was saying. In his opinion, how could a world be born from the fusion of a low realm law and a Dao domain? Unable to understand, he simply cupped his hands and asked, "Saintess, since the worlds created by world-level cultivators are similar to the realm demon's origin world, it shouldn't be a big deal. Why do Supreme True Lords fear world-level True Lords so much?" Hearing this, the Spirit Insect Valley Saintess glanced at him. How can the origin world of a realm demon compare to a world created by a world-level cultivator? The world essence realm of a realm demon was a type of bloodline talent. The world created by a world-level cultivator was completely under the cultivator's control. World-level cultivators only needed a single thought to absorb outsiders into the world they created. In addition, world-level cultivators could use the energy of the entire world to strengthen themselves, causing their power to increase by several times or even tenfold. These were not things that ordinary realm demons could do. Just as the two of them were discussing, a new change occurred on the field. The people of the Xianqing Dao League saw that Chen Daoxuan had been dragged into their own world by their leader. At this time, only Chen Daoxuan was left in the Qianyuan sword sect. Seeing this, the originally nervous perfected cultivators of the Xianqing Dao Alliance all looked at Chen Daoxuan with unfriendly expressions. Chen Daoxuan even faintly felt that the people from the three great sects would most likely not help him. After all, what Yi Tiankai had said had worked. For a peerless genius like Chen Daoxuan, who could kill a late-stage nascent soul cultivator at the Aurus core stage, only death could make everyone feel at ease. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan's heart gradually turned cold. He knew that before Chen Daoxuan escaped, he could only rely on himself. The Xianqing Dao Alliance had 33 top perfected lords, and this did not include the perfected lords of the three major sects who did not add insult to injury at the critical moment. Otherwise, Chen Daoxuan would have to face the combined attacks of Profound Sun Sect, Qingwei Sect, Qinji Palace, Heaven Divination Sect, and Spirit Insect Valley. Just thinking about this situation would make any nascent soul cultivator feel despair. Chen Daoxuan was no exception. Although his strength had soared after half a year of seclusion, it was still impossible for him to be a match for nearly 100 nascent souls from the five great sects. Chapter 539, Besieged, 2. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan disappeared without saying a word. Trying to escape. Just as Chen Daoxuan tore open space, a spatial barrier suddenly appeared behind him, blocking his path. Unfortunately, this nascent soul of the Xianqing Dao Alliance clearly misjudged Chen Daoxuan's thoughts. Chen Daoxuan didn't run towards the sect gate of the Qingwei sect. Instead, he directly teleported to the depths of the sect. Not good, Supreme Immortal Pond. The Palace Lord of Yuya Palace scanned the area with her divine sense and immediately found Chen Daoxuan's location. Above the Tei Celestial Pond, fog filled the entire Celestial Pond. If a nascent soul was here, they could only see a radius of 100 feet. Chen Daoxuan disappeared as soon as he entered the Tei Celestial Pond. At this moment, all the nascent souls in the Qingwei sect understood Chen Daoxuan's thoughts. The Supreme One Celestial Pond was able to produce the Supreme One Divine Water, a supreme treasure that could transform the divine soul of a top perfected lord. It itself had incredible power. This could be seen from the fact that the perfected lords of the Qingwei sect were in seclusion in the Tei Immortal Pond all year round. When nascent soul realm cultivators cultivated in the Tei Immortal Pond, they could use the special mist of the Tei Immortal Pond to refine their divine souls and consciousness, which would gradually strengthen them. But at the same time, due to the special effect of this mist, which could temper one's soul consciousness and God's soul, the Tei Celestial Pond had a flaw, which was that it greatly reduced the range of the soul consciousness. Under normal circumstances, nascent soul cultivators who didn't cultivate the spiritual eye secret technique could see less than 1,000 feet in the mist of the Tei Celestial Pond, and the range of their divine senses was compressed to 10,000 feet. Perhaps for a chi condensation cultivator, a divine sense of 10,000 feet was already incredible. However, to a nascent soul true lord, the divine sense within a 10,000 feet radius was no different from a blind man. Chen Daoxuan dived into the Tei Celestial Pond of the Qingwei sect at the critical moment, which was indeed out of everyone's expectations. Seeing that the perfected lords of the Xianqing Dao League were a little stunned, Elder Yun immediately comforted them, "It's fine. This kid just escaped from the sect and still has a chance of survival. Unfortunately, he ran to the important place of our section." Elder Yun's words were completely comforting. It was true that the mist of the Tei Celestial Pond could hinder the spiritual awareness of cultivators, but this place was an important place of the Qingwei sect and had long been under the control of the Qingwei sect. The mist above the Tei Celestial Pond was also under the control of the Qingwei sect. In the Qingwei sect, other than the sect master Yi Tiankai, the other top perfected cultivators could also control the mist of the Tei Celestial Pond with the array flags in their hands. After saying that, Elder Yun took out a 3-foot-long array flag and signaled to the other top perfected cultivators with his eyes. Then, he flew straight to the Tei Celestial Pond. Immediately after, the nascent souls of the Xianqing Dao League followed behind Elder Yun and flew towards the Tei Celestial Pond. Seeing this, the nascent soul cultivators of the three major sects looked at each other and followed behind the perfected cultivators of the Xianqing Dao Alliance. They flew in the direction of the Tei Celestial Pond, leaving behind the disciples of the Qingwei Dao sect who were standing in formation, not knowing what to do. However, at this moment, no one cared about the thoughts of these Qingwei sect disciples with low cultivation. Tei Immortal Pond. As soon as Chen Daoxuan stepped into the Tei Celestial Pond, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. This was because he discovered that ever since he entered the Supreme One Celestial Pond, his divine sense seemed to be useless. The maximum range of his divine sense was only 2,000 feet. This caused Chen Daoxuan to panic. All along, cultivators were used to using their divine sense to investigate everything. Losing one's spiritual sense was as terrifying as losing one's vision to a cultivator. However, Chen Daoxuan was only nervous for a few seconds before his heart gradually calmed down. He had seen the characteristics of the Tei Celestial Pond in the books of the Qian Yuan Sword sect before he came to the Yun nation. As for how the Tei Celestial Pond was formed, there were many different theories and no one knew. However, this celestial pond had a special feature, which was that it could temper the strength of a cultivator's divine soul and strengthen their divine sense. Divine refinement. As one of the pillars of cultivation, it was as important as body refinement and chi refinement. It had always been the most important thing in the path of cultivation. However, it was extremely difficult for ordinary cultivators to cultivate their spirits. Firstly, there was no suitable method to refine the divine gauze technique. Secondly, there was no suitable environment to cultivate the spirit. Although Chen Daoxuan's Divine Sea chapter was only one of the techniques in the Stellar Sword Dao diagram, it was undeniable that it was a top-notch cultivation technique. Even so, Chen Daoxuan's divine soul and the range of his divine sense were not considered powerful, the powerful here referred to when compared to nascent souls. Up until now, Chen Daoxuan's divine sense could only cover a radius of 2,300 miles, which was far from the terrifying divine sense of a nascent soul that could easily cover a radius of 10,000 miles. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to cultivate a spirit. But at this moment, Chen Daoxuan discovered that his divine sense was visibly strengthened during the process of releasing it. It is indeed exactly the same as what is recorded in the records of the Qian Yuan Sword sect. Chen Daoxuan quickly stopped his light and grabbed a handful of mist. Is it the effect of this special mist? The mist was like a mischievous fairy, disappearing from Chen Daoxuan's palm in the blink of an eye. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan slowly released his divine sense. He carefully sensed how his divine sense had been strengthened. This time, under Chen Daoxuan's careful senses, he realized that the moment he released his divine sense, he attracted the surrounding fog. The mist wrapped around Chen Daoxuan's consciousness and tried to drill into it. However, the strange thing was that the mist that was trying to get into Chen Daoxuan's consciousness didn't cause him much pain. Instead, it made him feel numb. If one had to use a state to describe this feeling, it would be like being drunk and feeling light all over. Immediately, Chen Daoxuan woke up. According to the records of the Qianyuan sword sect, the fog in the Tei celestial pond seemed safe, but it was actually dangerous. If there was a nascent soul cultivator who dared to indulge in the pleasure brought about by the rapid increase of his spiritual sense, as well as this light and numb feeling. Not long after, the nascent soul's consciousness would be completely assimilated by the mist of the Tei celestial pond. Even a nascent soul's consciousness was so strong, let alone Chen Daoxuan's. Although he had the golden scripture in his sea of consciousness, ordinary soul and consciousness attacks could not hurt him. However, that was Chen Daoxuan's divine sense gathering in his sea of consciousness. His divine sense extended beyond his sea of consciousness. He really did not dare to guarantee that the golden scripture could save his little life. Chen Daoxuan didn't dare to gamble on his life, so he had to put his consciousness into his sea of consciousness and rely on his eyesight to distinguish the direction. He lost the guidance of his divine sense. Chen Daoxuan's speed suddenly decreased. It wasn't that he couldn't fly, but he didn't dare to fly around in this vast white fog. Chen Daoxuan knew that the cultivators of the Xianqing Dao Alliance and the three major sects must have entered the Tei celestial pond to look for him. If he was discovered and besieged by them again, Chen Daoxuan would really have no chance of escaping. Previously, he had caught the Xianqing Dao Alliance off guard. He did not escape outside the Qingwei Dao sect but teleported to the hinterland of the other party's sect. This time, Chen Daoxuan was sure that the perfected cultivators of the Qingwei sect had surrounded the outside of the Tei celestial pool with the rays, giving him no chance to escape. To Chen Daoxuan, the only way to break out of this situation was in the Tei celestial pond. He seemed to have thought of something. Chen Daoxuan immediately activated his Dao domain. In the next moment, an invisible Dao domain slowly spread out, but Chen Daoxuan discovered that although his Dao domain had been activated, he was unable to sense any fluctuations of life aura through the Dao domain. As expected, only world-level cultivators are able to use heart world projections to investigate the Tei celestial pond. Chen Daoxuan frowned. Right now, the only known world-level experts present were Qin Zhan and Yi Tiankai. However, the two of them were locked in battle in the worlds they had created. It was basically unreliable to count on Qin Zhan. Since he couldn't count on Qin Zhan, where could he get a heart world projection? Although his current level of understanding of the Great Dao had long since met the requirements to break through to the world level was at the 6th level of the Great Dao, and it wasn't easy to break through. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible for the Qianyuan Sword Sect and the Black Pure Dao Alliance to only have 2 world-level nascent souls out of the hundreds of them. Chapter 540, Hunting Time, 1. Since the Dao domain isn't enough, what about this? Chen Daoxuan's eyes flickered as he summoned the Stellar Sword Dao diagram from his danshan. As soon as the Stellar Sword Doctrine flew out of the Sea of Qi in his danshan, it flew toward Chen Daoxuan's head. Then, the Stellar Sword Doctrine covered the entire Tei celestial pool like a sky. Humph, as expected, a formation has been activated outside the Tei celestial pond. Chen Daoxuan thought. However, he could not help but feel extremely shocked by the vastness of the Tei celestial pond. According to the result of the Stellar Sword Dao diagram, the Tei celestial pool covered an area of more than 10,000 miles. In his previous life, such a large body of water would definitely be called a sea, not a pool. However, in the celestial cloud continent, this kind of water could only be called a celestial pond. Chen Daoxuan was not too conflicted about the name of the Tei immortal pond. After all, the difference between the immortal cultivation world and the mortal world was too great. As his cultivation became more and more profound, Chen Daoxuan gradually realized that the land under his feet might not be a planet, but a bit like the round sky and square earth in ancient myths and legends. It was just that Chen Daoxuan's cultivation time was still short, and his exploration of this world was more concentrated in the Kangzhou area of the Infinite Star Sea. Although he had been in the celestial cloud continent for some time, most of his energy was focused on the war between the Qian Yuan Sword Sect and the Xian Qing Dao League. He had no time to care about anything else. Chen Daoxuan had been thinking that when the war between the two sides subsided and 13th uncle had successfully built his foundation, he would definitely take Luoli on a tour of the celestial cloud continent. He wanted to see the real scenery of the cultivation world. Chen Daoxuan came back to his senses because he found that there were nearly 100 powerful auras searching in the Tei celestial pool through the stellar sword Dao diagram. If his guess was correct, these people should be the nascent souls of the Xian Qing Dao alliance and the three great sects. Sure enough, after he carefully sensed it, Chen Daoxuan saw a white-haired Daoist leading the way, holding a formation flag in his hand. Behind the white-haired Daoist were 32 nascent souls from the Xian Qing Dao League. Among them, 11 were top perfected lords. The rest of them had the lowest cultivation, which was not lower than perfected Lord Ming Huang, who Chen Daoxuan had killed. It could be said that everyone present was definitely the group with the highest cultivation in the Xian Qing Dao alliance. Chen Daoxuan even found an old acquaintance among the crowd, the palace master of Yuya Palace. Yun Kun stopped and gently waved the array flag in his hand. Then, the fog above the Tei Immortal Pond dissipated. In less than 5 minutes, the fog within 100 miles was forced back by the array flags in his hand. As the fog dispersed, everyone no longer cared. They released their divine senses and began to explore. Even though he could only explore a radius of 100 miles, it was still much better than following a blind man. To the Xianqing Alliance and the Yuanying Alliance, they were now considered to have evolved from blind to amicable. The array flags in my hand can only disperse the fog within a radius of 2 miles, so I suggest that everyone spread out to search for Chen Daoxuan. Although this Supreme One celestial pond is vast, with our speed, we can fly back and forth in half a cup of tea's time. As he spoke, Yun Kun took out 10 array flags and 10 special communication jade talismans and handed them to the other 10 top perfected lords of the Xian Qing Dao League. Hus is the realm light talisman, it's specially used to communicate with the Tei celestial pond. I've already sealed the outside of the Tei celestial pond with a formation. Now, we must find Chen Daoxuan and kill him as a warning to the three sects. Profound Sun Sect Master took the array flags and light talismans from Cloud Kun and frowned. Elder Yun, Alliance Master, he. Yun Kun smiled slightly and cupped his hands at Wu Sheng. Don't worry, Vice Alliance Lord Wu. The sect lord has been at the world level for longer than Qin Zhan has been on the path of cultivation. He paused for a moment. Besides, before sect master pulled Qin Zhan into his own world, he told me via voice transmission that the celestial artifact in Qin Zhan's hand only has the power of a 6th-order celestial artifact at most. With Qin Zhan's strength, he could not unleash the full power of that immortal artifact. Moreover, the sect master had a divine soul defensive magical artifact to protect his body. He would definitely be able to defeat Qin Zhan. Hearing this, everyone calmed down a little. After all, Qin Zhan's one-hit kill of Elder He with the 6 reincarnation banner was too terrifying. Elder He didn't even have to use any means to defend himself before he died in Qin Zhan's hands. Among the people present, who dared to say that they were definitely much stronger than Elder He? How could they not be afraid of such a pervert? After all, they were all old monsters who had cultivated for more than 1,000 years. Although everyone valued the interests of the sect, no matter how important the interests of the sect were, they could not compare to their own lives. Although they didn't say it, they all had the same thought in their hearts. Especially the nascent souls of Profound Sun Sect. Although Profound Sun Sect and Qingwei Sect were so close that they were on the same side, they were not the same sect after all. Did the Profound Sun Sect really want to sacrifice the lives of more than 10 perfected lords for the Tei divine water of the Qingwei Sect? At least, as the sect leader of the Profound Yang Sect, Wu Sheng would never do something that would harm the sect's interests. If he saw that the situation wasn't looking good, he would definitely be the first to flee with the Profound Sun Sect's people. Wu Sheng nodded. In that case, let's split up. After we find Chen Daoxuan, don't rush to make a move. We must send a message immediately. Yes, Vice Alliance Master. Everyone cupped their hands. As a top perfected lord of the sect, the Palace Lord of Yuya Palace received a set of array flags and jade talismans. She then formed a temporary team with 2 late-stage nascent soul cultivators. Chapter 541, Hunting Time, 2. 32 nascent souls formed 11 teams to search for Chen Daoxuan. The last team was led by Yun Kun and only consisted of 2 people. Although Yun Kun's team was made up of 2 people, his team was not weak among the 11 teams. Yun Kun was second only to Yi Tiankai in the Qingwei sect. In fact, even Profound Sun Sect's sect master Wu Sheng might not be his match. The Xuanqing Dao League had arranged all of this, but little did they know that their every move was under Chen Daoxuan's eyes. He could see everything clearly through the Stellar Sword Dao map. About 1,000 miles away from the Xuanqing Dao alliance, Chen Daoxuan sneered. "Split up and capture me? You're really courting death." The people of the Xuanqing Dao League did not know that Chen Daoxuan's strength was already different from before. From what they knew, Chen Daoxuan's strength was still the same as before. He couldn't even defeat the Yuya Palace Lord. Although it was shocking enough for an Aurus Core stage cultivator to be comparable to a nascent soul stage cultivator, a lack of strength was still a lack of strength. No one would send someone with a lower cultivation level to find Chen Daoxuan just because his cultivation level was low. This wasn't a turn-based game, so who would want to play Calabash Brothers Saving Grandpa with you? However, the people of the Xuanqing Dao Alliance would never have thought that in just half a year, Chen Daoxuan's strength had undergone a tremendous change. This was the tragedy brought about by the information gap. After monitoring the movements of the Xuanqing Dao League, Chen Daoxuan quickly shrank the night sky formed by the Stellar Sword Dao diagram to a radius of 2,000 miles. Although the Stellar Sword Dao diagram was a pure Yang immortal weapon, and its full range was definitely more than 10,000 miles, using it consumed too much dharmic powers. Even though Chen Daoxuan had the 6th grade White Lotus of Fate, he didn't dare to let it envelop a radius of 10,000 miles. Moreover, Chen Daoxuan still had a tough battle ahead. Not to mention the 32 nascent souls of the Xuanqing Dao Alliance, the attitudes of the people from the 3 major sects were also somewhat ambiguous. Chen Daoxuan could tell that they wanted to use the hands of the Xuanqing Dao Alliance to get rid of him. Yi Tiankai's flattery had worked. After executing the Perfection Realm Awakening Cicada breathing technique, Chen Daoxuan's aura kept weakening until it completely disappeared. Chen Daoxuan estimated that even if he stood next to a nascent soul cultivator, it would be difficult for the other party to discover him. Coupled with the mist covering the Tai Immortals Pond, Chen Daoxuan had completely transformed into a top-notch assassin at this moment, and he was even the kind that had X-ray vision. In the blink of an eye, he and the Xuanqing Dao Alliance had switched positions. The first person Chen Daoxuan targeted was his old acquaintance, the Palace Lord of Yuya Palace who had chased him in Golden Origin Immortal City. The reason why she targeted the Palace Lord of the Hidden Moon Palace. Chen Daoxuan did not do it out of hatred, but because he understood the strength of the Palace Lord of Yuya Palace the best. After all, among the many top perfected lords of the Xuanqing Dao League, he had only fought with the Palace Lord of the Yuya Palace. Thousands of miles away. The Yuya Palace Lord was wearing a black spirit armor, and on her left and right were 2 late nascent soul cultivators wearing black spirit armor. The 2 nascent souls beside her were all disciples of the Qingwei sect. Yun Kun knew that the Yuya Palace Lord's strength was not considered strong among the top perfected lords, so this arrangement could be considered as taking care of the Yuya Palace Lord. Although Yuya Palace Lord was proud, she didn't try to be brave. She knew that if she didn't kill Chen Daoxuan, the Xuanqing Dao Alliance would never have the chance to kill him again. As the only top perfected cultivator who had fought with Chen Daoxuan, the shock that Chen Daoxuan had brought to the Yuya Palace Lord was far beyond what other top perfected cultivators could understand. Because the Palace Lord of Yuya Palace knew that Chen Daoxuan did not rely on special secret techniques or ritual implements to fight with her, but relied on his true Great Dao realm. In fact, his Great Dao realm was even higher than hers. And how long had Chen Daoxuan only cultivated? Even the most monstrous cultivator in the history of the Qianyuan sword sect, Qin Zhan, had less than 1/10 of the cultivation time. If this continued, wouldn't Chen Daoxuan be able to hang her up and beat her up in another 10 years? At most 100 years, even the sect master was probably not Chen Daoxuan's match. Compared to Qin Zhan, Chen Daoxuan's threat was truly terrifying because one did not know when this monster's strength would leave one far behind. The Yuya Palace Lord waved the array flags in her hand and slowly flew along the route they had discussed. Within 100 miles, there was no fog, but beyond 100 miles, it was a vast expanse of white. As for Chen Daoxuan, he had just arrived 100 miles away from Yuya Palace Lord, hiding in the fog. 100 miles is enough. With Chen Daoxuan's current strength, 100 miles was covered in the blink of an eye even if he used the escaping light. As for flying swords, they were many times faster than light. As his Chengying sword was the manifestation of spatial laws, it possessed the ability to travel through space. It was the same even after fusing with the water element laws. In the fog, Chen Daoxuan observed the three palace lords while summoning the Chengying and flying snow swords. That's right, he was going to ambush Yuya Palace Lord and the others. Originally, Chen Daoxuan wanted to sneak an attack on the Yuya Palace Lord, but after thinking about it carefully, he didn't have the confidence to kill the Yuya Palace Lord in one strike, although Chen Daoxuan was confident that with his current strength, he could easily defeat the Yuya Palace Lord. However, Chen Daoxuan wasn't sure if he could kill the other party. Generally speaking, only world-level True Lords were capable of killing a Supreme True Lord in a head-on clash. Even Essence Soul Dao Lords might not be able to kill a Supreme Perfected Lord in a single strike. This was also the reason why Qin Zhan waved the banner and killed Elder He instantly, scaring everyone to death. However, Qin Zhan had killed Elder He in one strike because he had borrowed the Six Paths of Reincarnation banner's ability to attack the Divine Soul. Otherwise, he would not have been able to do so. Although the Six Paths of Reincarnation banner was powerful, it also had a huge drawback. The consumption of spiritual power was one thing. If the opponent's spiritual power was strong or had the means to resist spiritual attacks, the effectiveness of the Six Paths of Reincarnation banner would be greatly reduced. In addition, the banner of Six Paths of Reincarnation couldn't be used in group attacks. In terms of strategic deterrence, Qin Zhan and the banner of Six Paths of Reincarnation were far inferior to an Essence Soul Dao Lord. Yi Tiankai realized this, which was why he dared to pull Qin Zhan into his world. Otherwise, if Qin Zhan was as powerful as an Essence Soul Dao Lord, he wouldn't dare to drag Yi Tiankai into his world even if he killed him. With the support of the Tiangang sword array and the power of his will, Flying Snow and Chengying swords slowly merged into one. Compared to Chen Daoxuan's strongest technique, the giant golden sword formed by the fusion of three types of nomological laws, the fusion of the Flying Snow and the Chengying swords was weaker. However, because the Tiangang sword formation's power was far stronger than the repulsion force of the fusion of the two nomological laws, the fusion of the two immortal swords was silent, which was suitable for sneak attacks. In an instant, the two immortal swords were 100% fused. A slender dark blue immortal sword appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. Two types of high-stage low-realm laws, and their fusion rate had reached 100%. After the fusion, the materialized immortal sword was like a material object and became very stable. With a stroke of luck, Chen Daoxuan removed the power of the Tiangang sword formation, but the dark blue immortal sword did not change at all. It still floated quietly in front of Chen Daoxuan. It seems that my feeling last time wasn't an illusion. After the two types of laws are completely fused, the repulsive force between them will indeed disappear. Chen Daoxuan muttered. Then, his gaze became extremely sharp. He extended his divine sense and instantly locked onto a late nascent soul cultivator to the left of the Yuya Palace Lord. The moment Chen Daoxuan's divine sense locked onto the nascent soul cultivator, the nameless nascent soul cultivator immediately reacted. Just as he was about to summon his life-bound magical treasure, a dark blue sword light directly penetrated the superior grade level 5 spiritual armor on his body. Elder Zheng! Enemy attack! Two shouts sounded almost at the same time. Chen Daoxuan's figure was also completely exposed. However, under the power of Chen Daoxuan's sword, the body and nascent soul of this late nascent soul cultivator surnamed Zheng slowly dissipated. Even if the other party's physical body had fused with the true meaning of indestructibility, his recovery ability was astonishing. However, when the power of the attack exceeded the limit of the opponent's endurance, no matter how strong the body was, it would be difficult to escape the fate of being destroyed. Chen Daoxuan. Yuya Palace Master looked at the figure that slowly appeared from the fog and gritted her teeth. Chapter 542, Birth of the Divine Water, 1. Very soon, Chen Daoxuan's figure retreated into the fog and disappeared in a flash. Don't run! When the Yuya Palace Lord saw that Chen Daoxuan had sneakily killed a perfected cultivator of her Qingwei sect and was still trying to escape, anger immediately surged in her heart. In her anger, she even forgot to send a message to the other perfected cultivators of the Qingwei sect as soon as possible. Instead, she chased after Chen Daoxuan alone. The formation flags were waved and the mist dispersed. The palace lord of Yuya Palace was like a bolt of lightning, following closely behind Chen Daoxuan. Haha! Chen Daoxuan sensed the palace master of Yuya Palace, who was 100 miles behind him, through the stellar sword doctrine. He couldn't help but sneer. You took the bait so easily. Palace Master Wan. Behind Yuya Palace Master, the surviving late nascent soul cultivator was still in shock. He saw Yuya Palace Master chasing after him like a bolt of lightning. As Palace Master Yu left, the fog enveloped him once again. This time, he directly degenerated from ambilight to blind. In addition, his companion had just died in front of him. This nascent soul of the Qingwei sect was terrified and did not dare to chase after Yuya Palace Lord. Phew! Whoosh! Phew! He was left alone in the Tai Immortal Pond, which was filled with white mist. His breathing gradually became hurried. Suddenly, he remembered something. Realm Light Communication Talisman. He sent his divine sense into the storage ring and realized that the Realm Light Talisman was with Yuya Palace Master. Damn it, Palace Master Wan is too impulsive. On the other side, Yuya Palace Master was unaware of her companion's complaints. In her eyes, the only person left in the world was Chen Daoxuan, who had repeatedly played tricks on her and escaped from her hands. 100, inside, 80, inside, 60, inside. Gradually, Palace Lord Yuyu's figure was getting closer and closer to Chen Daoxuan, so close that with the speed of a nascent soul, it would only take a few breaths to catch up to Chen Daoxuan. In reality, although Chen Daoxuan's cultivation was only at the late-stage Golden Core realm, his speed was no slower than a nascent soul perfected lord because of his profound Great Dao realm. The reason why he was caught by the Palace Lord so quickly was to give him some hope. However, this bit of hope quickly turned into despair. Just as the distance between the Yuya Palace Lord and Chen Daoxuan shrank to 50 miles, Chen Daoxuan estimated that the two of them were about 1500 miles away from where he killed the nascent soul perfected lord of the Qingwei sect. It would take at least a few dozen breaths for Yuya Palace Master to return from a distance of 1500 miles. Dozens of breaths were enough. Just as the Yuyu Palace Lord was accumulating the illusionary spirit True Fire in her hand and was about to give Chen Daoxuan a vicious blow, she discovered a terrifying suppressive force suddenly enveloping her body. Immediately after, Yuya Palace Lord's speed dropped drastically as she watched Chen Daoxuan escape into the fog again. No. Yuyu Palace Master saw her enemy kill a true lord from her sect and leave in front of her in such a grand manner, but she was helpless. This incomparable humiliation almost made Yuya Palace Master collapse. However, the array flags in the hands of the Yuyu Palace Lord could only spread the fog within a radius of 100 miles. Once Chen Daoxuan escaped into the fog and took a turn, she would no longer be able to tell where he had escaped to. Stopping the light, Yuya Palace Master stood there in a daze. The huge sense of defeat made her doubt herself. If there were cultivators of the same cultivation level here, they would be able to tell at a glance that the famous Yuya Palace Master of the Qingwei sect was currently on the verge of having a heart demon. Although she had only dealt with Chen Daoxuan twice, her losses each time were greater than the last. The first time was when the entire Golden Origin Immortal City was destroyed in her battle with Chen Daoxuan. The second time was even worse, causing the Qingwei sect to lose a late-stage nascent soul perfected lord. After a long time, only then did Palace Master Yuyu come back to her senses. She frowned slightly and thought to herself, how did this guy become so strong? It was only now that the Yuya Palace Master realized that Chen Daoxuan had killed a late nascent soul cultivator with a single strike. Even though Chen Daoxuan had the advantage of launching a sneak attack. However, the late-stage nascent soul cultivator who was traveling with her was not unprepared. At the very least, the upper-grade 5th-level spiritual armor he was wearing was directly pierced through by Chen Daoxuan's immortal sword. Killed a late nascent soul cultivator in one strike. Palace Master Yuyu frowned, since you have such strength, why are you still running? Could it be, not good? Palace Master Yuya suddenly realized something and her expression changed. On the other side. Among the three, the last nascent soul cultivator hesitated for a moment after the Yuya Palace Lord chased after him. Then, Chen Daoxuan and the Yuya Palace Lord completely disappeared in front of him. Now, without the array flags to disperse the fog, he was blind again. He didn't dare to charge around in the Taiyi celestial pond. He could only stay where he was and wait for Yuya Palace Master and the other perfected cultivators to come and find him. Don't wait. She shouldn't be back for a while. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ear, scaring him so much that his heart jumped. He couldn't care less about his divine sense being eroded by the fog. He used all his divine sense to explore. Finally, he found the figure of a young cultivator 10,000 feet away. It was Chen Daoxuan. In front of Chen Daoxuan, a huge golden sword floated in front of him. All kinds of nomological engravings flickered faintly on the giant golden sword, and three-colored flowing lights undulated continuously, giving people a feeling that its state was extremely unstable. However, the nomological laws within the giant golden sword were restrained by a powerful array formation, forcing them to fuse together. Chapter 543, The Birth of the Divine Water, 2. The restraint and resistance formed such a terrifying immortal sword. The moment he detected the golden immortal sword, the nascent soul of the Qingwei sect felt his vision darken. Immediately after, he was completely unconscious. Chen Daoxuan silently watched as the nascent souls that had been blasted into nothingness by the giant golden swords disappeared. Boom! Just as Chen Daoxuan disappeared, a terrifying black hole formed at the spot where the nascent soul had disappeared. The black hole sucked in the mist of the Taiyi celestial pond crazily. Soon, a huge mist vortex formed above the Taiyi celestial pond with the black hole as the center. Moreover, the diameter of the fog vortex was constantly expanding. 100 miles, 200 miles, 300 miles. In the blink of an eye, the fog vortex expanded to 1,000 miles. The huge commotion also attracted the attention of all parties. The first to pay attention to this place were the true lords of the Xianqing Dao League. This was because they knew that this place was one of their search routes. Palace Master Yuya was the first to react. With a flash of light, she flew towards the center of the fog vortex. However, before she could enter the center of the fog vortex, a sense of horror welled up in her heart. Spiritual warning. Sensing this mental warning, Yuya Palace Master didn't dare to continue forward. Instead, she waited 100 miles away from the center of the vortex. Very quickly, one team after another of nascent souls from the Xianqing Dao Alliance rushed over. When the Profound Sun Sect Master saw Yuya Palace Master standing alone, he wanted to ask her a question. However, when he saw Yuya Palace Master's dark expression, he swallowed his words back. In any case, the person who followed the Yuya Palace Lord was a true lord of the Qingwei sect. Even if he died, it was not his turn to ask questions. However, this Chen Daoxuan was truly not simple. Wu Sheng thought to himself. Yun Kun was the last to arrive. When he saw Yu alone, his expression changed. Palace Master Wan, where are Elder Zheng and the others? Yuya Palace Master took a deep breath and pointed at the terrifying vortex with a trembling finger. They're dead, they died in Chen Daoxuan's hands. What? This? How is that possible? How could Chen Daoxuan kill two nascent souls under the protection of a top perfected lord with a mere golden core cultivation base? 2. Everyone looked at Yuya Palace Lord suspiciously. Sensing everyone's doubts, Palace Master Yuyu's heart turned even colder. She pursed her lips and did not say a word, but her knuckles were tightly clenched. Yun Kun saw Yuya Palace Lord's expression and knew that she must have underestimated him. However, when it came to underestimating the enemy, he should be the one who underestimated the enemy first. If he hadn't misjudged Chen Daoxuan's strength and scattered everyone, Chen Daoxuan wouldn't have defeated them one by one, resulting in the loss of two perfected cultivators. In this way, he could calculate. In the entire Qingwei sect, 3 late-stage nascent soul perfected cultivators had fallen at Chen Daoxuan's hands. Just as Yun Kun was frowning, powerful auras rushed over one after another. Looking closely, they were people from the Heaven Divination Sect, Spirit Insect Valley, and Thousand Engineering Palace. Compared to the 31 nascent souls of the Xianqing Dao Alliance, the 3 sects had the most nascent soul cultivators. Together, they had 62 people. Among them, the nascent souls of Qianji Palace came the most, with a total of 27, while the nascent souls of Spirit Insect Valley came the least, with only 13. The Heavenly Divination Sect had slightly fewer nascent souls than the Thousand Engineering Hall, only 22. Of course, although the number of nascent souls sent by the three great sects was large, the number of top perfected lords was not many. There were only 9 top perfected lords from the three great sects. Among the other true lords, there were even early-stage nascent soul cultivators with the lowest cultivation. Although they had sent out 62 nascent souls, without Qin Zhan and Chen Daoxuan from the Qianyuan sword sect, their strength would not be comparable to the Xianqing Dao League. The master of Thousand Engineering Palace had just arrived at the scene. He was shocked when he saw the terrifying mist swirl in front of him. This is. Beside him, the Holy Maiden of Spirit Insect Valley said softly, the center of this fog was pierced through by a supreme expert, forming a black hole. It pierced through space. The master of the Thousand Engineering Palace looked surprised. It wasn't a big deal for a nascent soul to break through the void, but it wasn't easy for it to maintain a damaged state. Generally speaking, even if a nascent soul cultivator broke through the void, it would be restored to normal in the blink of an eye by the world power of Fenjian realm. Only world-level cultivators or even stronger primal cultivators would be able to cause long-term damage to the void. Therefore, he had no choice. Generally speaking, cultivators who had reached the 6th level of the Great Dao would be even more cautious than nascent souls. Even if a world-level expert wanted to attack, they would do what Qin Zhan and Yi Tiankai did, pulling their opponent into their own world. On the one hand, cultivators had the advantage of fighting in their own world. On the other hand, he didn't want to cause indelible damage to the origin world and owe a huge karma. One had to know. Although karma was illusory, it was real. Many unconvinced primordial spirit Dao lords fought with cultivators of the same level when they were at the primordial spirit stage, causing massive damage to the origin world. When he reached the tribulation transcendence stage, he couldn't even pass the first lightning tribulation and died directly. This was the punishment the origin world gave cultivators after they owed karma. Hearing this, the heavenly divination sect master could not help but size up the people from the Xianqing Dao alliance with a vigilant gaze. In the end, his gaze landed on Yunkan and Wu Sheng. In the Xianqing Dao alliance, after Yi Tiankai, who was a top-tier world-level true lord, Yunkan and Wu Sheng were the strongest. These two people were the most likely to have created this black hole. When he thought of this, the heavenly divination sect master could not help but be secretly shocked. The profound pure Dao alliance was simply too powerful. They had a world-level true lord like Yi Tiankai, and now they had supreme true lords like Yunkan and Wu Sheng, who were second only to Yi Tiankai. In addition, the Xianqing Dao alliance had a huge number of nascent souls and peak perfected lords. At the border of the celestial cloud continent, the Xianqing Dao alliance was truly the strongest among the various large sects. In fact, the Xianqing Dao League was indeed powerful. Otherwise, they would not have chosen to invade the Qianyuan sword sect thousands of years ago. The heavenly divination sect master took a deep look at Yunkan and Wu Sheng. He was secretly glad that the Xianqing Dao League had the number one enemy, the Qianyuan sword sect. Otherwise, the neighboring heavenly divination sect would definitely not have any good days. After all, the heavenly divination sect master estimated that his strength was very likely inferior to even Yunkan and Wu Sheng. This was especially true when he saw the terrifying fog vortex in front of him. When Yunkan saw the heavenly divination sect master looking at him, he immediately guessed what the other party was thinking. He looked back at him and said, "Sect Master Shi, you don't have to look at me like that. This void black hole wasn't created by me. Not you." The heavenly divination sect master frowned. The master of the Qianji Palace and the saint of the Spirit Insect Valley also looked over and then looked at Wu Sheng. Since it was not Yunkan, it must be the sect master of Profound Sun sect, Wu Sheng. Wu Sheng felt helpless when he saw everyone's gaze on him. As the sect master of Profound Sun sect, he naturally couldn't impersonate someone who only had disadvantages and no benefits. Just as he was about to retort, the Yuya Palace Lord said, "It's not Vice Alliance leader Wu but Chen Daoxuan." Hearing this, the master of Qinji Palace burst out laughing. "Realized that your Xianqing Dao alliance is quite shameless for the support of our three great sects. Why? Do you think that just because your Xianqing Dao alliance said so, we can give up on the idea of destroying the Supreme One Divine Water? Let me tell you the truth. We don't care about Chen Daoxuan's life or death, but we must destroy the Tai Divine Water," the master of the Thousand Engineering Palace said coldly. When the master of the Thousand Engineering Palace talked about the Tei divine water, his eyes revealed a touch of uncontrollable greed. However, he knew that the Tei divine water wasn't a treasure to the Thousand Engineering Palace. It was a poison that could bring disaster. Now, any faction that was too powerful would become the target of everyone in an instant. Just as the atmosphere was getting tense. Under the Tei celestial pond, a terrifying spiritual energy fluctuation spread out crazily in all directions. Sensing this spiritual energy fluctuation, the expressions of everyone present suddenly changed. Supreme One Divine Water. It was born. Chapter 544, Success, 1. Along with this terrifying spiritual energy fluctuation, the white fog above the Supreme One Immortal Pond began to boil. Even the spiritual chi vortex in front of everyone could not stop the white fog from boiling. In everyone's eyes, the boiling mist gradually sank. To be precise, it gathered towards the center of the Tei celestial pond. Countless mists gathered at the center of the Tei immortal pond. The thick mist above the Tei immortal pond gradually became thinner. This ghost fog has dissipated. As expected, the fog's restriction on divine sense has disappeared. Finally, I don't have to be restrained anymore. The cultivators of the Xianqing Dao Alliance and the three major sects discovered that as the fog above the Tei immortal pond dissipated, they had regained the ability to use their divine senses to investigate. They could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Without the detection of the divine sense, a cultivator's strength was weakened by at least half. Not only did he lose the ability to fight from a distance, but even in close combat, it would be difficult for him to take the initiative. Just like the two nascent souls of the Qingwei sect who were killed by Chen Daoxuan's sneak attack. Although they were not as strong as Chen Daoxuan, if they had the help of divine sense, the two of them would not have been killed by Chen Daoxuan in one blow without even having time to react. Not far from the center of the Tei celestial pond, Chen Daoxuan could clearly sense that the mist of the Tei celestial pond didn't dissipate, but gathered towards the inside of the celestial pond. Inside the celestial pond, there seemed to be a peerless treasure about to be born. If his guess was correct, this treasure was the ultimate goal of his trip, the supreme divine water. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan directly dived into the bottom of the Tei immortal pond. Although the quality of the seawater in the Tei celestial pool was slightly different from that in the infinite star sea, Chen Daoxuan, as a veteran who often dived to the bottom of the sea, had long practiced the water escape technique to the perfection. Sneaking into the Tei celestial pond was no longer a problem. Although the perfected cultivators of the Xianqing Dao Alliance and the three major sects were not all good at water escape techniques, their cultivation levels were high after all. A mere pool of water was nothing in their eyes. They all frowned and dived into the pool. When the water escape technique was used at full force, Chen Daoxuan's speed in the water was nearly twice as fast as the other nascent souls. In addition, he was closer to the supreme divine water than a nascent soul. If this continued, Chen Daoxuan would definitely be the first to arrive at the place where the supreme divine water would appear. This scene was witnessed by the other nascent souls. They were all burning with anxiety, especially the people from the Xianqing Dao Alliance. They were not afraid that Chen Daoxuan would snatch the supreme divine water. In their opinion, Chen Daoxuan was alone. No matter how powerful he was, he could not withstand the siege of so many nascent souls. Compared to snatching the supreme divine water, Chen Daoxuan was more likely to destroy it. Chen Daoxuan, how dare you? Don't be rash. The supreme one divine water only appears once every 10,000 years. This was a divine sense transmission from the Xianqing Dao Alliance's perfected cultivator. There were also the true lords of the three great sects who were fanning the flames. Chen Daoxuan, just stand there. We can't leave the Tei divine water behind. Once the Xianqing Dao Alliance obtains it, all the sects won't be able to survive. Chen Daoxuan, destroy it. Some were threatening, some were pleading, some were teasing, all sorts of messages were transmitted into Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness. Chen Daoxuan's will was firm and unmoved. His goal wasn't to destroy the supreme divine water. In fact, he wanted it more than any other cultivator. Chen Daoxuan pursed his lips tightly, and his speed under the water became faster and faster. Finally, he arrived at the same time that the supreme divine water was formed. The Tei divine water was the size of an adult's fist. It was like a pitch-black pearl, quietly floating in the depths of the Tei celestial pond. After the Supreme One Divine Water absorbed all the fog, the astonishing spiritual energy fluctuations it emitted also disappeared. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan's face lit up with joy. With a wave of his hand, he stored the Supreme One Divine Water into his storage ring. When the perfected cultivators of the three major sects saw this scene with their divine senses, they all went crazy. Chen Daoxuan actually didn't destroy the Supreme Divine Water but snatched it away. What was he trying to do? The cultivators of the Xian-Qing-Dao alliance heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that the Supreme One Divine Water was not destroyed. At least they had a chance of taking it back. The battle between the Qianyuan Sword Sect and the Xian-Qing-Dao alliance was in danger. The higher UPS of the Xian-Qing-Dao alliance were all counting on the Tai Divine Water to turn the tide. There must be no risk with this item. However, no matter what, the people of the Xian-Qing-Dao League and the three major sects would not allow the Tai Divine Water to fall into the hands of the Qianyuan Sword Sect. Chen Daoxuan, hand over the Supreme Divine Water. Chen Daoxuan and the true monarchs here add up to more than 100 people, and each of them can drown you with their saliva. Don't even mention that you haven't reached the world level yet. Even if you are a world level true monarch, under the combined attacks of 100 true monarchs, you will only die. Leave the Supreme Divine Water behind and my Profound Sun Sect will protect your life. Profound Sun Sect's sect master said sincerely. Chen Daoxuan, destroy the Tai Divine Water and our three sects can join forces to save your life. The Heavenly Divination Sect's sect master also sent a voice transmission to persuade him. Crash! Chen Daoxuan flew out of the Tai Celestial Pond and then teleported, disappearing from the surface of the pond. After a few flashes, Chen Daoxuan arrived at the edge of the Tai Celestial Pond. The edge of the Tai Celestial Pond was surrounded by the formations of the Qingwei sect. Chen Daoxuan frowned when he saw the transparent array formation. Chapter 545, Success, 2. In the next moment, he summoned the Stellar Sword Dao diagram and poured all his dharmic powers into it. The Stellar Sword Dao diagram enveloped the entire Tai Celestial Pond. Yun Kun had just flown out of the Tai Celestial Pond and before he could use teleportation, he felt that the space was extremely frozen. He could not use teleportation at all. Dao Domain Magic Tool, 1. At this moment, Wu Sheng had just emerged from the surface of the water. He sensed for a moment and shook his head. If it's not a Dao Domain Dharma treasure, then it's definitely not a rank 5 Dao Domain Dharma treasure. A rank 5 Dao Domain Dharma treasure definitely can't be this powerful. This magic tool was somewhat similar to a 6th tier domain magic tool. However, with Chen Daoxuan's golden core magical power, how could he activate a 6th tier magic tool? Wu Sheng was puzzled. Let's not care about this. We'll take back the Supreme Divine Water first, and then catch Chen Daoxuan after this. These secrets will be revealed. Brother Yun is right. Although the two of them communicated telepathically, their speed didn't decrease at all. However, everyone's speed was reduced by several levels under the suppression of the Stellar Sword Dao diagram. Under normal circumstances, it would only take them 5 minutes to fly across the entire Tai Celestial Pool. However, now, they might not even be able to reach Chen Daoxuan's location in the time it took to make a cup of tea. The time it took to brew a cup of tea was about 10 minutes. Chen Daoxuan had to break open this Tier 6 Grand Array in front of him within 10 minutes. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan took a deep breath. In the next moment, transparent, pale blue, and green celestial swords materialized from nomological laws appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. Under the guidance of the power of the array formation in his mind, Cheng Ying, Flying Snow, and Qing Yan, the three immortal swords, fused together once again. Perhaps Chen Daoxuan's understanding of the Tiangang sword array had improved after fusing the nomological laws many times, or perhaps in a moment of desperation, Chen Daoxuan's potential had exploded. In short, his fusion of the three laws this time seemed to be smoother. His nomological fusion rate had also faintly surpassed 70%. The fusion rate of 3 high-stage Great Dao laws exceeded 70%. However, in terms of fusion with the laws of the Great Dao, not even many world-level True Lords could compare to Chen Daoxuan. After all, there were many world-level True Lords who had only reached a 50% fusion rate with their 3 laws before breaking through to the world level. In terms of fusion rate, they naturally couldn't compare to Chen Daoxuan. Very quickly, A huge golden sword appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan again. Looking at the light screen in front of him, Chen Daoxuan suddenly removed the suppression of the stellar sword Dao diagram on the nascent souls and poured all the suppression of the stellar sword Dao diagram onto the light screen of the level 6 formation in front of him. Instantly, the array light screen in front of him creaked. Behind them, without the suppression of the stellar sword Dao diagram, the speed of the Supremes from the Xuanqing Dao Alliance and the three major sects soared, especially Yunkan and the other Supremes who were proficient in spatial laws. He directly used spatial teleportation and flew towards Chen Daoxuan. The moment Yunkan appeared behind Chen Daoxuan, Chen Daoxuan's giant golden sword slashed at the Tier 6 array formation light screen with all its might. Seeing this, Yunkan's expression changed drastically. He didn't care and slapped Chen Daoxuan's back. In addition to Yunkan's terrifying physical strength, there were three other laws surrounding his palm. Although he wasn't prepared, Yunkan had used 80% of his strength. Feeling the terror of the attack behind him, Chen Daoxuan could only hope that the defense of the 6th step power Ling armor was strong enough. Otherwise, today would be the day of life and death. Chen Daoxuan activated the natal spiritual armor while he continued to control the giant golden sword, slashing at the array light curtain. Boom! One after the other, the two attacks landed almost at the same time. Under the suppression of Chen Daoxuan's stellar sword Dao diagram and his full-powered sword attack, a hole was blasted open in the light screen. As for Chen Daoxuan himself, he was sent flying by Yunkan's palm. Puff! Chen Daoxuan took a blow from a top-perfected cultivator who was second only to Yi Tiankai. He felt a sweet taste in his throat, and blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. But that was all. This bit of injury was like a tickle to Chen Daoxuan, who had a skull-shattering realm physical cultivation base. As for the grade 6 mobility Ling armor on his body, it was not damaged at all. The reason why Chen Daoxuan spat out some blood was because of the shock after being attacked. Although the defense of Ling armor was strong, it was impossible to block all attacks. The aftershock of an attack was unavoidable. This was the same for any high-grade Ling armor. Thanks. Under Yunkan's palm, Chen Daoxuan's figure shot out of the Tier 6 defensive array formation at an even faster speed. The light curtain, which had been cracked by Chen Daoxuan's sword, slowly recovered under the infusion of the spiritual qi of the entire Qingwei sect. Grade 6 spiritual armor. Yunkan looked at Chen Daoxuan, who had been sent away by him with a palm strike, and was slightly stunned. In this moment, the grade 6 formation had been restored. Damn it! Yunkan immediately reacted. He took out the array formation token from his storage ring and dispersed the array formation around the Tei Immortal Pond. When he dispersed the array formation, Chen Daoxuan had already flashed a few times and rushed to the exit of the Qingwei sect's defensive array. Activate the formation! Activate the formation! Yunkan's voice kept ringing in the ears of the Golden Core cultivator in charge of managing the array formation. However, his movements were still a beat slower. At the critical moment, Chen Daoxuan directly scuttled out of the Qingwei sect's mountain protecting array. Just as Chen Daoxuan stepped out of the Qingwei sect's protective mountain array, two figures fell out of the void. Chen Daoxuan took a closer look. Who else could it be but Qin Zhan and Yi Tiankai? However, Qin Zhan and Yi Tiankai were both weakened. This was especially true for Qin Zhan. Although he was also a world-level true lord, he had only reached the world level recently. He couldn't compare to Yi Tiankai, who had reached the world level a long time ago. Hall Master Qin, I admire you. Yi Tiankai looked at Qin Zhan with a complicated expression and said sincerely. Cough cough, hee, are you going to pull me into your world? Qin Zhan coughed lightly and sneered. Hearing that, Yi Tian thought of the world that Qin Zhan had ruined, and his mouth twitched. Then, he turned to look at Chen Daoxuan, who had flown to Qin Zhan's side. Yi Tiankai had just fought with Qin Zhan in the world he created, so he didn't know what was going on outside. Until Yunkan rushed over and shouted, the Supreme One Divine Water is in Chen Daoxuan's hands. Sect Master must not let this thief escape. Hearing this, Qin Zhan and Yi Tiankai's expressions changed. Yi Tiankai's face was gloomy, and Qin Zhan's was greatly frightened. He couldn't imagine how Chen Daoxuan had managed to snatch the Tei divine water from nearly 100 nascent souls. However, now wasn't the time to ponder over this. He quickly grabbed Chen Daoxuan's wrist and shouted, "Why are you stunned? Hurry up and run!" After saying that, he teleported and wanted to disappear from the spot. However, Qin Zhan was fast, but Yi Tiankai was even faster. Chen Daoxuan felt a terrifying pressure locking his body. A heart-world projection. He immediately realized that this was a technique that only world-level true lords could use. The heart-world projection was somewhat similar to the realm demon's origin world projection. However, its power was much stronger than the projection of an ordinary realm demon. Of course, which one was stronger depended on the strength of the realm demon and the cultivator. Qin Zhan was surprised that Yi Tiankai could use a heart-world projection. "Old man, your world is in a mess, yet you still dare to use your heart-world projection. Aren't you afraid that your world will collapse? There's no need for Hall Master Qin to worry about this." Hearing this, the relaxed expression on Qin Zhan's face disappeared and became extremely serious. He sent a voice transmission to Chen Daoxuan. "Want you to help me stall these people for half a cup of tea's time." This was the first time he had seen such a serious expression on Qin Yu's face. Chen Daoxuan had a bad premonition and quickly asked, "What do you want?" Qin Zhan looked at the Qingwei sect and said coldly, "Give them a hard time." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan had a vague guess in his heart. "All right. Hurry up, I'll block them." "Good brother." Qin Zhan patted Chen Daoxuan's shoulder and took out a golden bell. The moment he saw the bell, Yi Tiankai's expression changed drastically. "Emperor Yu's bell." Immediately after, he shouted at the group of nascent souls who were rushing over, "Stop him! Hurry up!" Chapter 546, The Might of an Immortal Artifact, 1. In the distance, nascent souls flew over quickly one after another. Later on, the nascent souls of the three great sects did not understand and even shouted loudly for Chen Daoxuan to hand over the Tei divine water. However, the people from the Xian Qingdao alliance were all staring at Qin Zhan, who was beside Chen Daoxuan. Being locked onto by dozens of nascent souls, Chen Daoxuan felt an unprecedented psychological pressure. More importantly, he could only fight back and not escape. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan turned his head and said, "Come in first." Qin Zhan's hands trembled as he glanced at the Eden Dharmic artifact in Chen Daoxuan's hand and nodded. Chen Daoxuan waved his sleeve and immediately put Qin Zhan into the small tower. However, perhaps it was because Qin Zhan's Emperor Yu's bell was too powerful. As soon as the other party entered the heavenly abode magical treasure, a faint crack appeared on small tower's body. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan's expression changed slightly. He knew very well that the grotto heaven magical treasure in his hand would not last long. "Qin Zhan, hurry up! I'll try my best." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan summoned the stellar sword Dao diagram again. Shua! The stellar sword doctrine opened up, and a terrifying domain power exploded within the area covered by it. This terrifying domain power repelled Yi Tiankai's heart world projection. Yi Tiankai's face changed. At this moment, he looked at Chen Daoxuan. Sixth order domain magic tool. Chen Daoxuan didn't answer. His figure flashed and disappeared from where he was. Trying to escape. Yi Tiankai felt a headache when he saw Chen Daoxuan teleport again after breaking the restriction of the heart world projection. Nascent soul cultivators who were proficient in spatial laws were the most difficult to deal with among all nascent souls because they could use teleportation techniques at any time. Even if other true lords were much stronger than nascent souls who were proficient in spatial laws, it would still be very difficult for them to capture the other party. Logically speaking, it should be much easier for a world-level true lord to deal with a nascent soul who was proficient in the laws of space. After all, once he used his heart world projection, he would be able to either seal space or draw the nascent soul into his own world. He could easily solve the problem of the other party's teleportation. However, Chen Daoxuan was clearly not one of them. Not only was he proficient in the laws of space, but he also had a high-grade domain-type magic treasure that could rival the heart world projection of a world-level true lord, the stellar sword Dao diagram. With this map, Yi Tiankai couldn't confine the space around Chen Daoxuan or put him into his own world. He could only watch as the other party continuously teleported within the range of his divine sense, but he could not catch him. "Sect Master, this kid is stalling for time." At the side, Yun Kun saw through Chen Daoxuan's plan at a glance. Wu Sheng also frowned and cupped his hands. Alliance Master, this kid could have used this treasure to escape, but now he's deliberately stalling for time. Could it be that Qin Zhan really has the ability to use Emperor Yu's bell? It had always been rumored that the Heaven Essence Sword had the Emperor Yu's bell as a celestial artifact, but this rumor had never been confirmed. After all, thousands of years ago, when the Qian Yuan sword sect was almost exterminated, the other party had never used Emperor Yu's bell. Therefore, the Xianqing Dao League's belief that the Qian Yuan sword sect possessed a fairy weapon was mostly fabricated. He hadn't expected that the other party really had a pure Yang immortal weapon. This was a pure Yang fairy weapon that was above all celestial devices. Even many heavenly venerates of tribulation passing did not necessarily have a pure Yang fairy weapon, let alone a first-rate sect. It could be foreseen that if the news that the Qian Yuan sword sect possessed the Emperor Yu's bell was exposed today, there might be primordial spirit Dao lords and even heavenly venerates who would come to ask for treasures in the future. After all, pure Yang immortal weapons were much more attractive to cultivators at the primordial soul stage and above than the Tei divine water. I don't know. Yi Tiankai tried to locate Chen Daoxuan with his soul consciousness. He replied, but we can't take the risk. We can't afford to. Hearing this, Wu Sheng looked back at the Qingwei sect and knew what Yi Tiankai meant. The Qingwei sect had more than one high-grade spiritual meridian. There were countless inheritances and disciples inside. Once they were attacked by the celestial artifact, the Qingwei sect would probably fall completely. Although nascent souls were the foundation of a sect's power, the sect's heritage and the large number of disciples were also the foundation of a sect. Once they were gone, Yi Tiankai and the others could only be regarded as a group of nascent soul realm cultivators. Wu Sheng, as the sect leader of Xuanyang sect, knew what Yi Tiankai was thinking. But now, Chen Daoxuan was avoiding the fight, so they didn't have any good ideas. Chen Daoxuan! Yi Tiankai roared, you've already taken the supreme divine water. Do you still want to kill me? He tried to lock it with his divine sense many times, but it was futile. Yi Tiankai panicked. He sounded like he was going to give in. On the side, Wu Sheng looked at Yi Tiankai in surprise, but in the end, he didn't say anything. No matter what, the Qingwei sect must not be attacked by the celestial artifact. Wu Sheng looked at the Qingwei sect's protective mountain array and knew in his heart that this Tier 6 array in front of him would definitely not be able to withstand the attack of a celestial artifact. Chen Daoxuan! What do you want? Name your price. Yi Tiankai continued to roar, I know that you are not a disciple of the Qian Yuan sword sect. What the Qian Yuan sword sect can give you, the Xianqing Dao Alliance will give you 10 times, no, 100 times. As long as you hand over Qin Zhan, I can even swear on the great Dao. Chen Daoxuan, do you think it's a good thing that you've reached the level of a world-level true lord? Chapter 547, The Might of an Immortal Artifact, 2. He was gravely mistaken. I think you are still unaware of the impending disaster. Have you ever thought about how the Qian Yuan sword sect will deal with the Chen family with a top expert like you? As a family cultivator of the infinite star sea, you must know about the disaster of the Qi family in Yuzhou, right? Now, your Chen family is 10 times more threatening than the Qi family. How do you think the Qian Yuan sword sect will treat your Chen family once they destroy the Xianqing Dao League? 1,000 miles away. Chen Daoxuan's heart skipped a beat when he heard Yi Tiankai's words. Yi Tiankai's words hit Chen Daoxuan's soft spot. Although his current strength was powerful, it was still incomparable to the Qian Yuan sword sect. However, the speed of his rise was too fast. Wouldn't the Qian Yuan sword sect feel fear? If his Chen family had a guest with peerless talent, would he be happy or worried? In the end, the Chen family cultivators were not direct disciples of the Qian Yuan sword sect. The two sides were always separated by a layer. Inside Lil Pagoda's paradise, Qin Zhan seemed to have sensed Chen Daoxuan's inner turmoil. He hurriedly said, Brother Chen, don't listen to that dog's nonsense. The reason for the Qi family's matter is complicated and can't be explained in a few words. I, Qin Zhan, swear an oath of the great Dao here. As long as your Chen family does not take the initiative to attack my Qian Yuan sword sect in the future, my Qian Yuan sword sect will never do such a thing. Brother Qin, seriously, the Qian Yuan sword sect has ruled over the infinite star sea for so many years. Hearing this, Qin Zhan heaved a sigh of relief. That was close. This damn Yi Tiankai was really good at sowing discord. Qin Zhan's heart was filled with hatred. Time slowly passed. Yi Tiankai couldn't locate Chen Daoxuan. His heart sank. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Yun Kun, inform the disciples in the sect to activate the array formation with all their might. After that, he sent a voice transmission to the much younger Yuya Palace. Master, take the elite disciples of the sect and run. The Yuya Palace Lord was stunned. Hurry up! Yi Tiankai widened his eyes. Palace Master Yuya didn't say anything else. With a flash of light, she flew into the sect. The nascent souls of the three great sects were also quietly waiting at the side. No one had expected things to develop to this stage. They had never expected that the two people from the Qian Yuan sword sect would not only snatch the Tei divine water, but also deal a heavy blow to the entire Qingwei sect. At this moment, the three major sects finally felt the fear of the Xianqing Dao League when they faced the Qian Yuan sword sect. After an incense stick of time, when Chen Daoxuan saw that the cracks on the small pagoda were increasing, his expression changed abruptly. He immediately released Qin Zhan and Emperor Yu's bell. The Emperor Yu's hall and Qin Zhan's hands turned into a blazing sun. In the sky, other than the original sun, another sun appeared. The terrifying aura directly forced Chen Daoxuan back 100 miles. Looking at the Emperor Yu's bell and Qin Zhan's hand, Chen Daoxuan muttered, "Is this a true pure yang immortal artifact? Brother Chen, hold on a little longer." Good. Chen Daoxuan looked at Yi Tiankai, who was lunging at Qin Zhan, and the three celestial swords merged into one again. Get lost! Yi Tiankai roared. He didn't care about anything else. He tried to punch Chen Daoxuan away and interrupt Qin Zhan's Emperor Yu's bell. Humph! Chen Daoxuan snorted coldly. The giant golden sword lunged at Yi Tiankai. At the same time, the stellar sword Dao diagram exploded with all its power. The terrifying power of the domain suppressed Yi Tiankai, compressing his heart world projection to less than 10 miles in radius. Yunkan, stop him! Yi Tiankai shouted. Yes, Sect Master. In Yunkan's hand, a golden seal swelled up with the wind. On the seal, the power of three laws intertwined. Chen Daoxuan sensed that the power of this attack could probably flatten a mountain that was tens of thousands of feet tall. However, Chen Daoxuan didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced. The stellar sword doctrine suppressed him and blocked the golden seal's attack for a moment. Then, the golden sword slashed at Yi Tiankai. Boom! Yi Tiankai had no choice but to fight Chen Daoxuan head-on. He was sent flying hundreds of miles away. At this moment, Yun Kun's golden seal finally arrived. Chen Daoxuan's expression turned serious. The giant golden sword instantly dissipated and reformed into a round shield formed by the combination of three nomological laws in front of him. His hands were also firmly crossed in front of his chest. Boom! With one strike, the nomological round shield exploded, and Chen Daoxuan was sent flying hundreds of miles away by the golden seal. Puff! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Chen Daoxuan's arms trembled slightly. Fortunately, the grade 6 power Ling armor had amazing defense. After this attack, it was actually unharmed. Yi Tiankai and Yun Kun, who had been sent flying by Chen Daoxuan's sword, were ready to regroup and attack Qin Zhan again. However, they found that the space in front of them had become sticky like glue. Celestial artifact. Yun Kun looked at the golden Emperor Yu's bell and Qin Zhan's hand in horror. He grabbed Yi Tiankai, who was about to fight again, and shouted, "Go! Hurry up and leave!" "Hehe, you want to leave?" Qin Zhan's face was pale, but his eyes were bright. He looked at Yi Tiankai, Yun Kun, and the nascent souls of the Xianqing Dao League who were rushing over behind him and said coldly, "Go to hell! Sect Master, let's go!" Yun Kun held Yi Tiankai down and used 90% of his power to finally tear open a crack in the thick space that was big enough for one person to pass through. This old man's lifespan is nearing, but the sect master cannot die, and the Qingwei sect cannot be destroyed. With that, he pushed Yi Tiankai into the space crack. After doing this, Yun Kun watched as the scorching sun in front of him devoured him bit by bit. At this moment, everything in front of Emperor Yu, be it people or other things, melted and evaporated bit by bit like snow under the scorching sun. The first to bear the brunt was the second strongest cultivator of the Qingwei sect, Elder Yun Kun. The Emperor Yu's bell pushed forward, and the nascent souls in front of it were vaporized one after another. These nascent souls of the profound pure Dao alliance wanted to run, but they were like insects on a spider web. They could only struggle but could not escape. This was even when Qin Zhan was unable to unleash the power of a celestial artifact. Otherwise, these people would not even be able to struggle. Beside him, Chen Daoxuan stared blankly at the scene before him. He was extremely shocked. This was the pure Yang fairy weapon, the biggest trump card of the Qian Yuan sword sect. In one strike, the Qing Dao alliance, including Yun Kun, lost a total of 17 nascent souls. The people from the three sects had already made way. However, the attack of Emperor Yu's bell did not stop. Boom! The Emperor Yu's bell crashed fiercely into the Qingwei sect's mountain protecting formation. In Chen Daoxuan's eyes, the defensive power of the 6th level high-grade mountain protecting formation was extremely terrifying. It was as fragile as a piece of paper, and the array light screen was easily torn apart. In the next moment, the main spiritual vein of the Qingwei sect was struck by the Emperor Yu's bell. A terrifying shockwave exploded in the main spiritual vein of the Qingwei sect. It was like a ripple of water. The space was torn into pieces by the explosion. Many black holes formed in the void. This wasn't the small black hole that Chen Daoxuan had created when he attacked. The black hole created by the strike of Emperor Yu's bell varied in size. The big one was 100 times bigger than the one Chen Daoxuan had created, and the small one was the same size as the one Chen Daoxuan had created. These black holes filled the entire Qingwei Daoist sect. Under the pull of these black holes, the spiritual mountains and disciples of the Qingwei sect were all attracted and torn apart by them. In the end, they became nourishment for the repair of the black holes. The sound of crying and wailing filled the air. At this moment, there was no difference between a Qi condensation cultivator and an Aurous core cultivator in front of the black hole. Looking at this scene, in the distance, a nascent soul from the three great sects muttered, "The Qingwei sect is finished. Yeah, it's over." The heavenly divination sect's sect master's gaze was extremely complicated. Then, they looked at Qin Zhan and Chen Daoxuan. Qin Zhan had just put away the Emperor Yu's bell with a wave of his hand. His face was as pale as paper. "Let's go." Chen Daoxuan nodded and grabbed Qin Zhan's arm. With a flash, the two of them disappeared from where they were. From beginning to end, no one dared to stop them. Chapter 548, Dao Profound Return, 1. Twin Saint Peak. In an exquisite and elegant immortal palace, a graceful and beautiful woman leaned against the railing and looked at the mountain stream and sea of clouds. Beside him, a Qi refining female servant lowered her head and waited quietly. Ever since Chen Daoxuan killed the two golden core cultivators entrenched on the Twin Saint Peaks, most of the low-level cultivators on this spirit vein had switched to the sect and relied on Zai Ling. Chen Daoxuan had no intention of paying any attention to these low-level cultivators of the Yun nation. Usually, he would leave it to Zai Ling. During this period of time, Zai Ling had been taking care of things in an orderly manner. Chen Daoxuan used the Twin Saint Peaks as a stronghold and constantly attacked the Xianqing Dao League's transportation line, but not a single low-level cultivator of the Twin Saint Peaks reported it. It could be seen that Zai Ling's means of managing her subordinates were very good. The personal maid beside her, Little Green, was selected by Zai Ling from the many low-level Qi refining cultivators of the Twin Saint Peaks. Zai Ling looked at the sea of clouds and rested her chin on her hands, muttering to herself, "Do you think he will come back?" Beside him, a maid in a light green muslin dress who had been lowering her head raised her head. She thought for a moment and said, "This servant thought that perfected Chen would definitely return." Oh! When Zai Ling heard this, her interest was piqued. She turned to look at her. "Why do you think so?" Seeing the joyful expression on its master's pretty face, Little Green's courage gradually grew. She is blessed with the beauty of the young lady, and the man in the world sees her, how can she not be moved? Although perfected Chen's cultivation was high, he was still a man. In addition, the lady's 9-yen demon beauty physique has already attracted countless male cultivators. If Zhenren Chen is looking for a dual cultivation partner, he will definitely choose you first. Hearing this, Zai Ling's pretty face turned red first, then she spat softly and said, "What do you mean by drooling? You're really shameless." Seeing its master like this, Little Green apologized and covered its mouth as it laughed softly. Seeing that little green still dared to laugh at her, Zai Ling's face immediately turned even redder, and she raised her hand to strike. Who knows? The space in front of him rippled like water. Then, two figures appeared in front of Zai Ling and little green. One of the figures staggered before regaining his balance. However, Zai Ling was not in the mood to pay attention to this stumbling cultivator. Even if the other party was a nascent soul, all her attention was focused on the cultivator beside Qin Zhan. Big brother Chen. Zai Ling was pleasantly surprised. She hurried forward and couldn't help but pull Chen Daoxuan's sleeve. You're back. Greetings, perfected Chen. When little green saw Chen Daoxuan, it hurriedly bowed. Yes. Chen Daoxuan nodded and waved his hand. You can leave first. Yes, perfected Chen. Little green immediately complied and slowly left the immortal palace. Now, only Zai Ling, Chen Daoxuan and Qin Zhan were left in the immortal palace. Qin Zhan first glanced at Chen Daoxuan, then looked at Zai Ling, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Brother Chen, you're really unrestrained. You didn't forget to look for a close female friend when you came to the Yun nation to fight. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan looked at him expressionlessly, then looked at Zai Ling and introduced, this is the Sea Calming Hall Master of the Qian Yuan Sword Sect, Qin Zhan. This is Fairy Zai Ling, whom I saved by chance in Golden Origin Immortal City. After a brief introduction, Chen Daoxuan said to Zai Ling, Fairy, don't worry. I promised to protect you, so I won't go back on my word. However, I still have an important matter to attend to, so I'll be asking Hall Master Qin to take care of you for the time being. As he spoke, Chen Daoxuan looked at Qin Zhan again. This place is secluded and is a good place for cultivation. You can recuperate here. I'll leave Fairy Zai Ling to you for the time being. Hearing this, Qin Zhan sighed. I hope Brother Chen can handle the matter of the Zhang family carefully. It seems that our Qian Yuan Sword Sect has won this battle. However, the Tai Divine Water you obtained is not used to improve your cultivation, but to save people. The strength of the Infinite Star Sea has not improved substantially, but in the eyes of the outside world, the Qian Yuan Sword Sect has probably become their biggest worry. After this battle, the three major sects will probably join hands with the Xian Qingdao Alliance. Therefore, the Infinite Star Sea cannot be in chaos. Do you understand? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan pondered for a moment before saying, I can't guarantee what I will do. It depends on how the Zhang family treats my 13th uncle. Although Chen Daoxuan's tone was calm, Qin Zhan could feel the anger that could not be suppressed under his calm tone. The Zhang family. Qin Zhan shook his head. Forget it. It's up to you. After saying that, Qin Zhan stopped persuading. Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands at the other party, and his figure instantly disappeared. Chen Daoxuan didn't say a second word to Zai Ling until he left. Zai Ling looked at the place where Chen Daoxuan had disappeared, lost in her thoughts. In the southeastern sea of the Infinite Star Sea. Tai Province, Extreme Night Immortal City. Most of the buildings in Extreme Night Immortal City were black in color, appearing very solemn. Within the Immortal City. In the Zhang family's territory, in a towering floating immortal palace. A silver-haired cultivator in a black daist robe stood with his hands behind his back. He was holding a communication jade token. The silver-haired cultivator turned around. It was the Zhang family patriarch, Zhang Taiyuan, who went to the Chen family to abduct Chen Xianhe half a year ago. Come in. Outside the door, a Zifu disciple walked in, trembling with fear. When he saw the family patriarch, his body trembled even more violently. This Zifu disciple was the Dao child of the Zhang clan, Zhang Chenai. During this period of time, he was in charge of taking care of Chen Xianhe. Chapter 549, Dao Profound Return, 2. Moreover, he had already informed Zhang Chenai beforehand to take good care of Chen Xianhe. He must not let anything happen to Chen Xianhe. He had just received a piece of news. Qin Zhan and Chen Daoxuan, the hall masters of the Sea Suppressing Hall, had raided the Qingwei sect and snatched the Tai Divine Water from the Qingwei sect. After hearing the news, Zhang Taiyuan felt as if a magnitude 18 earthquake had struck his heart. The Heaven Essence Sword sect had actually snatched the Tai Divine Water from the Qingwei sect. The reason why Zhang Taiyuan was willing to bet on the Xianqing Dao alliance when the Qian Yuan sword sect was unstoppable was that the Qingwei sect had the Tei divine water. In Zhang Taiyuan's opinion, the Tei divine water was the best divine weapon for the Xianqing Dao League to turn the tide. The Xianqing Dao alliance had actually lost such a treasure. Zhang Taiyuan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. However, things had already come to this, and it was useless to regret. Now, what the Zhang family could do was to try their best to make up for their relationship with the Chen family. In the next period of time, the Zhang family must keep a low profile as much as possible. In the future, the Zhang family must stand firmly behind the Qian Yuan sword sect. Only then could the Zhang family be saved. Fortunately, in Zhang Taiyuan's eyes, the Qian Yuan sword sect would not touch the Zhang family in a short period of time. Firstly, the Zhang family was the pillar of strength in the faction of Yayin, the third elder of the Qian Yuan sword sect. Secondly, the crisis facing the Qian Yuan sword sect was not over yet. Although the Qian Yuan sword sect had obtained the Tei divine water, there was no immortal soul stage cultivator in the Qian Yuan sword sect. As long as there was no immortal soul stage cultivator, it could not be said that the Qian Yuan sword sect had won. At least, the Xianqing Dao alliance still had the power to resist. At the very least, the Xianqing Dao alliance could still ask the surrounding sect forces for help. He believed that no sect would want to see a sect that was at the peak of its power rise near them. Next, these sects were bound to drag the Qian Yuan sword sect down like crazy. In this way, the Qian Yuan sword sect had to rely on the local forces of the Infinite Star Sea even more. Although itinerant cultivators had shown unprecedented brilliance in the war between the Qian Yuan sword sect and the Xianqing Dao League, their family forces were not any weaker than the itinerant cultivators. Perhaps the number of nascent soul cultivators in the clan was not as many as the scattered nascent soul cultivators, but the cultivation and strength of the nascent soul cultivators in the clan far surpassed those scattered nascent soul cultivators. The Zhang family had always tolerated perfected Lord Yuan Chen not because they didn't have the strength to destroy him, but because destroying Yuan Chen Immortal City involved too many people. Doing so was equivalent to giving the Qian Yuan sword sect a chance to openly destroy the Zhang family. Zhang Taiyuan wasn't stupid, so he wouldn't do such a stupid thing. By the same logic, although what the Zhang family did to the Chen family made the Chen family extremely angry, it was within the rules set by the Qian Yuan sword sect. No matter how dissatisfied the Qian Yuan sword sect was, they couldn't do anything to the Zhang family. Otherwise, there would be civil strife in the Infinite Star Sea. At that time, with internal and external troubles, the Qian Yuan sword sect might follow in the footsteps of the Qingwei sect. Don't look at how powerful a sect was. If it really wanted to decline, it was also a matter of minutes. In the history of the Celestial Cloud continent, such lessons were everywhere. When Zhang Taiyuan saw Zhang Chenai, he looked amiable. Although Zhang Chenai's talent was far inferior to Chen Daoxuan's, he was still considered one of the top prodigies in the Zhang family. Zhang Taiyuan was always happy to see the outstanding descendants of the family. "Chenai, what's the matter?" Zhang Chenai's body trembled even more violently when he heard this. He said with a trembling voice, "Patriarch, Chen Zian he." The amiable look on Zhang Taiyuan's face instantly disappeared. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Zhang Chenai. He grabbed his collar and said in a deep voice, "Tell me, what happened to Chen Zian he?" Zhang Chenai made up his mind and closed his eyes. "What?" Zhang Taiyuan was anxious. "Why can't he? Didn't I ask you to take good care of him? Could it be that you took revenge and deliberately tortured him?" Zhang Taiyuan's eyes were cold and his body was emitting coldness. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chenai was scared out of his wits. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed non-stop. "Forefather, you are wise. Chen Zian he is only a low-level cultivator at the 9th level of the Qi condensation stage. It is already a miracle that he has survived until now. He is about to die. Besides, with your decree, I wouldn't dare to take revenge on Chen Zian he even if I had 10 guts." Seeing Zhang Chenai's expression, Zhang Taiyuan said coldly, "Get up and come with me to take a look." "Yes, yes, yes." Zhang Chenai immediately stood up. Zhang Taiyuan waved his sleeves and the two of them disappeared. The Yun Nation, Zhenyi's immortal city. It had been almost a year since the Southern Army had recovered the Southern Mountain Pass. During this period of time, Zhenyi's immortal city had not only regained its vitality under Fairy Qi Yao's vigorous governance, but it had also turned from a frontline immortal city into a logistics immortal city. Now, with the continuous victory of the Qianyuan sword sect against the Xianqing Dao League, the battlefront of both sides was also constantly advancing towards the territory controlled by the Xianqing Dao League. It seemed that the entire Yun nation was almost under the control of the Qianyuan sword sect. This Zhenyi's immortal city, which was originally located at the front line, naturally became the rear supply base. In the southern town Immortal City, in the core of the city lord's mansion, Luoli, Chen Daoxuan, and Qi Yao were taking a stroll in the courtyard. The last time Chen Xianhe was kidnapped by the Zhang family, Chen Daoxuan immediately brought Luoli to the Qianyuan sword sect. They took the Qianyuan sword sect's space teleportation formation and rushed to Zhenyi's immortal city. Originally, Chen Daoxuan had hoped to find Chen Daoxuan here. After all, the Zhang family's kidnapping of Chen Xianhe involved a nascent soul, which was beyond Chen Daoxuan's ability. It was just that she did not expect that Chen Daoxuan was not in Zhenyi's immortal city, but went to the enemy's hinterland. This time, Chen Daoxuan was at a loss. Furthermore, due to the distance between the two sides, Chen Daoxuan's position was also erratic. Not to mention that she couldn't contact him with her communication jade talisman. Even the Shadow Palace of the Qianyuan sword sect didn't know Chen Daoxuan's exact location. Thus, Chen Daoxuan decided to stay in this immortal city. He stayed for half a year. Other than waiting for Chen Daoxuan, there was another reason why Chen Daoxuan stayed behind. He was afraid that the Zhang family would continue to attack Luoli. Previously, Chen Xianhe had risked his life to protect Luoli. Naturally, Chen Daoxuan would not let Luoli fall into Zhang Taiyuan's hands. Qi Yao saw that Luoli and Chen Daoxuan were frowning, so she comforted them, "Don't worry, sisters. When this war is over, the Qianyuan sword sect will give the Chen family an explanation." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan squeezed out a smile and nodded. "Thank you, Fairy Qi Yao." Luoli was about to say something. The space in front of her fluctuated. Then, a figure that she had been waiting for appeared in front of her. Chen Lang." Luoli covered her mouth and shouted this sentence with a trembling voice. Then, she pounced on Chen Daoxuan and hugged him tightly. At this moment, Luoli's tears rolled down her cheeks like broken pearls. "Sorry, I'm late." Chen Daoxuan knew that during this period of time, Luoli had been under too much psychological pressure. In her opinion, Chen Xianhe had willingly been captured by Zhang Taixi for her. In the eyes of kind-hearted people, no matter what kind of problems they encountered, they would always find the reason for it and put the blame on themselves. Luoli was such a person. Young clan leader. When Chen Daoxuan saw Chen Daoxuan, she was so excited that her eyes turned red and her voice trembled. Then, she rushed up and hugged Chen Daoxuan. On the side, Fairy Qi Yao looked at the three of them hugging each other with a complicated expression. After a while, Chen Daoxuan patted their shoulders and said, "Let go, there are still people here." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan did not think much of it, but Luoli's face turned red and she quickly let go of Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan then cupped his hands towards Qi Yao and said, "Fairy, I want to borrow the spatial transfer array in the city." "Good." Fairy Qi Yao nodded. Chapter 550, How Do You Want to Die? 1. Infinite Star Sea. Qianyuan Sword Sect's headquarters. In front of the spatial teleportation array, one figure after another appeared on the giant spatial teleportation array. The cultivators who were maintaining the teleportation array stood beside the giant teleportation array and said loudly, "Fellow deists, please leave the teleportation array quickly. Don't block the fellow deists behind." 1. Fellow deists, please leave the teleportation array quickly. Don't block the fellow deists behind. Shua. Suddenly, three figures appeared on the spatial teleportation array. They were Chen Daoxuan, and Luoli. Compared to Chen Daoxuan's steady steps, Chen Daoxuan and Luoli staggered and were a little unsteady. Chen Daoxuan stroked his forehead and sighed, "This long-distance teleportation array is convenient, but it's too unfriendly to low-level cultivators like us. Every time we use it, we'll feel uncomfortable for a long time." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, "That being said, it's much more convenient than riding an immortal boat." He paused and then looked at Luoli. Li Er, you and Dao Lian will return to the clan on the immortal boat later. I'll go to the Zhang family first. Hearing this, Luo Li's heart tightened. She took a step forward and grabbed Chen Daoxuan's sleeve. Be careful. Chen Daoxuan patted her weak shoulder and said gently, don't worry, it's not me who should be careful, but Zhang Taiyuan. After saying that, Chen Daoxuan nodded at Chen Daolan and disappeared. When his figure reappeared, Chen Daoxuan had already arrived in front of the mountain protection array of the Qianyuan sword sect. Who dares to trespass into my Qianyuan sword sect? Chen Daoxuan's reckless action immediately attracted the cultivators guarding the defense array of the Qianyuan sword sect to fly over on their swords. Open the formation! Chen Daoxuan shouted coldly and looked coldly at the disciples of the Qianyuan sword sect who were rushing over on their swords. Hearing this, the leader of the Golden Corps immediately revealed an angry expression. Since he had cultivated until now, this was the first time he had seen someone so arrogant in the residence of the Qianyuan sword sect. You are the owner of the game. However, when he saw Chen Daoxuan's face clearly, he swallowed his words before he could say anything. Perfected Chen. The Golden Core cultivator in the lead immediately lowered his head in fear. His face was no longer filled with anger. When the low-level cultivators who followed closely behind heard the name Zhenren Chen, they immediately thought of something and bowed to Chen Daoxuan. Although the battle results of Chen Daoxuan and Qin Zhan defeating the Qingwei sect had yet to spread, the Qingwei sect was still in a state of chaos. However, his previous achievements had long been spread throughout the entire Infinite Star Sea. First, Chen Daoxuan killed a cultivator in the advanced stage of the nascent soul realm alone and recovered the southern mountains city. Then, he went deep into the enemy's rear alone and destroyed the enemy's logistics and transportation. All kinds of incredible achievements had long made Chen Daoxuan famous in the Infinite Star Sea. Chen Daoxuan's fame this time was not limited to the circle of Golden Core cultivators, but from top to bottom, from nascent souls to the lowest level of refinement stage cultivators, everyone had heard of his name. This was what it meant to be famous in the Infinite Star Sea. It was no exaggeration to say that Chen Daoxuan's reputation in the Infinite Star Sea was even greater than that of Qin Zhan, the leader of the Sea Suppressing Hall. This was not to say that Chen Daoxuan's strength was definitely stronger than Qin Zhan's. As long as Qin Zhan was mainly responsible for suppressing the alien races at the bottom of the Infinite Star Sea, the outside world had never heard of him before their cultivation and strength reached a certain level. But Chen Daoxuan was different. The war in the Yun nation was the focus of all the people in the Infinite Star Sea. Even mortals who didn't care much about the war between cultivators had heard about the war between the Infinite Star Sea and the Yun nation, not to mention the cultivators. In the eyes of the cultivators, the war between the Infinite Sea and the Yun nation was the best way for the itinerant cultivators to cross the social class. In the cultivation world, the largest number of people were itinerant cultivators. As a result, anyone who made a name for himself on the battlefield of the Yun nation would become famous in the circle of cultivators in the Infinite Star Sea. Ji Sui, the cultivator of the Ji family who was killed by Chen Daoxuan, was like this. In terms of strength, although Ji Sui's strength belonged to the top level among the Golden Core cultivators, he was far from the level of invincible immortal, let alone compared to the current Chen Daoxuan. However, such a person, who was not ranked among the high-level cultivators in the Infinite Star Sea, had a great reputation in the Infinite Star Sea. The main reason was that Ji Sui's reputation in the Yun nation battlefield was very frightening. Perhaps in the eyes of true experts, Ji Sui's wanton slaughter of the weak was despicable, but to low-level cultivators, Ji Sui's reputation was even more resounding than ordinary nascent souls. This showed how exaggerated Chen Daoxuan's reputation was in the Infinite Star Sea. This was also why Zhang Taiyuan was so flustered when he found out that the Qingwei sect had lost the Tei Divine Water. To describe Chen Daoxuan in one word, it was that he had already achieved great things. Chen Daoxuan and the Chen family behind him were not inferior to any nascent soul stage family in the Infinite Star Sea. Although the Chen family's accumulation was slightly weak, with the Chen family's unique industrial production capacity, these gaps would be quickly made up for. Most importantly, in terms of high-end combat strength, the Chen family was not inferior to any nascent soul stage cultivator in the Infinite Star Sea. They might even be stronger. Based on Chen Daoxuan's estimation of his own strength, he was at least in the top 5 of the Infinite Star Sea, not the top 3. The exact ranking would only be known after the battle. At the very least, based on Chen Daoxuan's brief exchange with Yi Tiankai, he felt that even a world-level True Lord was nothing more than this. If you enjoy my content and want more videos, support me in Ko-fi. The link in the description.